Sunday, November 9th, and we are ready to go on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Campus looking a little different today as Notre Dame got its first snow of the season last night, and it has carried over and created for what is set to be a very exciting day here on campus. You got to look at the beautiful Golden Dome. That's about the only part of campus that is not white right now. Charlie Morris, my partner is Chris Daly, and Chris, what are we in for today?
Oh, we're in for a long day of rugby. I can't really do math, but the Big Ten Championship game's at 4:30. So you do the math, that's how long we're going to be here today. I'm excited for what should be a great day in store, Chuck.
Yeah, we got four full-length games on tap for you this morning if you choose to stick with us as the day goes along in the Big Ten Conference. First up for 7th place in the Shield Final, you've got the number 8 Purdue Boilermakers. There's their team huddle. They're wearing their black jerseys on the right, and on the left in the white, Illinois making their first trip to Stinson Rugby Field this year, and these two teams will play it out for 7th place. Following that, at 12:45 p.m., we've got Michigan State and Ohio State, and a battle of two teams that lost their semifinals as well last weekend in Chicago. And then two more games in the afternoon, 2:30, Michigan-Wisconsin playing for 3rd place. And then the championship game between the host Fighting Irish and Indiana set for 4:30 p.m. today. And so again, 8 teams all here playing through the conditions, playing through the snow on the field. We give a big shout out to everyone who helped prepare the field for today, brushing off the lines, making sure that all those are visible to our officiating crew. Pylons on both sidelines, also indicating both midfield, touch line, 22-meter line, all the important stuff. And we are about to get underway. And Chris, you got a scouting report on these two teams you might like to share.
Yeah, well, Illinois won 6-1 on the season. Their only win was against Purdue, a 30-23 victory. Meanwhile, on the flip side of things, you look at Purdue, who lost in that game. They're 2-6 on the year. They've really struggled in Big Ten play. They've been outscored 226-33 within the conference. That is why this is the 7th place game, but these two teams are excited. Last time they played, we said it was a close game. It was only a one-possession game, so I'm really curious to see how they react to the conditions today. Both teams are here in the Midwest of America. They know about the cold quite a lot. It's just about who performs better now.
Yeah, certainly a lot of factors we're going to keep our eye out for today, as Purdue right away getting a strong run ahead. All the way into opponent's territory goes Isaac Fueling. Or excuse me, that was run by Lucas Becker.
And Becker's a guy, speaking of the cold, he's somebody who served in the Swedish military for a year prior to coming to college. So you think he knows about the cold out there in Sweden. I mean, he's real familiar with it, and he's an interesting guy to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, the first-year student out of Stockholm coming in at 6'5", but it's taken the other way by the Illini and David DeLacy.
Wow, a bit of a slip and slide, too. That was cool to see. So the environment is definitely going to play a factor.
Yeah, certainly. Ball's going to be slippery. Hands are going to be slippery. Hands are going to be wet. Hands are going to be cold. It's not going to be a fun day. We anticipate several knock-ons for everyone, just considering the type of conditions, especially early on before the field starts to clear up a bit. It's supposed to start snowing again this afternoon, potentially, which will certainly put another wrinkle in things as we get into the higher stakes games. This penalty is going to back Purdue up, and could we see a kick coming? We are going to see a kick. So Illinois, is going to try to get on the board first. And Jacob Razzo looks like he's going to try to put them up 3-0, or actually he's going to defer. And McMahon is going to line up. What do you say? 30 meters?
Yeah,
32?
let's say
something like that.
Probably about 32 meters. Not a big fan of kicking in these snowy conditions.
I think they think it's better than trying to run it. It's McMahon with a lot on it. And it goes off the upright and no good. About as close as possible but off the left upright and out. And so Purdue catches a break, and they'll retake possession.
I think one more interesting note, I mean, Illinois last year were 5-4-1. They were a pretty formidable team. We had seen them at Stinson Rugby Field last season, not this season, just to add. But listen, the fight in the Illini have really taken a step back this year. They beat Purdue 67-21 a year ago. Now, I mean, this is going to be a close game today. So they've lost a couple of guys. You look at Zach Meyer, Presley Sayavong as well. But the same can be said for Purdue. They've lost Sean O'Donnell, who's first team all Big Ten and sevens, one of the better players I've seen here play at Stinson Rugby Field, as well as Keenan Brunetti, who's always in for a good shift.
Yeah, certainly talent on both sides. And after catching a break with the missed kick, Purdue then turns it into possession in the offensive side. We've seen both teams kind of get long runs. A lot of field position switches early in this game. Short pass ends up in the hands of Michael Murphy. Michael, the younger brother of Jake Murphy, who graduated last year. Another one of those Purdue players who, they were a tough team to play against much of last year. This year, certainly a lot of points against, which you're not accustomed to seeing for the Boilermakers, who are headed by Steve Nicholson.
Yeah, Nicholson
just wasn't their year this year.
No, it wasn't, and definitely a rebuilding year after losing Sean O'Donnell. I mean, when you have a guy who's that electric, you can really rely on him to keep you in games. They haven't had that this season. But tons of these Purdue players also haven't played in high school. They come to college, they learn the game, so it is just another thing that Purdue kind of has to work with. Nicholson has been recruiting more, getting players that have the experience, and that'll serve him well in the coming years.
Certainly playing with a lot of intensity right now, coming out of the gates. A lot of energy from the Purdue bench. Pretty loud. You can even hear it from up here in the press box. And they take the ball away. It's kicked ahead into traffic by Beck Sebastian. And it's still free. And Purdue is going to get the first try of the game. As the ball was bobbled away by the Illini. Or it looks like they're not. They're going to call it back. Yeah, no matter how much you try to brush off these lines, sometimes tough to see, especially from our vantage point. So they're going to rule that the Illinois player did touch the ball, and he was in the try zone. Again, I don't know if you saw that.
I wasn't able to make it out from the press box, but so far a fun game. I've been enjoying this. Some just open-ended rugby, and look at that, laying down the boom. I mean, this game's bringing the fireworks early on, Chuck.
This has really been open. I think that's the best word to describe it. A lot of offense. Both teams being able to push the ball down the field. And Becker, again, nearly broke a tackle.
Oh, my goodness. He's getting just dragged by a couple of teammates.
You can tell Purdue wants revenge. Can Illinois get the early stop, perhaps build some momentum themselves? You know, we got a full 80-minute match here. You know that over the whole sample size, the better team probably going to be able to impose their will more often. But right now, it's the 8th-seeded Boilermakers doing all of that. There's a good tackle. Purdue threatening to strike first after the false alarm. And Illinois is going to have to back up quick, tap and go, but too quick, says the referee. And so Becker will have to reset it, and he'll give it off to Fueling, who will get things restarted. Okay, now it's going to be a little hot potato with it. Sebastian will kick it into touch. And so a line out coming from what looks to be the 5-meter line.
Seen quite a bit of Lucas Becker in the early goings today, thinking he might be the main guy for Purdue, especially now with a couple of players from last year gone, as we've said, with Sean O'Donnell and Keenan Brunetti, two really talented guys. Becker, the 8-man, is at the heart of everything that they have attempted on both sides of the ball today.
So a knock on against Purdue off the line out, as unable to gather it in cleanly was Mike Murphy out of Mishawaka, Indiana. Those are our neighbors here in South Bend. Shout out. St. Joseph's County.
Well, just to raise you one right there with Mike Murphy, he was actually an associate at Home Depot in Mishawaka. I was checking out his LinkedIn a bit earlier in the day, and yeah, he's a guy who is very involved in the community, of course, but I've actually visited that Home Depot a couple times with my dad when he comes out here.
What do you get?
So, well, you know, my dad, he's always just looking around at Home Depot, but did get a rug.
Does he
from
hit
Home
the dad pose?
Ah, of course.
Depot?
But no, he did get a rug earlier in the year for my dorm, which I appreciate. So
Yeah, that's big time.
yeah,
You don't want to be waking up bare feet on the dusty,
No.
cold floor.
you don't. It's
You
just
don't.
not
You need the
ideal.
rug. I've never gotten a rug from Home Depot before.
It's a good move.
I didn't know they even sold those. I thought there was more like wood planks, you know, the 4x6 board in case you need it later
course.
type of deal. So Illinois got one stop,
Oh boy.
and they're about to get another. Knock on against the Boilermakers. Again, just wet, cold hands. And the ball, I assume, starting to get pretty slippery as well.
Tell you what, though, they're breaking up this snow. We got tons of games later in the slate, and I mean, this was just a white blanket when I came here. Now I can see the Notre Dame logo, middle of the field, which is a good sight, especially if you're Notre Dame and Indiana eyeing up that 4:30 fixture much later today for the Big Ten Championship.
Current weather locally, 36 degrees, feels like 25. That adds up. Supposed to start snowing at about 2 p.m. Again, it's a little mix of rain and snow according to the weather app. So you can be thankful that it's breaking up now because it could be coming back later in the afternoon. Tell you what, based on the weather yesterday and the weather today, the Michigan State, Ohio State teams must be feeling pretty lucky in that 12:45 window. Probably going to have the best conditions all day, assuming that local meteorologists know what they're talking about, and they tend to. Tend to be pretty good.
Typically.
They were right about the rain yesterday. Purdue has it back. Still 0-0. More than 10 minutes into this Shield final match. But another penalty against the Boilermakers, and Illinois can be set up. Will they go for the kick? They've already tried one from about this area. This one not quite as centered. But it looks like the tee is coming back out. And so McMahon will have a chance to knock it through after hitting the left upright in the first few minutes of this game.
I also just want to quickly note, Keenan Brunetti is still a part of the Purdue roster. I know I said he isn't earlier, but he's just not in the team sheet for today. But he did play against Notre Dame earlier in the season, as well as in that game against Illinois, in which they lost 30-23.
Yeah, great player. So, big loss for Purdue not having him available today, as McMahon, plenty of leg again, and this one splits the upright clean. So we have points for the first time. Illini take advantage of the Purdue penalty and go ahead 3-0. 28 and a half minutes to play in the first half.
You'll take that if you're Illinois. You've been dominated for a good bit of today. I think Purdue's had a better of the possession, and just some nice rugby from the Boilermakers, moving the ball around. Haven't seen the ball really on the near side of the pitch from Purdue. They have to swing it a bit better from one side of the pitch to the next just to open up this Illinois defense. They were going for more of a physical brand of rugby, and in the snow, you can't blame them. They also got some big guys in the middle of the park. But, for Illinois, that's a great start for them just to get a lead and now see what they can do to try to turn this possession game around a little bit and hold on to the ball.
Yeah, if you're a Purdue fan watching, you're probably wondering, how are we not winning this game right now?
Yeah.
Not only, Chris, have they had the better possession on the field, but they've also had the better possession of the ball, as you just said. And usually that's a recipe for great success. And right now they're not even able to be on the board. Just a couple of offensive penalties. Give credit to the Illinois defense as well, coming up with a few stops. And so it's 3-0 Illinois. How about that juggling act? But it's gathered in by Fueling. Long setup here. There we go. And knock on another one against Purdue. Third or fourth one already. And so Illinois will be set up again. A little too far to go for the kick, theoretically. Although, based on McMahon's right foot, I think he could make it from here.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he's been impressing me today so far.
Really, even the miss, like.
Oh, my goodness.
First
Doink.
kick of the day, in the snow.
I've
You got to
seen some guys
imagine the
slipping.
plant foot is probably not too stable.
Well, I know from firsthand experience, Charlie, that in the snow when you're kicking anything, if it's a field goal on national television or, out here in the Big Ten rugby playoffs, yeah, the plant foot isn't stable in the snow. Now I got my boots on today. I wish I had those a year ago, but let's not dwell on that.
Yeah, it's as nearly breaking free but stepping out of bounds with possession is Harper Morrison, so Purdue will have to give it up. But if you're unaware, and I assume many of our viewers are, my partner, Chris Daly, has got a great right foot.
Thanks.
But when he kicked on College Game Day last year, hooked it a little bit to the
Yeah.
left twice in a row.
Well, the first time, not so much. I just slipped, fell right on, right where you don't want to fall, pretty much. That one stunk.
Yeah, I bet you it stung the heart more than it stung the butt.
Bit
Although
of both.
I'm sure both hurt.
A 98-yard touchdown from Jeremiah Love, though, definitely eased the pain. A couple hours later, Notre Dame with the big win over Indiana. And just to go back to Ali McMahon, looking at the Goff Rugby Report, I mean, he's been the main man for Illinois, especially in the kicking department. And their season so far, I mean, he's just been absolutely incredible. He was 3 for 3 on the tee, and he's a guy that they typically rely on to put the ball between the uprights and try to get some easy points. It's kind of like having, a Brandon Aubrey on your team, essentially. He can kick from just about anywhere.
And how about, not to distract you because you're making a good point, but how about the Purdue bench? We got like a cheering section. We got one of the coaches seemingly getting the Purdue players up and at them. They've got the ball in offensive territory again. See if they can take care of it enough to get on the board this time. Trailing 3-0, and they don't. Illinois playing with advantage. It's somehow not gathered in by anyone. Referee's seen enough. And you got to expect that throughout the day. It's not going to be pretty brand of rugby for the most part today. Just don't see it.
It's just going to be real physical, and I think that favors, these teams that are just bigger, a bit stronger. And back to McMahon's performance. That came against Purdue. Purdue knows darn well about McMahon's talents. 3 penalty goals in the first half alone. Illinois ran out to a 30-13 lead on Purdue much earlier in the season. That was way back in early September.
Yeah, so a lot of things could have changed since then. Of course, we're now in November. And if college football has taught us anything, Chris, it's that when you lose is a whole lot more important than who you lose to. I know you're a big believer in that theory.
No, I mean, you look at Notre Dame right now and how they lost, and when they lost, it was early in the season. That's a blessing in disguise now for the Irish. First 2 games of the season.
I don't know if I'd call them blessings.
Well, not obviously a blessing, but I mean, much rather lose then and have those games scheduled the first 2 games of the season than now. If you lose those 2 games now, all of a sudden Notre Dame goes from a top maybe 5 team being undefeated all the way probably
the
down.
Miami trajectory.
Yeah, exactly, down to 18.
23 and counting left in the first half. 3-0 lead for the Fighting Illini on the Field goal from Ollie McMahon. He's 1 for 2 kicking. Purdue has had the ball most of the play. Finally, Illinois will get it here after tackling one of the Boilermaker ball carriers into touch. Again, this is the 7th place game. 4 games today. We'll play for 5th next. Michigan State, Ohio State set to start at 12:45. And Purdue will get a tap and go. Here goes Becker, trying to do it himself, carrying a couple defenders, finally wrestled to the ground. Pretty good solo tackle there, made by Razzo.
Becker's the most physically imposing player on the pitch. One of the tallest, but I mean, the guy is just also a huge human being. And he's got some quick feet, creates for a really nice 8-man through the middle for Purdue, and you can see why he's the guy that we've highlighted earlier. I mean, I talked about his time in the Swedish military. He's a tough dude.
Would you ever serve in the military?
I respect the heck out of anybody who does,
Absolutely.
and unless I was drafted, I would not, but, you know, did think about it growing up. Would you?
I would not.
Yeah.
But as you said, ultimate respect to everybody who did. Of course, Veterans Day is just 2 days away. So a big shout out to all the veterans who may be watching today, whether U.S. Army veterans or veterans of any other nation. And thank you for your service.
I was going to make a comment there, but I think I should just keep it.
Go ahead.
No, we'll talk. We'll talk at halftime.
Stay with us for the halftime report brought to you by Chris Daly. We'll talk Veterans Day.
No, I agree about that. When you said every other country, I mean, there's some countries out there, you know.
You got to respect individuals
Yeah.
for putting their lives on the line.
Okay, I can get behind that.
Respect athletes for making it professionally, even if they don't play for the team you support. Unless you don't.
Yeah.
That was such a fake, yeah. Oh, what a fake pass, speaking of fake. And, another knock-on against Purdue is going to set them back. Nearly a brilliant play, as it was Kustra trying to find Miller. But it went off his hands. And nearly a brilliant run. Boilermakers could not be any closer to breaking through.
Yeah, nice read right there from Kustra. He's the captain of this team, somebody they want to see lead in a brilliant line break. Just found the gap in between those Illinois defenders and exploded. Also a really good feed. It's just a tough break for Purdue, especially because they have been the better team for the large majority of this game, and they're still down, still not really able to find any success within that 22-meter zone. So they need to get it going, just play a bit cleaner, and I think they should be able to take a lead here.
They're certainly the better team so far. I want to say their last 5 possessions have ended in a knock-on. And 4 of those 5 have been when they have it in plus territory, and they're going to get it again. Tap and go. Potentially. Maybe Purdue, since it's in the middle of the field, will look to kick it out. Looks like they're going to drop a play, though.
They seem just a bit hungrier right now than Illinois does. And Illinois is coming off of an upset loss. I mean, they lost a Michigan State team that hadn't won at all this season. Just a game prior to this, 31-30. So
what a game that was.
Yeah, I would have thought the fight in the Illini maybe would show a bit more fight, but so far it's Purdue.
So you're saying away. This morning they're just the Illini.
They're just the Illini this morning. The Illinois Illini. I don't get that. I mean,
we're the Fighting Irish. What do you mean you don't get it?
It's like the Rutgers New Jerseyans or the New York New Yorkers, you know?
Philadelphia Phillies.
I guess, yeah, but that sounds good. Philadelphia Phillies.
I mean, arguably
Arizona
Philadelphia
Arizonians,
Phillies is way worse than. Speaking of Arizonans, we have Peyton sitting next to us. Peyton is joining us in the press box today. She's from Arizona. She's never woken up to snow before today, so we've heard. Never. She says never.
Here.
We'll get her on the mic for a second.
We're going to get Peyton on the microphone to talk about the snow today.
We're going to talk about the snow because it is a storyline. And again, on the field, it's starting to break up. But hello, Peyton.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us this morning. Bright and early call time.
Yes.
We appreciate you coming out. What do you think of waking up and seeing snow?
It was definitely a first for me, and I freaked out, yelling, "There's snow on the trees, there's snow on the trees." And thankfully my roommate was not in the room when I woke up, so didn't bother her with that one, but maybe shed a couple tears. Maybe wishing I was back in Arizona for a little bit too. But it's an experience, and I'm excited to hopefully not fall and to build a snowman soon.
Yes, both of those things, certainly a lot of fun. Not quite enough snow, I would say, for a good snowman. But if more comes tonight, we can definitely reconsider that option.
Yeah, if anybody sees a tiny snowman on any of the quads, that was definitely my work. So just please don't ruin them.
Yes, of course. All right, well, thank you, Peyton.
Thank you, thank
We're
you.
gonna get Chris back on for post-interview reactions. Chris, what'd you think? What do you think about the snow?
Yeah, I can't wait to go ruin a snowman later on
No,
SoundCloud. No, but I
no.
mean, seriously, I did see a couple of players building one before the game, and I know Illinois is, west of South Bend, but I just have a feeling. I mean, these Purdue players look alive right now. All these players seem pumped up, ready to go, play in the cold. And again, I've been very impressed with Lucas Becker, but I think overall this Purdue team has just been a tad bit more cohesive offensively. Mike Murphy's put in a good shift today. Jacob Mandel's always a guy to watch out for. And then the captain, John Kustra, is just really orchestrating the offense and the back line as well for Purdue.
Still not on the board. Quite the low-scoring half. If you've bet the under today, you've been quite satisfied with the results. After 24 minutes of play, 3-0 Illinois, although they do have it, and they execute the line out with perfection. Taken by Job Bottarini, number 8 in white. We'll see what the Illinois offense can do. Haven't really even gone for a try yet. They've taken advantage of Purdue penalties to try to kick twice. Ball's free. Purdue has it. But that's because of a knock-on by Illinois. And so Purdue will take over, and they get a defensive stop. They haven't had to do much of that, but get one done there.
This Purdue bench is loud, yelling "boiler up." This is what I'm talking about, though. I mean, they're just alive right now. And important to keep in mind, Purdue was thrashed 67-21 last season. I mean, they were blown out by Illinois. And now all of a sudden we got a competitive game right here. The turnaround of this program, and as I said, Illinois have indeed taken a bit of a step back. They've lost a couple of really important players, but you still got to give a lot of credit where credit is due. They're in a tough Big Ten conference, and Purdue is making themselves competitive, even year after year. I can just see the improvements within this program.
It's been a very interesting game despite the score. Another knock-on, though. Purdue just...
It's too tricky. I mean, just too tricky right there.
Just hasn't been happening for them.
It's snowing out. You got to know the conditions. There's no need for that right there.
So as I was walking into the press box this morning, I was walking behind some players who were talking a little bit about the legality of wearing gloves. None of these players are wearing gloves. I have to imagine that you can't do it, or that you don't want to do it because you won't be able to throw the ball well. Good rotation. So we're getting some confirmation. We've got, again, big shout out to everyone putting this event on, including the referees. Those who are doing the next game are currently warming up in our press box, giving us some helpful tips. So thank you to. They're saying gloves are permitted as long as fingers are visible. So again, I'm not sure what the purpose of gloves are if you can't cover your fingers. So that may be why none of the players are wearing them. They're saying gloves that fingertips.
That's when you put the sticky stuff right on your palm,
Okay.
Then it's hard
and then
to
you go for
offload,
the
though.
line out and it just sticks to your hand.
Oh, it's a give and take.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some. That one's kicked ahead. Boy, could this be a great play. Going to be a race for the ball. And just getting there in time for the Boilermakers is James Azadow. It will be a goal line line out actually, looks like Illinois had been playing with advantage, which is why they went for that kick. Nearly a great connection between Razzo and DeLacy. And we're going to get another kick coming. Illinois knowing their strengths, knowing their right foot of McMahon is their best chance, although that was a pretty good look over on the near side.
It was a beautiful ball, kind of deja vu from what we've seen here at Stinson Rugby Field with Phil Guinan on Notre Dame. He always loves to try to thread the needle, and yeah, I mean, that was a delicious ball, splitting a couple of black jerseys.
Delicious ball.
Yeah.
I like that.
Thank you.
And that kick is up and through with plenty of leg to spare. 6-0 as Illinois doubles their lead. There were 12 minutes to go in the first half of the Shield final. Thanks for joining us this morning on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. 4 games today, all the way until a 4:30 start, we hope, for the championship game. To imagine it's going to stay on schedule if they're playing at this point. I don't think we're going to stop.
Oh, no.
Especially with NCR playoffs looming.
Yeah, so
Not really
Wheeling
much
qualified last night. NCR playoffs, I mean, it's really interesting how they're doing it this year. The format is much different. So essentially every major conference will get an automatic bid, and that is through, the conference championship games, of course. So this will play a big factor, and I mean, Notre Dame would most likely be in, even if they are to lose tonight. But, yeah, Wheeling was on the bubble as of last night, and they had a big win over Belmont Abbey. And look at this, Chuck, on the far side. We get some chaos ensuing.
And out of all that chaos, the Illini with it back. High passes brought in. That pass nearly gobbled up by Purdue, but taken away anyway by Illinois. Now in the middle, pretty tough run right up the gut by Brett Moss, the sophomore, wearing number 1 in white. Colin McQueen. Quick pass into the breadbasket of Brian Winstead, one of the best players on this Illinois team, year in and year out. We'll see if they go for another kick. Here comes the tee. We're going to have a kick for point attempt. So Illinois trying to extend their lead to a full 2 possessions.
This is what
realistically score for the 3rd time in this game in the exact same way.
It's the exact same thing they did against Purdue earlier in the season. They had 3 penalty field goals in the first half. We're up 30-13.
And that kick is right through. So 9-0 Illinois. Still no tries for either team. Less than 10 minutes to play in the first half.
It's got to feel a bit deflating if you're Purdue, having had some good bits of offense. I look back to that offload from John Kustra, which set up a really nice chance in open field, but just a knock on from Purdue, and it'll come back to haunt you when you look back on this first half. I mean, they had their chances, just unable to convert. Meanwhile, Illinois always staying alive.
There's a big hit over on the far side, and
well timed.
Chris, I think you're saying it right, especially in games where you are mathematically the underdog. You can't miss opportunities when you are playing better, because you know it's unlikely to stay that way throughout a full 80 minutes. So when you are playing better, when you've got the bench up and lively, when you got the players locking in, making plays, you got to take advantage on the scoreboard. And right now, despite Purdue's advantage in most statistical categories, without any points on the board as of yet, nothing to show for all their efforts, as nearly breaking through and trying to change that was Murphy. Gets it down near the 5. See if the Boilermakers can finally punch one across here. They've been knocking on the doorstep all morning. Now we'll get a penalty. Tap and go potential. Actually, Purdue's going to settle it down, draw up a play. No, they're not. They're going to go right for it, straight ahead is Kyle Cardwell. And Cardwell has got the first try of the game. Purdue right back in it, just like that.
Well, really well done from Purdue, just sticking with their physical brand of rugby. We're able to switch the point of attack as well, spread open that Illinois defense, eventually get a bit of a line break after the dummy offload, and then from there it was just endless persistence for the Boilermakers before they finally find the try zone.
Yeah, well deserved, no doubt about that. And the kick is up and through. Well done by Beck Sebastian.
Bit of a toe poke for Beck Sebastian.
Now whatever works. 9-7, Illinois' lead. Cut by 78% all of a sudden. Is that how that works?
Yeah, well, here's the deal. Ali McMahon's got 9, Purdue's got 7. Now, Ali McMahon is actually an exchange student, similar to Jack Dunn on Notre Dame. He is coming from the United Kingdom, University of Bath, out in the UK. So he's only here for a semester, and this could be his final game in an Illinois uniform. He's taking full advantage of it.
Sebastian spun down. See, if Illinois can get their bench a little bit involved here, been rather quiet over there. Of course, you got to give, maybe it's just in comparison to Purdue, whose bench is too loud given the occasion. I don't know about too loud, but louder than you'd expect. That one's picked up by Razzo. Maybe that makes an unfair comparison. Ref is going to blow it dead. Run over to the spot of the recent penalty. Purdue will get it with advantage on the offside.
So it was a good way to start the day, though. I think this has been a really fun first half of rugby. I said it before, just open-ended. Both teams are trying their luck offensively, and has it always worked? No, but you know, at least they're giving it all they got, and you can't complain with the effort from either of these sides.
Certainly can, as Murphy is swung to the ground. Pretty good tackle by Luca Giles, number 7, who's got the black headgear on. Have to say, that's probably a great idea. And feels like 25 last time I checked the weather app. So, don't know how all these players are playing in shorts and short sleeves. Certainly impressed. Giles has a little bit more, as do a couple players. I know you got the long johns on. You're in the press box.
I do, but listen, if I was running around, maybe I wouldn't.
Fair counterpoint. No argument there.
I think I would have the Under Armour sleeves on.
How about this run? Bursting through is Padgett, Dominic Padgett, all the way into Illinois territory. For he's tackled on a pretty good try-saving tackle. I believe that was Jack Decker who made that play. Now maybe some feistiness between a couple of the players. Purdue will get another set play off a tap and go. They like to do this where they'll turn around Adam Eckstein, number 2 in black, to kind of get it going. He has a couple options. Or here is Eckstein. He fakes it one way and gives it off to the try scorer Cardwell. Ball's free. They try to pounce on it. It's going to be a penalty backing up Illinois and maybe a card coming. Certainly at least a conversation. Referee goes right to Jacob Razzo, the captain, to talk about it, as I believe the guilty party was Brett Moss. Or at least the topic of discussion. I suppose guilty party is a little bit too harsh. Innocent until proven guilty, as they say. And so we'll see another set piece. Sounds like soccer, but it's kind of what it is. This is like set piece formation.
Yeah, I mean, this is straight from the training ground. We've seen Purdue already do this quite a few times today, and it looks like it's Lucas Becker who will get the ball here.
Another fake in this one.
Oh.
Strong running. You called it. From Becker.
Guy's a tank.
Here's Murphy. Keeps his feet moving. Keeps his feet moving. Still finally tackled. All the way down near the 5 is Mike Murphy with a good run. Cardwell breaks one hit, gets back up. risky play, but executes it well. He's down near the try zone. See if Purdue can take their first lead of the day. And they do. Touchdown by the Boilermakers. Couldn't tell who, but Purdue has taken the lead 12-9 with 2 late first half scores.
Yeah, well, who else but Lucas Becker? We've highlighted him time and time again today. He has been a thorn in Illinois' side. And right here, he's going to get the ball. I mean, he's the biggest guy on the field in those short meter situations. You're within the 5. You want to give it to the big man who's able just to power through guys. Even on the set piece, they used him. He knocked an Illinois defender back about 3 meters maybe. And when you're only 2 meters from the try zone, that's the guy you need to find. Exactly what Purdue does. They knew who their target was. They execute well, and it's a well-deserved lead for the Boilermakers. They surely deserve it after a terrific first-half performance.
Under 2 minutes to play in that half, and Purdue has taken the 12-9 lead. The unsuccessful conversion keeps Illinois within 1 kick of tying it up. But, of course, way too much rugby left to start thinking about potentially tying it up. Obviously, Illinois would like to get into the try zone, take the lead, but that's proven more difficult than anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, it has, but listen, they still have a great kicking unit, and it's taken a while for Purdue to score. They've held them quite a bit, but if you're Illinois, you got to find a try zone once, because even if Purdue gets another try, all of a sudden, that's 18 points. That's the equivalent of 2 kicks for Illinois. It just, the math just doesn't work out for them. They need to figure something out. Create some open space. I mean, you got a lot of space here on the near side of the pitch. You need to swing the ball a little more. They're trying to work through the middle. It's just not working. It's tough with these wet conditions swinging the ball, but it's imperative to having success today.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how teams approach, whether anyone changes their offensive strategy based on the conditions, how much you kind of rely on your star player to get you that one big run. Seen Mike Murphy do it a lot for Purdue today. Obviously, Becker just had the try. Also, the ability to run in traffic. I'd say Murphy can run in traffic, but he's more of a run in space guy.
Yeah.
He's kind of good at both, to be honest. But, you see Becker kind of bulldozing his way through. And, we just haven't seen anyone for Illinois really step up and kind of figure out a way to break the line. And so they're going to have to settle for another kick attempt for McMahon as time has expired in the half. If this one goes in, it should be the last play of the half. Kick is up and through to tie the game. And Ollie McMahon is 4 for 5 from field goal range, as they say. And that will make it a 12-12 game with no time on the clock in the first half. We're going to get one more kick from the center. See if Illinois chooses to go for it or just kick it into touch. They're going to at least try for now. See. Now they're going to keep going for it. Might as well try to get it close enough, draw a penalty, go for another kick. We got a knock on. And that will be the last play of the first half. So referee blows the halftime whistle. And we got a 12-12 game going into break. Stay with us on the other side of break. We got second half action in what has been a great start to a long day at Stinson Rugby Field. We're back after an abbreviated halftime. Purdue and Illinois excited to get this game back going. Can't blame them. It is cold here at Stinson Rugby Field. You got to look during halftime at the slate of games that we are excited to bring you today. The Shield final right now. Coming up after this, the Bowl final. And you've got the Plate final, which is the third place game before the Cup final. Caps our day as that kick is high and bounces off the face of Ethan Miller.
Oh, my goodness.
That was quite the bounce. An obstruction call. Oh, big mistake against Purdue. And that's going to set Illinois up from the 5 in a tie game. And they're trying to get it right away. A lot of bodies by the try line. One more attempt. It's going to take more than that. They still battle for it. Hard to imagine being able to get the ball downed in there. Whistle stops play. I believe Purdue might have gotten a stop here. At least temporarily. No, they're going to take the ball back. Knock on against Illinois, and all of that, and a huge opportunity early in this half goes by the wayside. Chris Daly's my partner. I'm Charlie Morris. Chris, if you're Illinois, you haven't had many chances to score this game. Must not feel good to waste one right away in the start of this half.
No, certainly, but that's not their game. Even in their first game against Purdue, I mean, they just really tried to punish the Boilermakers in the kicking department. They had 3 in the first half of the initial meeting between these two sides in early September, and the same can be said right here at Stinson on this snowy day.
That one's kicked not very far. Going to be gathered in on the jump catch by McMahon. Illinois still set up pretty well. Certainly will have more opportunities than just that one to punch the go-ahead try across. Taken in the middle by Colin McQueen. Looking to Kachow to the try zone, if you will. You didn't like that one. Don't
No.
laugh now.
I laughed that you said you didn't like that one because that was good.
Don't lie to me.
We were talking about Christmas puns and maybe some
It's
Thanksgiving
Christmas.
ones
It's
as well.
too early
That's
for
what
that.
I want to see.
We fine, but we have to throw some Thanksgiving ones in there too.
It's never too early for Christmas, Charlie.
No, okay. It definitely can be too early. The
Yeah, you're
gentleman with the T was already on his way out to the field, assuming that Illinois was going to kick. But Illinois is going to go for the try. And Nolan Duquesne.
As they should. You're 10 meters away. Give it an attempt at least.
How about this run? Going ahead is Moss. Trying to burst through. And unable to get the ball down. So another stand for the Purdue defense.
Real impressive. Illinois, in hindsight, maybe should have kicked. You'd be up 15-12. Give yourself that lead, because Purdue have struggled at times to find anything offensively. I mean, they've been really good in terms of possession. They've had a couple of chances, but they haven't been able to convert. So if you're Illinois, just try to take the lead.
Certainly one school of thought. These two teams got to 12 in very different ways. Illinois has used their kicking advantage, and there's no doubt that they have it. 4 for 5 for McMahon on field goals, getting them to 12. Purdue with 2 tries, only 1 successful conversion. That ball's free, nearly kicked ahead. In fact, trying to kick it ahead was Edwin Lee for the Boilermakers, but it hit a body, stays in the area. And that's another offensive penalty. Purdue will get the ball back, and so, Chris, hindsight's 20/20, of course. I don't mind the aggression at all from the Illini, but they lose an opportunity to take the lead.
Yeah, well, you live and learn, and Illinois just did a whole lot of learning right there. Now, it is interesting, though, because Purdue didn't really find anything until the final 5, maybe 10 minutes of that first half. That's when they were finally able to get into the try zone. But make sure to look out for Lucas Becker. He's the guy who scored the final try for Purdue. He's been superb today. Haven't seen a whole lot of him through the first 5 minutes here, but They need to get him going, get the ball in his hands. Right now, it's been all Illini.
Our kick is bobbled a bit by Miller. He's had an interesting start to the half. Kick go off his face. Gets back up with the ball here. Trying to run through the tackle. That's not going to work. McMillan shoves him down. And that one had trouble with that kick. Then had trouble locating it, but managed to avoid disaster. We'll see if Purdue can settle it down after certainly being outplayed to start the half.
Some confusion amongst the team trying to get set and have at least somebody out on the far side. I mean, nobody was there on the wing.
Now they are over on that wing. Very patient for Purdue right now. Oh, we're going to call a penalty. Another one against Illinois. So we'll get a tap and go. Purdue goes quick. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. That is definitely the right word to use. This Purdue team is physical, I'll tell you. In the first half, I was impressed. They were just running over guys. I mean, a real gritty team. Sleeves up, if you will. And they're pumped up for today. That's probably my biggest takeaway the first half. I mean, just the energy that they played at really gave them a good chance in this game.
Yeah, I think that's been the most noticeable difference, other than tactically what these teams are trying to do, of course. But just, on the more emotional side, Purdue has been, they've made more mistakes in this game, especially in the knock-on department, but the energy level has just been higher.
Yeah, even on their bench, you can hear them all the way from the press box. And they've been making tons of noise today.
It's been a lively team. In a 12-12 game in the Shield final. Most likely the last game of the 15 season for both of these teams. Trying to end on a good note in the Big Ten Conference. It's important to know about this Purdue team, Chris. And you can call into question quality of opponent, but they did win a game 156-0 this year.
Against Ball State. I mean, I would still like to confirm that. That's what Rugby Hawk has on the Purdue Instagram. It just said W to L. So, not sure what that exactly means.
Very respectful is what that means.
It is what it means. We'll have to take a look into that throughout the day here. See if we can get any sources to confirm.
I think Rugby Hawk's a good enough source. I haven't seen them get a score wrong yet. Purdue will have to back up on the knock-on. And we're going to get another kick. So, after last time trying to go for the try and it not working, Illinois, even from a little bit of a tough angle, is going to go for 3 points here. Now, Command has all the scoring so far. He's 4 for 5. This will be the widest kick he'll have to make, not the furthest. He's going to line it up. And one thing you notice, Chris, about when he lines up with his kick, he's got the ball kind of diagonally pointing away from him, which you don't always see. But that's how he likes it. And it hooks. No good. Couldn't tell if it was short or left or both.
Bit of both, but they'll take it. Oh, my goodness. It looks like Illinois is able to snag the ball and place it down. There's going to be
a discussion here. This could be a try, potentially.
It's one of the darnest things I've ever seen here at Stinson.
As the ball was picked up by or downed by Illinois, and it is a try. One of the most goofiest tries I have ever seen.
Well, what happened was...
Let's get a replay of that.
Yeah, a Purdue player tried to haul it in, and it kind of hit the upright as well. It was in an awkward spot, especially with the wet surface that these players are playing on today. They weren't able to haul it in. Illinois came in, made a big stop defensively, and somehow, some way, came out with it.
So if you're interested in watching a replay of that play, you can scroll back on your YouTube feed. The power of watching and streaming the games on YouTube. You can replay anything in slow motion. You can slow it down. Actually, I don't believe you can slow it down to 0.5. Oh,
You can.
you can. Wow, I
Now,
didn't know you could do that.
Here's
Can you turn live feed to 2 times speed?
oh no, because it's live. You know,
Yeah, but
you can when you watch it back. Um, this is insane. And Illinois have really struggled, especially when they get within their own 22-meter zone today, because they just haven't been able to find anything. They were stopped by Purdue 2 times earlier this half. Illinois has been the better team. They've been a bit more physical as well. In the transition phases, getting to those stages, however, they've been just poor, in and around the tri-zone.
yeah, and
So,
they catch a
they'll
big
take that.
break there. And Purdue's going to start the next possession. Not quite clean either, as the kick doesn't go 10 meters. Giving Illinois a scrum from midfield. Again, one of the, we've been doing this now 3 years here at Stinson Rugby Field. That is definitely the most unique try. The first penalty try that I witnessed was pretty unique. That one was definitely the most unique, though.
Yeah.
Just a blunder in the try zone. And give credit to Illinois. Couldn't tell who, but whoever was down there and able to jump on it. And then, again, give credit to the referees for discussing. I think even the main referee was a little shocked. He was like, well, I got to talk to my partner about this one. I cannot believe what I just saw.
And we got some substitutions as well coming in. Especially for Illinois, it'll be Alex Rear to check out. And the big man, Dev Patel, coming in for Illinois. He's a guy who causes havoc in the middle of the park for the Fighting Illini, trying to just maintain this Illinois lead.
He's in the black shorts. Certainly going to help set him apart when he's got the ball. So we got another scrum coming. The first one was not to the satisfaction of the official. In a 19-12 game, Illinois just recently taking the lead after it was 12-12 going into half, and another scrum that kind of falls apart. Here we get a tap and go, and moving very quickly up the middle is Beck Sebastian, who's been doing the conversion kicks for Purdue in this game. 1 for 2. Another penalty against Illinois. Another set piece coming for Purdue in the way that they have been. I mean, you can barely tell it snowed anymore.
No, you can't. I mean, the field is pretty much completely clear now.
Kind of.
Tell you what, it's still really cold out.
Yes.
And even the surface, I mean, it's still going to be very slippery. The guys aren't sliding as much as they were throughout the first 15, 20 minutes of this game, but it's still going to play a factor.
Yeah, the cold hands, cold ball certainly also going to continue to be a factor. If you've ever tried to do things with cold hands, you know that it's hard, let alone
Such as going to the Home Depot.
back on the Home Depot. So you say that Mike Murphy works at Home Depot.
He did when he was here in Mishawaka, living full-time back in high school. But, yeah, he's one of the Mishawaka guys. I mean, there's tons of local guys that we've seen come, play rugby around here, especially with Stinson Rugby Field and what Notre Dame's done. Rugby has become much more of a prominent sport, not just in the area, but in the state of Indiana. Steve Nicholson, head coach at Purdue, is also putting some great work. Coached at Avon Rugby Club, built Avon Rugby Club into one of the more premier youth rugby outlets in the country. And he came in and really built that from the ground up. Former Dallas Jackal in the MLR. So really cool to see the growth of this sport around here. And Murphy's a prime example of St. Joseph's County, investing in the sport.
Yeah, Indiana does have some. We had this discussion during one of our previous broadcasts this year. You think Indiana is the best state at rugby in the country? I'm still thinking Ohio, but I don't think you have a bad argument at all.
California isn't technically ranked because they play such a weird schedule, but you do look at some of those Cal schools. I know Harry Bennett pretty well as the head coach at UCLA, but also Cal is historically a great program.
Very good.
You have some of those schools that are part of that conglomerate that we've seen of the 7 schools all right next to each other. So, I think Cal might actually take the top spot when we look at it. North Carolina is not too far behind with Queens, I believe. Belmont Abbey, where is that? Is that in Tennessee? I couldn't really tell you where Belmont Abbey is. I'll be totally frank with you.
I thought that was in London.
Where?
London.
London. Okay, well, this is a good question. Belmont Abbey University, or college, rather. It's in North Carolina. I was correct. So there we go.
Nice.
Yeah, you got Queens and Belmont Abbey both in the top 5 right now in NCR D1 rugby. Notre Dame's number 9. Wheeling 10, by the way. Wheeling qualified for the national playoffs with a win over number 5, Belmont Abbey. So Belmont Abbey is likely out of the playoffs despite being the 5th-ranked team in the country.
I have to say, I saw the rankings come out, and I saw that Notre Dame was above Wheeling, and I was
They've
like,
had an off year.
What?
They've had an off year, but the thing is, they're in the Big Rivers Conference, which is a gauntlet.
Absolutely.
And when you look at the playoff setup now, the old playoffs were pretty much 5 teams would go straight to the quarterfinals with 6 teams to play in. It would create this sort of elite 8. You know what I mean? So you had the 5 automatics, and then you'd have 3 more that would join them. Now it's 4 teams straight to the quarters. That's the champion of the Big Rivers, Big Ten, ARC, and the Liberty Conference. So Brown is the Liberty Conference champion. They beat Syracuse 57-12, have a perfect record. Thomas More and Marion, they're going to play it out for the Big Rivers, not Wheeling, just to keep it in mind. And then the ARC, St. Bonnie's will play Queens. That's going to be a great game. It was a 32-29 game last time they played, so still very close in the ARC. And now here in the Big Ten, we'll see tonight Notre Dame or Indiana. One of them will get one of those automatic bids. But the ARC has also been promised 5 seeds. So it creates, or excuse me, the Big Rivers has been promised that many seeds. So 3 and 4. Wheeling, Kutztown, there's just so many teams, Charlie. I'm getting lost even looking at this. I'll have it ready to go for the championship game tonight, I can tell you that. But, yeah, needless to say, there's tons going on in college rugby with the playoffs.
So, just to follow up on that, is there any chance that the loser of Notre Dame, Indiana makes the NCR playoffs?
Yeah, there's going to be one at-large spot. And the question is, who has that at-large spot? I mean, if I'm looking at the papers tonight, Notre Dame versus Indiana, I would be very surprised if Notre Dame isn't the Big Ten championship or the Big Ten champion by the end of tonight. Now, if Indiana wins, I do think it would be Notre Dame sliding into that spot. However, we could maybe see AIC. I mean, the Yellow Jackets are a really good team, and they're in a tough conference. I think they probably have the best bid right now to make the playoffs outside of the conference champions.
What I'm hearing is that we need a little expansion.
I would like to see a bigger playoff, but one of the issues is, funding. When you look at college rugby, I mean, how are these teams going to play? Are they going to a neutral site? Are they traveling? I recently saw the Louisville coach talk about them not playing Kentucky, and he goes, well, our conference wants us to pay $6,000 on other games instead. So there's tons of issues in college rugby with that. And also the schedules aren't super cohesive. Pat Clifton's talked about that. It doesn't really make too much sense. Why Cal is on a completely different schedule than pretty much everybody here, in the eastern side of the Mississippi. It's just 2 completely different brands of rugby as well. I would love to see a cohesive national playoff. Maybe in a couple years' time we'll see it, especially with the World Cup coming to town. They got to get their act together.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. 2032 World Cup of Rugby in the United States. You know where?
2031, actually.
2031.
Yeah.
This figured would be an even number.
No, it's going to be played at NFL stadiums. I mean, just last week we saw New Zealand versus Ireland in Chicago. Tons of Notre Dame players went to that game after, their initial game when they played and beat Wisconsin to get to the Big Ten championship game.
Great stuff. Thank you, Chris. 20 minutes to go in the second half. It's been a low-scoring game, low-scoring half. Just 7 points total, and that coming off one interesting-looking try. Purdue in a good spot here to try to get back on the board. And how about this knifing run? And scoring the try. Purdue has gotten back in it. Jacob Mandel. And right off the tap and go, Mandel, a very snaky run. And they'll have a chance to tie the game with a conversion. Big conversion indeed coming up for Sebastian, who's 1 for 2 in the game. This one from pretty much center cut. So Sebastian will line it up. And he knocks it through to tie the game. So a great play off the tap and go. It was Sebastian feeding Mandel, who downed it, and then Sebastian completed the game-tying try. And we are at 19-19 with 19 minutes and counting to play in the second half.
Yeah, it was a really nice run by Jacob Mandel, just really clever, just diving in and out of a few Illinois defenders. He's a guy that we've talked about in previous years. He's a talented player and one of the more impactful players in all of college rugby. He actually founded the rugby program at Mission Bay High School. He was awarded the Kevin Higgins College Scholarship for rugby. He's traveled overseas to play. And one of the top players on the pitch tonight with a great backstory as well.
Yeah, certainly doing more for the teams he's played on than just score tries, that's for sure. We get an Illinois penalty. Another offensive mistake for the Illini. It's just not been clean for them today. A little sluggish, a little sloppy.
Whoa.
That kick's going into the stands. Brought in by one of the fans who makes a nice toss. That's going to be a knock-on against Boilermakers trying to catch that pass from the stands. I have a little bit of an update here, courtesy of Coach Hickey for Notre Dame, who's putting this event on today, inviting all the teams, coordinating everything as per usual. When it comes to the NCR playoffs, the location of games is highly based on the distance between the teams. Teams within 3 hours of each other will play at the higher seeds. So if, for say, Notre Dame played against Indiana in an NCR game, which wouldn't happen, but if it did, that would be here, assuming Notre Dame's the higher seed. However, if schools are located more than 3 hours from each other, there will be a neutral site, presumably somewhere in between both of those schools. So if you're thinking like, let's go to North Carolina. Let's talk about if Belmont Abbey and Notre Dame played, you'd maybe find that game in Tennessee. You'd maybe find that game in Pittsburgh, something like that. So thank you, Coach Hickey. Appreciate your insights.
Yeah, I mean, that's great insight. And even for myself, just looking around the ARC, the Atlantic Rugby Conference, they have been promised, I mean, several seeds in the grand scheme of things. And I wasn't even aware that Wheeling had switched over to the ARC, which is big time for college rugby.
Yeah, and we got some more. Coach Hickey, the man, telling us that, indeed, I had asked you, do you think the top two teams in the Big Ten will advance the NCR tournament? The answer is yes.
So, yeah, they have those automatic seeds. So
the Big Ten, whoever wins tonight's game gets off next week, advances to the quarterfinals, as you mentioned. And whoever does not win will play on next week, Saturday, I believe, maybe Friday. No, it's Saturday. November 15th. So if Notre Dame wins, they don't play for 2 weeks. If Indiana wins, they don't play for 2 weeks. And whoever loses that game will play in the play-in round, let's say.
Well, I wonder how that's going to work with Syracuse in town. If Notre Dame does win, there is a home football game, and they don't like to have conflicts for that.
Probably Friday night.
So, yeah, Friday night. That'll be real interesting to see.
Well, I believe next weekend. Oh, well, you're thinking about the 22nd.
Yeah, I mean, next weekend's Pitt away, so
play that.
I wouldn't be able, if it was at home, I wouldn't even be able to announce the game because I am going to Pitt.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that'll be a good time.
Hey, you're all over the place. You're doing all the sports.
You know,
I'm gonna miss you.
Yeah, I try, but hopefully we don't have a game in a week from now.
Have to see how tonight goes. Under 15 to play. Purdue and Illinois. Skip pass deflects all the way through to Miller, who cuts it back towards the middle, still keeping his feet moving.
Oh, that's okay, I promise. We can move that.
And short pass gathered in by Cardwell, who scored the first try of the game. At that point, it was 9-0 Illinois. That really got Purdue back into it. And they've since outscored the Illini 19-7, scoring 3 tries. Another penalty. Penalties have been very much in favor of Purdue in this game. See, Illinois has been having to back up pretty consistently on defense. Hard to keep a count, but certainly it feels like every time the ref blows a whistle for a penalty that's not a knock-on, it's against the Fighting Illini, and no exception here. So we'll get another kind of set play for Purdue. They'll send Eckstein. Oh, my goodness. That's a hard collision, and that left a mark on one of the Illini players who is down. That does not look good, as that was a head-on collision between the ball carrier and one of the Illinois defenders. That was pretty significant contact.
Yeah, it does not look good. I mean, really hope he's okay. He's down, and head injuries are taken with higher precaution than anything, and rightfully so. I mean, it's always scary to see, so players will take a knee as the medics will come out onto the field. And I will say, I'm sorry, I was all over the place just a few minutes ago talking about the college rugby. I was looking at Alex Goff's report about everything he was talking about, and he really does think AIC will be that team. So we'll talk about that more as the day goes along, especially in that Notre Dame-Indiana game where the stakes are just a tad bit higher.
And that was Jerry Paramo for the Illini who took that hit, and he's going to come out of the game.
Yeah, it's
As
scary.
is Dev Patel, or maybe he's just walking him over. Actually, it looks like both of them are coming out of the game. So a couple subs for Illinois in the final 11 minutes. We'll talk more about the seeding, Chris, but it seems like the Big Ten has been promised 2 spots.
Yeah.
Similar to how the ARC was. Anyway, at hand, we've got a great game. 19-19, 11 minutes to go. Here come the Boilermakers, knifing through and scoring the go-ahead try. It's Lucas Becker with his second of the game.
Well, who else but Lucas Becker? He caught the Illinois defense sleeping with a nice quick tap and go after the scrum, and just too many players standing around for Illinois. They weren't expecting that at all. Well done from Becker, though, to read the situation. His tie IQ right there. Found a hole to the left, took full advantage of it.
Another try off of a set play, off a stoppage. That's what's been working for Purdue in this game. Now we'll see if Sebastian can add on. Fades to the right, no good. Could be a big play there. And so it remains a 5-point lead for Purdue. They have scored 24 of the last 31 points in this game after falling behind 12-0.
We haven't really seen the kicking from Illinois that had them up big at a time in the first half. And even then, I mean, just not really possessing the ball, moving it around, at least giving the Purdue defense a challenge. It's been relatively easy for Purdue to stay structured defensively. And that's played all the difference in this game.
If the Illinois defense can kind of force an offensive penalty, we get in there aggressively on a tackle, try to make it hard to down the ball. Got to try to do something, get a turnover here. As unofficially under 9 minutes to play, we never saw a signal from the referee to stop the clock when Paramo was injured. So we're not sure whether he stopped it on his watch or not. Of course, that will matter. He was down for about 2 minutes. There's a dangerous pass. And it's rescued away by Morrison. That could have been trouble. And now a high kick. It's going to take a bounce to the right. And smartly going down is McQueen before he could be tackled into touch. Pretty alert play there. Number 5 in white. That looks like a high tackle, and it's going to be called as such. Illinois going quickly. Moss hit hard. Pretty good tackle from from John Zhang just into the game. 16 in black making that play. Both teams begin to make some substitutions. Moss again. Tackled again. Same combination. Zhang on the hit. Ball's free for a minute. In fact, was that knocked on? It was not. They're going to call a penalty against Purdue, and now maybe more discussion. Kustra will speak with one of his teammates and the official, and we're going to get a card. Yellow card, and that's a big time for that one. Eckstein's going off. Couldn't tell what the call was for, but either way, pretty big moment. And so Purdue will have to defend with just 14 for potentially the rest of this game. Holding on to a skinny 5-point lead, and with how good McMahon is at kicking, you have to imagine that in all likelihood, a try will give Illinois the lead with the conversion. Of course, it's not a guarantee, but certainly likely, based on the evidence we've seen today, at least. There's a nice pass. Knifing through the middle is Diego Gonzalez. Now back towards the middle with Giles. Giles is upended. A little somersault. Razzo. Wrestled to the turf. Now it's Lander Lazaro. Just into the game, number 17. Gives it off. Dangerous looking run there. A little bit of a tush-push style play. Gonzalez, can he down it? Looks like he's across the line. That's the easy part. And we're going to get a conversation, it looks like, between the official and the side judge. A lot of bodies. Certainly looks like the Purdue defense held that ball up, but we're going to get confirmation of that. And in fact, that is the call. So no try for Illinois. That's the second or third time in this game they've been over the line but unable to down it.
Yeah, I mean, Illinois have had several chances from within 5 meters, especially in the second half. Early on in those first 10 minutes, they had 2 chances back-to-back, essentially. This is the third time now in the second half that they've been right there knocking on the door, but their call has not been answered.
And that was an interesting play as the kick went maybe 6 meters.
Yeah, was
But
that
they still
intentional
play.
or not? I really can't tell.
I think it was just a muff. But Purdue will get it back anyway after another Illinois penalty. 4.5 minutes to play in regulation time in a 5-point game. If this were to go to overtime, if Illinois scored and did not convert, it would be sudden death for 7th place in the Big Ten. And this game does matter to both of these teams very significantly. You've got to give credit to all of them for giving it their all this morning. The conditions are not friendly. Of course, neither of these teams that close to South Bend, Indiana. Purdue, not a terrible trip. Illinois, a little bit of a further trip from Champaign.
Some strong tackling there from Illinois. Real impressed with their defense. They play with that physicality here in the final couple minutes. Wouldn't be surprised to see if they get their name back on the scoreboard. But they need to be more efficient offensively. Hey, they've had their chances. And if this result holds, and you're Illinois, yeah, Purdue were the better team in the first half. But, I mean, you can't help but think if you're Illinois, you should have had that game won.
Yeah, I think if this result holds, then it would be 2 extremely close losses to end the season for the Illini. That's going to be a knock-on. Purdue's going to play with advantage. Referee will stop play. So the mistakes mounting at the worst times for the Fighting Illini, who are quickly running out of minutes on the clock. And, of course, Purdue is going to go for the scrum to kind of slow it down even more. Sensible strategy. One of the Illinois players is laying on the ground, too. Not sure if he's just resting or if he's hurt.
He's hurt. He's pointing to his ankle.
Not good. Looks like one of the starters as well. Tender right ankle. He'll get back to his feet and kind of jump around, try to stay in the game. Certainly not at 100%, but going to stick it out.
Final 2 minutes of the season.
Can't come off.
Yeah, you can't. It's, I mean, of course, a tough play, but it's also just situational. And you know that they're going to have a bit of a rest before the 7th season kicks back on.
Under 2 to play. No 2-minute timeout in this one. Clock continues to tick. Run to the right by Mandel. Now back towards the middle. A good tackle. A couple Illinois players in on that one. You know they're going to be high intensity, hovering around the ball right now, trying to force anything they can. That low pass is gathered in by Sebastian, who gets back up briefly before finally going to the turf. You don't want to risk a penalty. Best you can if you are Purdue. If you are Illinois, you're thinking the opposite. Let's force one. It was Pageant on the most recent run. Dominic Pageant, senior, wearing number 13. Looks like he'll play the full 80 minutes plus.
Yeah, what a way to go
fake
out.
offload. Now it's offloaded to Sebastian, who gathered it in with one hand. Very methodical right now for Purdue, and why would you do anything different? Trying to burn the clock.
We've also talked about it, Charlie. Isn't it crazy how different this field looks?
Oh,
When
my
this game
goodness.
started, it was just a blanket of snow.
You could not see They had to sweep off the field so you could see the sidelines, touch lines, any of the lines, dashed or solid, that are relevant. We got a shoe laying on the field, too. Looks like a Purdue shoe. See if you can figure out whose it is. I will also. Oh, I got it. Looks like in the middle of the field, Kyle Cardwell missing that right boot. And he's about to get the ball.
In high school soccer, I lost my cleat one time, and I actually scored a goal with that foot.
Wow.
And the ref came up to me and he said, back in the day, we wouldn't allow that, but not anymore, you know.
Interesting.
Let it slide.
It's a great story.
Yeah.
Nice goal.
Thank you. It was
How'd
a
you
tap
put it in?
in.
It was a tap in? Was it a nice pass or a rebound? Or?
It's just a scrappy goal. Ball was loose in the 6-yard box, and that's kind of my bread and butter right there.
Yeah, I was never much of a pretty goal scorer myself.
Yeah.
Before I moved to goalie because I couldn't really kick. And then I ditched the sport altogether. Anyway, Crandell got his shoe back. Or Cardwell, I should say. Got his shoe back. Time has unofficially expired. Again, we don't know whether the ref stopped his clock for one of the two injuries or both or not.
Oh.
But either way, it's going to be kicked towards the touchline. It's not going to be able to end it, we don't believe. Referee does check his watch, though. We're going to keep playing.
But official time has not expired due to the injuries, and so it'll be Illinois line out.
Illinois gets a line out and will get a chance to go for the game-tying try and potentially game-winning conversion. Does Purdue's defense have one more stop in them? Oh, the lineout's taken away by the Boilermakers. Over to the far side.
It's a great feed.
Yeah, it is a great feed. Another good feed. Purdue up the side, cut back. That's dangerous. Almost obstruction, but they let it go. See, at this point, if you're Purdue, you kind of just get as far as you can up the field. I guess you don't really know what the deal is with time in the game. No, nearly dropped. Skip pass to Morrison. He's got to do well to stay in bounds here, so we'll cut it back towards the middle. Couple nice cuts. Good run for Harper Morrison. That whistle will give it back to Illinois. Last gasp for the Illini. Do they have the game-tying score in them? Yeah, if they commit an offensive penalty at this point, Purdue would get it, be able to kick it out. Certainly, no matter what certainly the unofficial time has expired by now. This is about as intense as it gets for a 7th place game, Chris.
This is awesome.
This is great. They're going to try to kick it. That's a risky play. Purdue gathers it in towards the touchline. And that's it. And the first game of the day goes to the underdogs. Purdue with 24-19. They win it over Illinois. They win 7th place. Their first conference win of the season. And they certainly earned it here at Stinson Rugby Field. In their final game, they get it done, 24-19.
I love watching this Purdue team because they got so much love for one another. You can see they're all huddled up right now. This is a team that has had a rough season at times, especially in conference play. I mentioned it earlier. They've been outscored 226-33. But what Steve Nicholson's building is special. You can tell there's a sense of culture here at Purdue that I think is going to really serve them well in the coming years. I'm excited to see what they can do. If you're Illinois, you can't help but feel like you had those chances to win it. They were within 5 meters several times. You go back earlier in the second half, even late in the second half. And there was also times where maybe they could have kicked when they opted not to. I mean, they had such great success in the kicking game today. Ollie McMahon is a special player. He's got, one of the best kicking abilities that we've seen here at Stinson Rugby Field. Would not be surprised if his name is thrown onto the honorable mention All Big Ten team. But overall, I mean, Purdue was the better team for most of that game, and they deserve to win. They got the job done when they had their chances. They were able to strike. They were able to convert. I'm happy for the Boilermakers, and I'm happy we had a great first game. I mean, that was a whole lot of fun to call.
Yeah, it certainly was a great start to our day. Again, the 8-seeded Purdue winning over the 7-seeded Illini. Coming up after a short break, we got Michigan State and Ohio State. Battle of two big state schools in the Big Ten playing for 5th place when we come back. Stay with us. Welcome you back. Thanks for tuning in for our first game of the day. If you joined us at 9 a.m. for a good one, a great one, I might argue, between the Purdue Boilermakers and the Illinois Fighting Illini. Purdue coming away with a bit of an upset win, 24-19. I'm Charlie Morris. My partner is Chris Daly, our entire crew on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, bringing you today's action. And Chris, we got the fifth place game between two rather different schools. You got Michigan State upset in the semifinals to get them here, and you got Ohio State, who probably at the beginning of the year thought they'd be playing at a much higher stakes game than this, coming off last year's championship.
Yeah, really interesting game here. Ohio State, who won the championship last season, as you mentioned, Charlie. A bit of a letdown year if you ask any Buckeye fans. 4-5 on the season. However, since falling to Notre Dame right here at Stinson Rugby Field, 34-15, they've been 3-1. So a great back half of the season for the Buckeyes. You flip it over to Michigan State. They're a team that's 1-5-1 on the season and only won 31-30 against Illinois to get to this game. They're led by the man, the myth, Jim Rogers, who we just saw in the comment section on our last game just about 20 minutes ago. So we thank Mr. Rogers for tuning in to us. Rogers is a longtime U.S. rugby referee, and then they also have tons of talent. I'm a big fan of this Michigan State team. You look at Geronimo Balesti, who's starting on the bench today, and Miles Bell, number 1 for Michigan State. He is one of the better players in the entirety of the Big Ten Rugby Conference. I'm really excited to see what he can do out on the pitch tonight.
Michigan State in the green shirts with white shorts. They're going to kick it off first. Ohio State in the white with a red kind of left side stripe and white shorts as well. Sunny now in South Bend, Indiana. Still cold, but at least the sun is out. And, of course, looking at the weather forecast for the rest of the day, this should be the best weather for any game. It's not good weather by any means. Not only does it feel like 27, and it is 38 degrees, there are wind gusts up to 20 miles per hour. And I'm telling you, that's not a nice breeze on the wind. That's for sure, Chris. It's going to be a pretty miserable day of weather.
Huge winter coat on right now, Chuck. I mean, look at me. I look like I'm an Eskimo because it's freezing there. Where you open up the window to have the natural sound come in. And listen, I love natural sound. Adds a nice element to the broadcast, but I'm cold.
You got Peyton next to you, who's from Arizona, has never lived in this, and she is dressed more appropriately than you.
I got hand warmers as well.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
But, no, Miles Bell, who I was talking about.
Do we need to turn up the heat in the press box?
We might.
It's at 72 degrees, and it has been going off.
Quick start here for Ohio State, Chuck.
Yeah, what a start for the Buckeyes, wasting no time, less than a minute in, and they're on the board first. Kind of a quick developing play, and the Buckeyes get it on a really nice run. How about that play? Seamus Kennedy doing it all. And great start for the Buckeyes, who certainly huge favorites coming into today's game, but have to take care of business against a Michigan State team that has to be feeling as good as they have all season coming off that big win.
Yeah, well, Michigan State really riding a high right now, but Ohio State were fantastic last year. When you look at the Big Ten first team from last season, or if you're ready for it, I'm just going to start listing off the teams. Ohio State, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Illinois, Ohio State, yada, yada, yada. It's pretty much all Ohio State there. Eddie Markson, Maximus Clark, Jaden Williams, Tom Barry, Dan Carroll, Jack Dulick, Seamus Kennedy, and Jaden Garnes. The issue, pretty much all of those guys have graduated. Seamus Kennedy, one of the few who is still on the pitch today for Ohio State. He's a big-time player, has a lot of experience, but they've pretty much had to revamp their entire starting 15, and that's a reason why they're 4-5 on the season. Kennedy's been a bright spot throughout the season.
Yeah, he and Jaden Williams is also a stud. We saw that when he was here, when Notre Dame hosted Ohio State during the regular season. As you mentioned it, that was kind of the turning point for the Buckeye season. They fell in that game. They got it together after, and despite not being where they want to in the Big Ten, they did have a big victory in the semifinals of the quote-unquote losers bracket to get here. Again, not the year they were hoping for, but with all that roster turnover, arguably a year they would have had to expect. But you know that they're very well coached. They're going to bring it every single night. And they score right away with one of their two big returners. Number 12 is Seamus Kennedy. Number 4 is Jaden Williams, and those two will be the names to look out for.
Yeah, well, Jaden Williams, part of the U.S. rugby setup with the U19s, just a really talented player. And then for Michigan State, I've highlighted Miles Bell, but he's a guy who was part of MLR Rising. He didn't play rugby until coming to college. He's a big guy. He's wrestled. He's played football, just about all those sports that sort of translate to rugby. But when you look at MLR Rising, who was selected, it's pretty much Major League Rugby's combine almost. It's all guys who have rugby experience in high school and throughout their childhoods. Miles Bell was there, and he also went still as an underclassman. He was one of the few guys there who wasn't a senior looking to graduate in May. So he's a really talented guy, and professional teams have taken notice.
Yeah, it's always a good sign when you're competing against people who are older than you.
Yeah.
Until you get to a certain point, then it's probably a bad sign. But in your 20s, certainly, you like that. Eventually, we're going to... I don't know, is there like adult league rugby? Is that a thing? This doesn't seem like a sport that's conducive to adult leagues.
Oh, there's certainly a whole lot of beer leagues. I look at Monmouth Rugby Club out in Monmouth County, New Jersey, where I'm from. And they actually have a bar and everything. They've been going on forever. It's a really cool setup. Right now I'm wearing my Rugby United New York sweatshirt, RIP to the Roosters, former MLR team. But the league is growing. Yeah, they just signed a deal a couple days ago with ESPN for Friday Night Rugby on the Big Time Network in ESPN. So that's going to be a lot of fun to see. And some guys who have supported us on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel are going to be major factors for that as well, which is even greater to see. I mean, those guys have really helped us out in the past 2 years.
Now, you are going deep in your knowledge bag. I'm very impressed.
Oh, thanks, Chuck.
So early takeaways, Chris, I don't know what you're seeing, but Ohio State got the one try off the penalty, the goal line. I shouldn't say penalty. It was the goal line or try line out, as they say. Just Seamus Kennedy took it and went. Since then, Michigan State's had some decent runs. Trying to continue to do that, but right now they're going to have to play defense. Of course, we say that tone because we do Ohio State is entering this game as the favorites. But you never know what could happen. We saw last game how Illinois was, unable to punch a few tries across when they were right there, and that's always a factor. It's like, your offensive efficiency can fluctuate game in and game out, and that's what leads to upsets.
Yeah, it's exactly right, Charlie. I'm curious to see how this game does end up because Michigan State is, at the end of the day, a one-win team. The fact that they got here is impressive, but now they have a big task at hand in being an Ohio State team that we've seen right here play some of the best rugby out of any squad that's come to Stinson Rugby Field, who hosts tons of events with tons of different teams from all across the country.
And here go the Spartans along the far side. Looks like Gabe Gare right by the touchline. Had to make sure he didn't lose it. Still dangerous. Is this Ohio State defense hungry for that turnover? And it's easy to forget that this Buckeyes team, Big Ten champions last year.
Yeah, and just to note, Ohio State beat Michigan State earlier in the season. I mean, I should have mentioned this a few minutes ago, but 66-12 wasn't a close game by any means.
I'll have to see if the Spartans have a better response today. Ohio State's coming into this game hungry to end the season on a high note. Not saying Michigan State is not, but you have to imagine there could be potential for an emotional letdown after their big upset over Illinois in the last round. Michigan State bench certainly up and at him right now. When a pass goes off Charlie Fitrakis, who is not looking. This is an unfortunate mistake. Will turn it over, and Ohio State will get it back. The offload went to Fitrakis, who had his eyes on something else. 7-0 Buckeyes lead. We're 8 minutes into the first half. And a scrum just at about midfield. That play kick towards open space. That one's going to bounce. Takes a right turn to stay in touch. Eduardo Ferdinandi picks it up. Ferdinandi, I should say. My apologies. And he will kick it out. So you try to relieve the pressure, but pretty good work by the kicking team of Ohio State to force Ferdinandi to kick it out. And so now Buckeyes will huddle before they'll go for a set play off a line out from inside the 22.
Yeah, tons of space on the near side of the field. We'll see if they can offload it effectively and at a high speed of play. There's Williams. That's the guy they look for on these lineouts. He's a big dude.
As you can say, we'll have to back up on the penalty. Looks like a tap and go, and it will be Williams who will give it off, actually. Oliver Widener. Oh, he'll kick it down. We'll get a line out from the 5. Slow and steady on this possession for Ohio State after they got good field position. Looking to take advantage of it, play clean. You have to imagine hands are still cold, but the ball's got to be drier than it was for the morning game.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it in the last broadcast. It's amazing how this field is just so green right now.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, trust us. It was white. In fact, the only parts of the field that were visible were the lines. And here goes Ohio State for the rolling maul. Defended pretty well at first. They're still going, though. Very dangerous. They're almost at the try line. They are at the try line. And that's going to lead to a try scored. Perfect execution of the rolling maul by Ohio State to score their second try of the first half.
What a fantastic piece of rugby from Ohio State. I mean, just seeing the rolling maul is always a beautiful sight. It takes a collective team effort right there to push Michigan State back. Guys getting low center of gravity to the ground, just using all their force, using the lower body to push. It's exactly what they do. And, yeah, I mean, well done from the whole team. You look at McMahon, who was at the end of the rolling maul right there, leading the charge.
Yeah, he was the one who scored, Chris. It's always tough to tell, but you have to imagine that whoever's in the back of the maul is going to be the one who scores, and that was McMahon, and it was indeed him on the try. And how about that conversion kick from a tough angle? 14-0 Buckeyes take the lead, and they're certainly playing well to start this game. Is there any way you can make it so that it's Irish 14-0 instead of guest 14-0?
And are they the home team?
Yeah,
I didn't realize
on
that.
our scoreboard it's
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it.
all good. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Michigan State will kick it back away. Already down 2 scores. They'll kick it deep, try to play the field position game. Ohio State thinking the same. We'll kick it forward. That'll go into touch at about midfield. Line out coming from Michigan State.
Yeah, well, Michigan State's got to start using their stars. Haven't seen enough of Miles Bell. He is a mammoth of a human being in the back line for Michigan State typically. And then Blake Vera as well was second team All Big Ten just a season ago. It's a guy they just look to rely on. Haven't seen him as well. And they got a great chance off a set piece right here to get something going, but, well, I just spit my words right there.
Yeah, announcer's jinx, which I know you don't believe, and I don't either. But sometimes it's just the evidence is just there.
It is there. It's kind of eerie.
Ohio State takes it away. Over on the far side, couple offloads. A lot of speed on this attack. What a brilliantly put together attack by the Buckeyes. And they'll score their third try of the first half on the first slide. And that is as clean as it gets.
Well, a turbocharged attack for Ohio State. Really well done. Ball was kind of close to us here in the press box, able to just offload it all the way out to the far side of the field. And it was a head start for Ohio State. They were moving. Nobody was going to stop the Buckeyes. An absolutely beautiful bit of rugby and just high-tempo offense from Ohio State. You can't stop that if you're Michigan State, especially when you're on the back foot already backpedaling. You know, you try to get low to the ground and try to trip them up a little, but it's going to be so tough when you're going up against guys that can just literally trample you over and knock you down with a stiff arm.
Yeah, high efficiency, high speed offense on display there for Ohio State, who all of a sudden has jumped out to a 21-0 lead in just about 15 minutes.
This is an Ohio State team that's also had a couple of tough losses this year. I mean, they lost to Michigan 25-22. Michigan's first win over the Buckeyes since 2013. It's been a long time since the Wolverines were victorious over the Buckeyes in rugby, and they were real happy about that. They commented on their Instagram, "Hail to the victors." So they're a great team, and then in their game against Notre Dame, they were up for a good bit of that first half. I mean, that was a back-and-forth game in the first half. Matt Williams eventually had 2 tries that got things going for the Irish, but Ohio State battled against a really good ND side on a day in which Banton was fantastic. Waterhouse was terrific that day, and as I said with Matt Williams, I mean, he was just everywhere for Notre Dame.
And so Michigan State will check it on the board here. Ferdinandi will ask for the tee. This is a decently long kick, but give or take from the center. Spartans looking to get 3 to their name. Maybe try to use this as a momentum shifter. Worst case, you miss the kick and you're pinning Ohio State very deep in their own territory. And it misses wide to the left. And the Buckeyes will kick it. It's going to bounce through a couple Spartans. And it's picked up by Dom Konecki. Gives it off. Here's Josiah Rosa in the American flag sleeve on his left arm. Seen him a couple times here at Stinson. He always rocks that sleeve. We appreciate it. Makes him distinguishable. Easy to identify whether or not you can see his number. Good looking sleeve for sure, although it doesn't exactly go with the Michigan State colors.
No, not quite.
I don't think he cares. Penalty against the Spartans. Let's see if Ohio State chooses to play with pace. Looks like they'll slow it down. And they're going to kick it into touch, courtesy of Oliver Widener. Gets it there with plenty of room to spare. So you're saying Michigan beat Ohio State in rugby for the first time since 2013.
Yeah.
So the opposite of the football rivalry then.
Essentially.
I assume those two teams play.
They showed emotions too, and yeah, they play quite a bit over the years. But I mean, I saw photos of Michigan players just on the ground or on their knees, just not tears, but close to it. Lots of emotions were shown after that game. Michigan's been building something, man. I mean,
Yeah.
Christian Menser, their head coach, has done a great job over in Ann Arbor. I really like Shea Loughnane. I think he's one of the better players in the Big Ten. I'm looking forward to seeing him later today after our midday break.
Yeah, they'll start at 2:30 p.m. playing for the plate final, a.k.a. third place, against Wisconsin. It's not the only sport that those two teams are matched up in this weekend in the Big Ten. Get you more on that this afternoon.
Yeah, a little bit of hockey. We'll be sure to talk about that.
Absolutely. Speaking of hockey, if you're a Michigan State fan, #1 team in the nation, just wiped Penn State this past weekend. The sweep of, I believe Penn State entered that weekend at number 3.
Wow.
So the Spartans led by, they're always a deep team. Trey Augustine, one of the best goalies in college hockey. And they're going to be a force to be reckoned with once again, both nationally and in the Big Ten. Not really happening for the Spartans in many other sports, though.
Yeah, I remember as a kid the days of Connor Cook, their quarterback, when they went to the college football playoffs, I believe.
I do remember that, yeah.
It's a deep cut, but there was a point where Michigan State had a legit football team, and oh my goodness, here we go. Ohio State with the high press, rock and roll type of rugby here.
Yeah, Michigan State having to relieve the pressure. It'll be picked up, though, by Isaac Ricker.
You got to find the space out wide.
He's going to cut it to the middle.
Look at this.
He's got space in the middle. Ricker finally tackled by Ferdinandi. But he's already down near the 5.
It's a great run from Ricker, but the ball moves
How
quicker
about
than the
this
man.
run? And the try scored by Mark French up the middle. And he downs it with his left hand. Ohio State off and running. $26-0 lead.
Yeah, it was all Ricker there initially getting the ball and just using the green turf as his dance floor, going in and out. He actually had a bit of a hurdle right there before he eventually gets taken down. I was a bit critical. I said, listen, the ball moves quicker than the man, and I still stand by that statement, but a bit of individual brilliance, and it was able to set up the try. Ohio State does well, even when the Michigan State defense was solid. They got back into shape for a second there, but it's just a little bit stronger, this Ohio State team, a bit bigger. That's making all the difference so far today. It's got the looks of that game we saw earlier in the season between these two sides, which was 66-12. However, if you do the math, it's going to be, 112-0 right now. We're 20 minutes through, and it's 26-0 now. 26 times 2, 52.
56.
So 28, 56. 56 times 2 is 112. So I did my math right there.
You did your math right. You had it right in your head. You just said the wrong number, but you were correct. I got to give you that one.
I was looking at the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, but not in real time. It is 28 zip, though. And, yeah, I don't think it's going to end up like that. If it does, though, well,
that would be quite
day.
a statement.
No, it makes me think, though, that Ball State Purdue game. What was that, 156-0?
How does that even happen?
I don't know.
At some point, you just kind of kick it and play defense. I guess not. I guess you got to try, right?
You practically lose the ball every time you get it.
Now I'm no expert, Chris, but if you don't score any points, you do, in fact, lose the ball every time you get it.
Yeah, well, it's not like they even have a possession or a glimpse or even a bit of hope to score.
Fair enough.
They had zero hope. They were suffocated that game. Look at this defensive line from
They're
Ohio State.
Aggressive. That kick may not get there. And it won't, but it's gathered in by Rosa, who spins off one and will barrel roll down near the 5-meter line. So maybe that kick not going into touch, a blessing in disguise for the Spartans, who take advantage of a slight miscue. See if they can get it all the way in. It's a pretty aggressive defense, getting right up in the grill of these offensive players.
Yeah, I can't find any gaps in between this 15-man wall from Ohio State. Just not caving in at all. You got to run through them, as Michigan State just did. Knock them over a little bit.
Yeah, Jacob Bugner, strong run. Now an individual kick for Ferdinandi trying to make it happen, and that's not going to yield the result he wanted. However, Michigan State that whole time was playing with advantage. Wow, it was so long since the penalty, didn't even notice, but they'll get a chance from the 5. Fitrakis directing traffic behind him.
Kind of confused why that wasn't a drop kick there. I mean, if you just let the ball hit the ground, you can score an easy 3 points. You got it through the uprights.
I think you got to be aggressive down by 28.
That's a good point.
Here's Munger. He's being held up. This is very dangerous for Michigan State. This is turnover written all over it. And finally, the whistle will blow and stop play. And in fact, perfectly defended by the Buckeyes, and they'll get it. Here comes that goal line, try line play that you were hoping for. Unless we have another instance of playing with advantage.
I like the
We do
angst
not.
from Munger. However, you know, listen, it's easy to say, but I mean, eventually maybe try to find a teammate. But that's some great work ethic from him. He had 3 Ohio State defenders trying to grab the ball. He pushed them all into the try zone. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work out for the Spartans.
So it'll be kicked away. Rosa will gather it in and try to take his man head on. Pretty effective tackle from Kennedy. Now Miles Bell diving forward. Ferdinandi spinning off a hit. Oh, there's a big tackle. I think almost the ball came loose as Will Reed on the receiving end of that one. And we got a counter ruck attempt. Pretty well defended. Michigan State going backwards right now. Munger in the middle, trying to get a push from behind from Gare. Under 15 to play in the first half. Bell in the middle. Or excuse me, that's run forward by Gare. Can hear some players saying, get lower, get lower. Of course, Michigan State did recently push the ball across the try line. Couldn't down it. So you have to think, when you think you're getting hit, go low. Is the argument. This has been just good old-fashioned rugby.
This has been. I do like what Michigan State is trying to do here by running through Ohio State, because you're certainly not going to run around them. We saw Ohio State's try earlier in the day when guys were just running about 60 miles per hour. So you can't beat them with speed. You try to play this physical brand of rugby, wear them out a little bit, see if anything breaks open for the Spartans. Unfortunately, it's been tough to come by for Michigan State.
Now the Buckeyes do finally force the turnover, but then give it right back, kicking it into touch.
And you wonder, maybe try to get these set pieces going. Ohio State has picked them off, but if you can get these training ground type of plays into the arsenal, Michigan State gives himself a chance to feel a bit more comfortable and spread out this Ohio State defense, get them out of position, and then take advantage.
We got a whistle before the line out. Looks like the referee talking to a couple Buckeye players. And line out's too far.
Sloppy.
Picked off and moved the other way by Schultz. Taken down, and the set piece is not working right now for Michigan State. How about that catch? That pass had a lot of zip on it.
Just that left wing for Ohio State. I mean, they've been the MVPs today.
They've already scored a couple times out wide on this far side. Trying it again, bobbled, but gathered in by Dulick. And Jack Dulick gets Ohio State's 5th try of the half. Came up with the pass. The captain has extended the lead.
Yeah, well, it's that left side once again. They've been eager to attack out wide, and you can see why. I mean, they just have so much speed, and they run with velocity. It's really tough to stop them. Michigan State defensively not in the perfect structure, is an overload out on the far corner. Ohio State says thank you very much. They'll take that. And Ohio State haven't had all too much possession lately, but you can go back to that line out that they had just a minute ago. It's overthrown, just too much sauce on it. That results in the Ohio State possession leading to a try. So for Ohio State or Michigan State, you can't beat yourself. Listen, you're probably going to lose this game. It's 33-0. It's getting out of hand already in the first half. But those self-inflicted errors are just going to make this hurt a little bit more. So they got to somehow mitigate all of those sloppy plays, especially on the set pieces that we've seen.
Yeah, especially things like lineouts, which you'd like to see kind of executed, turning into offensive possession. They'll kick it deep. And Ohio State will kick it back. We've seen this pattern before. Deflects off the chest of Fernandi, who will continue the game of get it out of my backyard. Losing it in the sun for a second, and just now picking it up for the Buckeyes is Widener. But he starts an attack along the left side. Here we go again. Nice pass out to the wing. And a cut back to the middle. Nice run. Down to the 22, but his pass doesn't quite connect.
Yeah, good little
Forward
hitch
pass
step,
called.
too, from Ohio State. You know, you fake going one way. It's almost like a bit of a skip, and then you just explode. So tough to defend.
So a scrum upcoming. Another chance to see if Michigan State can kind of figure something out. On the set piece, our producer is walking up the stairs of the bleachers with lunch.
Oh, my goodness.
Now that is clutch.
Very clutch, Charlie. Been getting hungry, man.
Yeah, that you should have had more of that breakfast sandwich that you somehow hate on. It's the most delicious breakfast sandwich.
You wouldn't be hearing me announce all too much if I ate that breakfast sandwich, at least in the first game.
And we've heard from our director, Walter, who does not like the breakfast sandwich. I cannot believe that take. Speaking of take, Ohio State just stripped the ball away and then pounced. That ball bounced in a crazy way. Thank you, Aaron. That's Aaron, our producer, produces all the Notre Dame rugby games. We're so thankful for what he's done in just 1 year. He's gotten us a women's game. He's gotten us a game on NCR. He's been involved in producing, Chris, as you know, more of a structured pregame open.
Yeah.
Structured halftime show, and these are just some of the advances that we're looking to bring to broadcast on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. We tried to implement some of them this year. We're going to work on more in the spring, and we're going to continue to build towards next year when, hopefully Notre Dame is once again a good team, and we can bring you all fans.
And maybe even a home game at the the playoffs. I mean, could definitely do something fun, but you don't really see this level of broadcast production at the college rugby level. And look at that for Ohio State.
Yeah, McMahon's got his second pretty strong run, and this one's becoming a laugher pretty quickly. But yeah, we're always led by Aaron and Walter in the control room. We're always looking for ways to make the viewing experience more enjoyable for all of our fans at home. So now it's 40-0 Ohio State. And for Michigan State, they weren't expected to come away with a victory today, but this is also not gone how anyone would have hoped.
No, I think the biggest thing is just showing some fight, showing some heart, keeping it. Michigan State had one good offensive possession where they were moving the ball around a little bit, but even then, nothing came from it. They're trying to play through Ohio State. Ohio State's defense has really impressed me, and it's allowed the offense, when they get the ball, to just absolutely explode. Really great complementary rugby.
Yeah, it's one of those sports that, offense and defense are so intertwined. It's different from a sport like football where you get a defensive stop and it doesn't mean anything for your offense unless it's a turnover. Or a sport like even basketball where you could have a great defense, but if you can't go the other way and score, not doesn't matter as much. And of course for rugby, the where on the field you get your defensive stops and how often you get them plays a huge factor in how efficient your offense can be. And so a great point by you, Chris. And so now we'll see Michigan State try the short kick, and that one leads to a little bit more success. Gathered in by Blake Vera. Pretty well executed kick. But Ohio State will take it right back, and that's kind of been the story of this game. Just nothing doing for the Spartans offense. And how, oh my goodness, that kick had a lot of gravy on it. It's going to bounce almost near the try zone. And it will. Ferdinandi's going to pick it up and certainly just going to have no play but to down it. Just an unbelievable kick. And we've got a limping Spartan behind the play as well. It's Vera who's trying to shake it off, but he's doing 2 steps with his left foot for every right foot step.
I mean, the kick, the bounces it took, too, were really spectacular. Went pretty much the length of the field all the way from the opposing 22-meter line.
Yeah, that was the furthest kick I have seen at this field during my time broadcasting any game. Another one took a few bounces, but that one went quite far. And will set up good field position for Ohio State. We got more food coming to the box. Hey, don't if that's for us, man. Like leave it there, but we're gonna need. Might as well take it. They're taking care of us today.
They are. Charlie's getting mad. I'm just trying to.
No, I'm
trying
not.
to share the wealth here.
I do not want to get mad. I would just like to point out that you were given 2 Jimmy John sandwiches into your hand, and your first reaction was to give them away.
Oh, we already got food, Charlie. What's?
I mean,
yeah,
fair enough.
I know you're not a big cold sub guy.
Fair enough.
I'm a big cold sub guy.
You're a big cold sub
Love
guy.
it. I
What's
live for
your go-to?
An Italian, of course, from Jersey Mike's.
Any modifications?
No, Mike's Way. Mike's Way or the Highway. Hey, do this one in honor of Mike, why don't you? You ever see those reels?
I have seen those reels.
Hey, yeah.
Hey, let Mike do what he wants.
That would be a good rugby call next time we get a try. I don't know how you would phrase it, but you could do like a spin on that.
I'll start.
Keep that in mind.
Brainstorming. I might not have to brainstorm for long as Ohio State's about to score again. The referee's going to stop play before Arendt could get it down to look like he was going to.
Well, this game obviously won't be 112-0 like I initially thought it may be. However, still a blowout, and it's Williams, the big man, that guy, one of the better players in the Big Ten. Right now, I'm also keeping an eye out for the all Big Ten teams, right? Who's going to be on the list? Last year during sevens, we were actually asked to send our own list in, which was considered, which is really cool to be a part of. So I got to keep an eye out.
I guess I should start planning.
Yeah. Take a note of, what players have impressed us so far today. I mean, in the last game, we look at, Purdue and Illinois. There's so many good players, but Lucas Becker for Purdue, and then for Illinois, you got to imagine Ali McMahon. At the 14, he was spectacular in the kicking department.
It would be tough to pick one Ohio State player from this game. They've just scored again to make it 45 and potentially soon 47-0. No problem on the conversion. Buckeyes not struggling in any facet of the game. Gotten contributions up and down the starting lineup sheet. We have two McMahons, I've just realized, that
Yeah.
have been two of the best players.
That is true. It's yeah, McMahon today for Ohio State has been superb. Again, this is an Ohio State team that's lost a ton of guys in the offseason, a lot of turnover, even in their coaching department. I mean, now they got a younger head coach in. Tom Rooney is still the assistant, but he served as head coach for 30 years. So tons of changes, and I think this win to get them to 500 on the season, headed into sevens. They don't play the traditional Big Ten 7 season, but they do
Which
keep
is a
active.
shame.
It is a shame, but they do keep active in the spring. It'll be good for them and their confidence just to end on a high note here.
Entering from the side called. That'll back Ohio State up. Under 2 minutes in the first half. And what a first half it's been for OSU. That kick into touch didn't go too far. Long field coming for the Spartans.
Listen, Purdue won versus Illinois. I wonder if one of those teams would have given a better test to Ohio State than Michigan State is right now. It would be interesting to see. You look at Purdue; they lost 62-5 against Ohio State, so maybe not. And then Illinois as well. I mean, just had a rough go at it in the Big Ten. So it probably would have been similar. There is definitely a big jump between the bottom of the table and then some of the teams in the upper echelon of the Big Ten. We got 4 teams ahead that are all really solid programs. So it's just a really strange dichotomy. But that's kind of the sport of college rugby. I mean, some teams have guys who literally start in college, freshman, sophomore year. And then you get guys that play their whole life. They go to schools. They're recruited by schools. Creates for a really stark contrast between the best team and the worst team. There's a huge gap.
Yeah, it just hasn't been, and there's no doubt that Michigan State deserves to be here. That win against Illinois was a clutch win, winning by 1 point on the road. They went down to Champaign for a 10 a.m. start and picked up a 31-30 road win to get them into this position, into this game this afternoon. So you got to give a ton of credit to the Spartans for coming away with that one. But as you mentioned, there's just a clear disparity between them and the defending Big Ten champions.
Yeah, and how about that run we just saw from Tommy Kilbane cutting a little? He was the player of the match against Notre Dame to win the Big Ten championship last year. Let's also not forget, Notre Dame was up in that game, and then they had a few self-inflicted errors towards the very end. Ohio State won in just heartbreaking fashion for the Irish.
Now we'll see what kind of drama ensues the rest of the day. No drama in that first half. Buckeyes take a 47-point lead into the break. We'll be back. Second half underway with the kickoff. Ohio State dominant first half. 47 points as they lead it at the break. Looking to secure 5th place in the Big Ten. Again, they won it last year, the championship. Mind starting the clock? Thank you. That kick will set the Buckeyes up well.
Yeah, well, 47 points, Charlie, in that first half for Ohio State. Yet, I don't feel like there's all too much to talk about. I mean, the scoreline reflects it all. Ohio State dominated. Michigan State were out-muscled and outclassed throughout the entirety of those 40 minutes. You look to the Ohio State team. I thought Tommy Kilbean had a great first half. Jack Dulick, the captain, was really good. McMahon had a terrific showing. Jaden Williams, the big man, we knew he would get involved. He's one of the better players in all of the Big Ten, and that's exactly what he did. Seamus Kennedy as well. The list just goes on. Every single player did their job, and they excelled at their job. So just smooth sailing for Ohio State. We'll see if they can carry it forward here. I'm sure their bench is getting warm and ready to go out onto the pitch pretty soon. But they also want to give a lot of these players a proper showing and a proper outing in their last game of the season.
Yeah, this will be it for Buckeyes team who made the NCR playoffs last year after winning the Big Ten in that clutch win in here against Notre Dame, 21-17. They then beat Miami, Ohio before losing to St. Thomas in the NCR playoffs. Played a bunch of games in the spring.
Yeah, and I should just correct myself. They do have one non-conference game. It's Mary Washington, which I do remember seeing when we called Notre Dame versus Ohio State a couple weeks ago. But, I mean, this is really the last true test. Big Ten, you know, that in-conference play kind of will go down in the record books for Big Ten. You want to finish as high as possible. And, of course, they're playing for a bit of silverware as well.
Buckeyes offense has shown their ability this season to kind of put together showings like this. 66 points against Michigan State already this year, as you've alluded to a couple times. 62 against Purdue. Scored some big scores as well last year, looking at some of the results. 69 points against Michigan. 39 in a loss against Notre Dame in the regular season. 58 against Illinois. So they seemingly saved their best offensive performances for the Big Ten. This is interesting to note. And there's no doubt that they are going to continue to score if they play even close to as well as they did in the first half. And here's a nice run by the Spartans looking to get on the board. From Gabe Gare, getting them good field position. One-handed catch, nicely done by Lukash Wendt. And how about a try for Michigan State with some fans in attendance? Make it on the board to start the second half.
Well, who else but Miles Bell, the guy that we highlighted in the first half. He's got a great story. Went to MLR Rising, the MLR college scouting camp. And as I said, most players played in high school, and those who did were in their 4th or 5th year, but not Miles Bell. He only learned rugby from YouTube, and he actually studied it for 2 months before even stepping on the field. He's a pre-med student, you know, really tedious about things, very analytical guy, and he's just been a revelation for the Spartans, become such a big-time player. And you can add it to your list, Charlie, of guys that we might want to highlight and maybe put on an honorable mention all Big Ten team, not just for his work today, but throughout the course of the season.
And that's interesting to note that Bell learned rugby from YouTube, because I know another guy who learned rugby from YouTube. Me.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're looking at him.
Yeah, well.
I guess to both of us.
Yeah, I suppose we're looking at each other, aren't we?
You know,
Conversion kick is good.
It does help watching some of those international games as well. I liked watching, of course, tutorials and the how-tos, but just seeing how the announcers even talk, how the play is, it confused me. But I have a feeling now that, listen, I am still by no means an expert, but I understand the sport a whole lot more than I once did when I first started out as a freshman, just about a year and a few months ago now.
It's quite the journey from freshman coming in, not knowing where you were going to fit in, being asked to do rugby alongside me, and ending up in Maryland for the
Yeah,
NCR
right. It was a crazy year.
7-on-7 tournament last year.
I did think about that one day, just about a week ago. Like, I mean, what a story that was for the both of us, able to go out there and just a progression of the year. And things really just snowballed, no pun intended, because we've seen a couple of snowballs today, especially before these games got underway here at Stinson. But yeah, real happy to do it. It's a terrific sport, and with the World Cup coming to town and the ESPN deal that we just saw, it's an exciting time for rugby in the States, and especially here at the college game. I mean, there's tons of investment. What I love is it's a college sport that's legit. These guys train 5 days a week. They travel all around, but it's still got that amateur feeling to it, and you don't see that in most other sports, especially the major sports that we'll watch on this Notre Dame campus. So it is really refreshing in today's day and age.
Yeah, that's one thing that I've noticed about rugby too is like technically this is not NCAA Division 1.
Yeah.
But all the players and all the teams treat it like that as much as they can, like practicing in the weight room, kind of the attitude like, this is a very serious thing. This isn't like I feel like when you think about some quote unquote club sports, you're thinking about like guys that are there to have fun and maybe they played in high school and that's why they're, they just want to, but they're there for like, the after the game, everybody goes back to the house to celebrate whether you win or lose, right? And that's just not the case for rugby. As much as the funding allows it, these rugby teams operate way closer to Division 1 teams than they do other club teams.
Yeah, now I will say too, it does create a sort of an imbalance in college rugby when you look at the top teams. We talked about the top teams in the Big Ten. Well, these guys and these teams have players that played in high school. And then when you look at a national scale, you look at the Wheelings, you look at the Life universities, some of St. Bonaventure. I mean, it's a varsity sport, so they can technically give scholarships to these players as well. They're not just recruiting them; they're saying, "Hey, here's a bit of a package for you to come here financially," and it helps them develop their programs substantially. I mean, imagine if either of these teams were able to do that. They're not deemed varsity sports on their campus. They're still a club sport. So it does create that sort of difference between the national top teams that we'll see in the NCR playoffs in a couple weeks' time versus these guys out in the field right now.
Yeah, and it's, obviously it's not easy to just like make a sport D1, but if you're thinking about, making Notre Dame men's rugby D1, there's a lot of options for a women's varsity athletic team you could add to keep Title IX in mind. You could do the women's rugby team, which is currently number 1. You could do a women's hockey team. You could do a field hockey team. Notre Dame has a lot of options, and if they were to be a sport that Notre Dame would add at a Division 1 level to their already wide range of sports, and I doubt that they would, but if they were to pick one, how could it not be rugby?
Oh, it would have to be rugby on the men's side. The women's, you do raise an interesting question. Is it rugby? Is it hockey? I mean, they have the Compton Ice Arena, and I know a lot of people would love to see a women's D1 hockey team on campus. I mean, I know I would. My cousin's a great hockey player right now, sophomore in high school, highly touted recruit, playing for Team USA and everything. She's really good, and she doesn't have the chance to play here at Notre Dame, even though Notre Dame's always a dream of my family.
And I'm not going to say the wrong thing on air, but I believe that Ohio State is one of the best women's hockey teams in the country.
That would make sense. Of course, the Northeast, you look at all the schools in Boston, and
they do. They're number 2 behind Wisconsin, who has been number 1 forever.
Yeah.
That was the matchup in the national championship game last year, which was an electric matchup that Wisconsin won. The Badgers have one of the best women's hockey players ever on their current team, who's from Slovakia. I'm not gonna pronounce. Her name is hard to pronounce. I've never heard it pronounced. I've only seen it in writing, but she's quite a talented player, and she's one of the big reasons why Wisconsin was able to win the national championship last year. And Ohio State put up a great fight in that game. Of course, the Buckeyes, as much as a Notre Dame fan, it pains me to say it, plenty of good athletic teams up and down the lineup, the docket. Number 1 in football right now. Number 2, women's hockey. They have a great men's lacrosse team. I mean, are they bad at any sports?
No, they got a great athletics program, and the state of Ohio is perhaps underrated when you look at sports. I mean, it's a big state. When you drive through it, I know you do, being from New York, I imagine you have to come through from Ohio if you do drive
When I
out
do
to South
drive,
Bend.
yeah.
Yeah. But same here, being from Jersey. The state's massive, and they recruit very much a lot of top in-state talent, and they also have the pull of, guys from down south and all around the country, even California, just some really star athletes that'll come to town. Now on the field, Michigan State had a nice run right there, a couple of stiff arms, and they worked the ball out wide, but again, just sloppy from the Spartans, and now there's a break.
Yeah, another missed tackle. How about this incredible run? Kennedy, who scored the first try of the game, basically flipped the field position with that one. It was funny at the end of his run when he hit the fake offload to nobody.
Kind of working out wide here. I mean, there's an overload. They're just not utilizing it, and now Michigan State resets defensively. That's uncharacteristic from Ohio State. Usually they would have a quick speed of play and finally get it out wide.
Yeah, but they will draw a penalty here, and so chance to get above 50 points for the Buckeyes off this mistake by the Michigan State defense. Williams will go towards the middle, and pretty nice, powerful run from Davey Kotnick. Getting Ohio State inside the 5. It feels like just a matter of time before one of these pushes will get them across. That one was very close. Williams picks it up. Don't think he got there. Yes, he did get there. And a light cheer from below us. OHIO from the fans. Hopefully our Nat sound mic was able to pick that one up. 52-7. And the first try of the half for the Buckeyes. The OHIO-STATE Buckeyes to finish that.
This also shows that Ohio State had a tough schedule within the conference. I mean, they didn't play all too many games, only 4. And in those games, they played Michigan to a really close game, 25-22. They lost to Notre Dame. And then they thrashed Michigan State. And they beat Purdue by a large amount. It was 62-5. But my point here is, I mean, within the conference, they didn't play Illinois. They didn't play some teams that maybe they would have a better chance of winning against. Even a Wisconsin, I think they could compete against. So
it ended up being, Chris, I know what you're trying to say. It feels like their season was defined by that game at Michigan.
Yeah.
If they'd won that game, they would probably be in the Big Ten championship game. And instead, or at least they certainly would have had a chance to play for it. I don't know if probably is the right word, but, I think Wisconsin probably feels lucky that they didn't have to play Ohio State, because that would have been a season-defining game. So I know what you're saying. I think, that obviously they had to play the top team, Notre Dame, which they were unable to come up with a victory in. That loss against Michigan, though, really kind of is going to end up defining their conference season. Didn't give them the opportunity to play for first place when it came to semifinals weekend in Chicago last weekend. They had to settle for being the top seed in the losers bracket, which is where they currently are and which they're about to win pretty convincingly.
Yeah, I just don't understand why they play Life University, who's based out in Georgia, one of the best teams in the country. They lost 55-16, and then another team, Southern Virginia, just a week later. The scheduling doesn't make all too much sense to me, but that's also just the weird quirks of college rugby that I don't think any of us will ever truly understand.
Yeah, and Michigan State's going to punch across a try here as they execute the rolling maul and turn that into a score. So the Spartans not going away quietly, actually winning the second half now. course, they were never going to dig out of a 47-point hole, but one thing about Michigan State is that when we've seen them play before, they always score.
Yeah.
Right? Their defense can at times be very loose, but they always score. And right now, even after being shut out in the first half, they have found a way to get on the board a couple times. We have an opinion.
Yeah, we get a comment
on why Ohio State plays a weird schedule.
Joey Willman. Nobody wants to drive to Columbus. Joey, I never said anything about that. I'll have to agree with your statement.
I don't know if I'm going to take a stance there.
Yeah,
I don't want
I shouldn't take a stance
alienate
as
or
a journalist. No. I would actually like to go to the Ohio State campus, go to the shoe, and experience the whole game day. It does look amazing. I have a couple buddies out there, and I mean they all love it, and there's a reason why they love it. It's a cool school. And it's a great place to go. But
perhaps I'll wait till they're maybe taking a step back in terms of on-field product to go to the shoe and maybe cheer for the opponent. Maybe that will never happen though. They've got the winningest coach in college football history,
in
Ryan
terms of
Day's
win percentage.
Yeah, and he's what? Is he 9-0 or 10-0 right now after beating Purdue yesterday? I think 9-0, which means that he has passed Newt Rockne for the all-time winningest coach in college football history.
They got amazing wide receivers on that Ohio State football team. And listen, you look at this rugby team, they might want to recruit a couple of these guys. They are big, they're fast. I mean, I feel like Jaden Williams could make an impact out on the football field.
Yeah, it's just the size difference might be the only thing. I know some of these rugby players are obviously very big, but I just think football players are a whole different breed of size.
Yeah, maybe as a fullback like Jack Dulick. Look at that.
My goodness, what a strong tackle that was. Dulick with the hit, as you mentioned. But Spartans hold on to it. That was a turnover potential. .23.5 to go in the second half. Coming up after the conclusion of this match. Short break before we get into the winner's bracket third place game. Michigan and Wisconsin. That one's set for a 2:30 start. Those two teams who had winning regular seasons but lost in their respective semifinals. The flip of what we've got here, which are teams that had losing regular seasons with victories in the semifinals.
That'll be a good game. I mean, Wisconsin's a team that battled real closely against Indiana. It was 15-5, and then Michigan lost 38-10 to Indiana. So on paper, it should be Wisconsin winning that game, but Michigan, I've said it before about Christian Menser. I mean, he's one of the best coaches in all of college rugby, in my opinion. He's a young guy. He comes into Michigan, has totally turned things around. They've recruited really well. Shea Lockney and Reagan Plank. They've had some great players over the past 2 seasons. They're a team that I think could give Wisconsin a bit of a run for their money. Probably the closest game we'll see today.
Well, I don't know how anything's going to top that first game.
Yeah,
but
that's
I suppose
true.
If you're just joining us,
closest at a real high level as well.
Fair enough. If you're just joining us, the first game of our quadruple header today featured Illinois and Purdue, which was a good one. 24-19 win for the Purdue Boilermakers. They were not intended. They were the underdog in that game. I should say not intended. They were the underdog in that game. Came up with the win, 24-19. Great game. This one, obviously, has been Ohio State from the beginning. Next one should be a good one. I did not get a chance to watch the Indiana versus Michigan semifinal, but I would find it hard to believe that was not Michigan's worst game of the season.
Yeah, especially when you look at what Michigan's done. I mean, they absolutely...
They had one of their best years in recent program
Michigan
memory.
State. It was 51-10, and they also beat Ohio State. So they beat both teams on the field. They beat Ohio State 25-22. Goes to show how close they are. And that also goes to show that what we said earlier about if Ohio State just won that game, it was a 3-point game, they could be in a championship game right now. They could really be competing with Notre Dame tonight.
Notre Dame only beat Michigan by 1 score, 24-20.
It was Notre Dame's worst game of the season, though.
According to their coaches, yes, that was the first game. But I think that judgment was made, Chris, before knowing how big a step forward the Wolverines made.
Yeah, but they also got That is a good point, but I think they were out of Jack Waterhouse in that game. Zach Banton wasn't playing, so
Oh,
some great players for Notre Dame just weren't on the field.
a great saving offload, although it's bouncing around. Is decent little run from Steen, wearing number 6 for the Buckeyes. And out of all that, Ohio State will have to back up. So we're just about halfway through the second half in a battle for 5th place that has been Ohio State's. It's been their way since the get-go. Scored in the first minute, scored 47 points in the first half. Been able to kind of play a more conservative clock chewing style in the second half, although I suppose with a running clock sport, clock chewing doesn't really matter. But when you can control the ball and the tempo of the game and try to slow it down and just let those seconds melt away, I suppose that's how you keep everybody healthy as best you can. Of course, you mentioned it. They do have another game on the schedule against a very tough opponent, Mary Washington. That one's set for November 15th. They played Mary Washington in the spring this past year, and that one did not go the Buckeyes' way, you might say.
I mean, it'll be a close game. Mary Washington has played Army. I believe it was Army B, but I'll have to double check on that. They also played Navy, and then they played Southern Virginia. So that game was 29-25 in favor of Mary Washington over Southern Virginia. Very similar score for Ohio State. They beat Southern Virginia 26-21. So both of them with 4 or 5 point victories against the same opponent. I think that game will come down to the final whistle.
You'll have to see if it's any different than the spring when Mary Washington beat Ohio State 71-0.
Yikes.
That is not the result I expected to see, because you mentioned it. If you look at, obviously you can't really tell a full story from similar opponent, but you can take an educated guess, and an educated guess would indicate that that Mary Washington and Ohio State are pretty close. If you like Rugby Hawk, like we do, the ELO favors Mary Washington pretty significantly. But the ELO has not always been correct this year. We saw it first and foremost when Notre Dame here at this field hosted Texas A&M, which was by ELO considered an upset, but Notre Dame was always favored in that game.
Yeah.
So you never know what to expect with that. And so it'll be interesting to see how Ohio State concludes their season. That game is November 15th. That is next Saturday, as they will be traveling to Mary Washington to close out the 15-on-15 fall season. I think both teams begin to make some substitutions. Spartans have brought on Brogan Schlenischer, number 22, Garen Vartanian, number 21, and Henry Lincolnhall, number 20. Just from what I can see from the press box, I have to imagine the Buckeyes have made several changes to personnel as well. So we're getting to that point of the game where coaches come in with a game plan, who they are going to sub in for who, and obviously, things are always subject to change based on how the game plays out. You never know who's struggling, who's feeling good, who's injured, whatever. But at some point in the game, coaches are probably like, let's just stick to the script.
Yeah.
Get all the bench players into action. Taking a long time to get this scrum going. And looks like we'll have to do it again.
I haven't really seen the speed of Ohio State that we saw them show off in the first half. I mean, it's there, but it's just not what they need at this point in the game.
I think it's good. I mean, the offense has been way more stagnant. I was already kind of going through, trying to figure out when the last time they scored X number of points was, and it certainly doesn't seem like they're going to get to those benchmarks. even after 47 points in the first half. And we have a question, will the second 15 game be streamed? The only games that are being streamed today are the Varsity A contests. We've already had one. This is the second one of 4. Michigan, Wisconsin coming up after this, and then Indiana versus Notre Dame. If you're looking for other teams, I do apologize to let you know that those will not be streamed. I know there's some JV games going on across the way at Ricky Fields. I say across the way, behind us. Across the walkway. A lot of teams here today. Of course, Chris, you know how great this stadium is, considering where you ranked it on your top 5 stadium rankings. Yeah. One of the reasons why.
Were you surprised by that? By my ranking? Or
I don't know if I know enough about other stadiums to have an opinion on that ranking. That's the thing. Is I really like Stinson. You got the turf. You got the lines are pretty clear. There are some yellow lines for soccer, but other than that, the field is 100% devoted to rugby. I've never actually seen soccer been played on this field before.
Yeah, neither have I.
Which is interesting, but
it's like a good-sized soccer field, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it certainly is. But it is a nice place. It's got a good atmosphere usually as well. That's why Notre Dame hosts all the Big Ten events. Big Ten Championship this weekend in the spring. We'll host the Big Ten Sevens Championship as well as the Fighting Irish Invitational, assuming it's like the last 2 years. So the 2 big events here at Stinson.
Yeah.
So a lot of excitement. In fact, it was almost surprising that the semifinals were held in Chicago last weekend and not here.
I was surprised by that too, but maybe it's because it's just that big of a rugby weekend in Chicago.
Fair enough.
They wanted to be in town with it being so close.
Michigan State knocking on the doorstep here, trying for their 3rd try of the half. They're going to choose to kind of lose some ground. Some of the new players into the game, trying to make an impact. Here's Rosa, one of the starters, giving it off to Ferdinandi, who bobbles it, but is able to pick it up before it was knocked on.
Great defensive shift from Ohio State to cover.
Yeah, their defense has been quite rock solid. And they're going to force the turnover here. And the kick is low, but does get far enough away. Ferdinandi back to receive it. He's got Rosa on his left. Fakes it that way a couple times. Now goes there. Rosa one more out to the far side. Vartanian. Oh, nice pass over the head of a defender. And Ferdinandi gathers it in and scores the try. That we saw Ohio State with a nice looking try. Some quick moving offense in the first half. How about that one for the Spartans?
Yeah, and how about that assist as well? Just over the head of a Buckeye defender. Really clever pass. Able to see right in the corner of his eyes. And then Ferdinandi at the right spot at the right time. It was a well-timed run. He didn't get ahead of the ball at all. He just held up real nicely, was waiting for the opportunity. Reeled it in, which we've seen a whole ton of issues with knock-ons today, thanks to the weather and the slippery conditions out on the pitch, but that was as clean as it gets. And credit to Michigan State. I said that I want them to battle. They're not going to come back in this game. Be totally honest, they were down 33-0 like 20 minutes in. It was just out of sight, but I wanted to see them show some heart, at least not quit. And this is a team that hasn't quit. They've kept in it. They've scored 17 points here in the second half. It's been a real good performance. They've actually outscored Ohio State in the second half. So if you're breaking this game down half by half, Michigan State won 50% of it, or at least they're winning 50% of it.
Yeah, and they'll add on another 2 after the conversion kick. And I think that's, you've played sports, Chris. You know that when you're getting blown out, the locker room conversation is always like, hey, let's win the half.
Yep.
And I think you'd have to imagine Michigan State's message at the break was something along those lines, and they're coming out and they are winning this half and been the better team. Haven't seen Ohio State really generate anything other than their one try. They haven't come close other times.
And I'll tell you what, in other news for any Notre Dame fans watching, the women's soccer team playing Stanford right now in the ACC Tournament Championship. They were down 2-0, 20 minutes left. Is the angle Charlie Codd. 2 quick goals. The Irish have now made that game 2-2. And we'll keep you in tune with all the score updates there and elsewhere in the land of college rugby and Notre Dame athletics beyond.
I was under the understanding that Florida State was the team to watch in ACC women's soccer. But I guess Stanford's in the
At
finals?
a point, but Stanford's one of the top teams in the country. Notre Dame beat Florida State at home. They were down 2-0, 4 goals unanswered. So they kind of diffused all the talks about Florida State and the fire that was spreading about the Seminoles.
Yeah, I remember that game being a ranked one, big one on campus. Yeah, their win against Duke in the semifinals was pretty clutch as well.
Yeah.
Let's give a little Michigan State sports update. Assuming Michigan State uses Stat Broadcast. If they don't use Stat Broadcast, cannot really help you out. Events for Michigan State with the Eastern Michigan logo. In women's basketball, it is 2-0 for Michigan State. So they're off to the big lead after one basket. Look at these stiff arms. Left stiff arm, right stiff arm. Oliver Widener with a long run. And the Buckeyes strike again. We'll bring them up to the 60 mark.
Yeah, Jaden Williams is going to exchange some words with the Spartan defender. Couldn't quite make out who it was. It looked like Fortinati for a moment. Maybe it was Cale Ward. I can't tell, but he came in and just tried to clobber a Buckeye as they're scoring the try, and that didn't really sit well with the Ohio State team.
Yeah, when Williams was here playing against Ohio State, he was jawing back and forth with Jack Waterhouse. He's always interested in getting physical. I guess I should correct myself. Ohio State not quite at 60 points yet without the conversion, which will be lined up by Kilbane. He'll try to knock it through. And he does. 61-19 lead for the Buckeyes. So again, Michigan State, other sports. A couple teams out on the West Coast, of course, now that's a Big Ten game. Women's soccer for Michigan State at Washington. Although they're playing this one at a neutral site in St. Louis, so break there. 0-0 at the half. Michigan State, Oregon, volleyball, women's volleyball, playing today. That has not started. Eastern Michigan and Michigan State, women's basketball, again, that one just getting underway. So that's the news around Michigan State sports today. Of course, the Notre Dame women's basketball team also plays.
Yeah, 3 o'clock game against Chicago State. That'll be a fun one.
Another long run for the Buckeyes. And men's ice hockey, Michigan State sweeps Penn State. Men's basketball team defeats Arkansas, tournament team last year, by 3. Maryland men's soccer beat them 4-3. Wow, that's a high-scoring game. Maryland, the number 1 team in men's soccer. Michigan State pushing them to the brink. Women's soccer, the Spartans had recently defeated UCLA to get to this game against Washington, which is now just getting underway. The women's basketball team beat Mercyhurst. My goodness, what do you think the score of that game was if you had to guess?
Oh, no. Okay, since you're asking me, 112 to 52.
112 is too low. 52 is too high.
112 is too low. So 120. Is that too high?
That is not high enough.
130.
That is too high.
125 to 40.
Almost. 125 to 39.
Oh, my goodness.
My goodness. That is the biggest blowout I have ever seen. So big shout out to the Spartans women's basketball team.
Safe to say they didn't show any mercy, Chuck.
You know, if you switch around the last 2 letters of Mercyhurst, you get Mercy Hurts. And I think that was the memo in the Spartans locker room.
And speaking of no mercy, Ohio State puncturing one in right here, Charlie.
Yeah, and they've now tied. This is now a 19-19 tie in the second half. So again, Spartans, give credit to them for hanging tough in the second half, but they've certainly faded and putting themselves down 47-0. Not what they wanted to see. Again, after this game, we got a good one coming up between Michigan and Wisconsin. That one for the plate, as they say. Another, just the fancy term for third place, bronze medal. Is up and good. 68 points now for Ohio State.
Yeah, as I said before, this is an Ohio State team that shouldn't be in the bowl semifinal. They should be in one of these two final games of the day, whether it's the cup final or the plate final. They're too good to be here. But then again, there's 5 really solid teams in the Big Ten this season. Indiana, Notre Dame, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Ohio State. One of them was going to be the odd duck out. It's unfortunate for the Buckeyes that they are that odd duck. It was just a tough start to the season, and they weren't able to get the job done when they did play against Michigan. As I said before, likewise, I would love to see a more comprehensive Big Ten season, to have all these teams play one another or split it up in an East and West or North and South division, to do something. And I know they do have that with the two divisions, but maybe some out of division matchups as well. Something to make their resumes look more complete.
Yeah, that's kind of, I mean, if you're looking for number of games, that's certainly difficult to do considering these teams start. Both these teams played their first match of the season in August. Their last regular season match at the end of October, getting ready for playoff time in, November, which is, when all the spring sports are playing, fall sports are doing their playoffs. So you don't really want to see teams traveling on weekdays either. So
No.
And playing 2 matches in one weekend is not easy. I think that is definitely more possible than the other alternatives. But again, you don't really need to play the same team twice in one weekend. So maybe that's not such a good idea, but pretty good run. But the ball is into touch. Good effort there for Will Reed, but did have possession of it as his right arm elbow hit the white stripe. And Ohio State's trying to run the other way, but that's not allowed. They'll be sent back. Well, it was supposed to start snowing sometime around here, There's some gray clouds to our right, but there's also some blue sky to our left. So maybe, just maybe.
I hope so. I want to see a game that doesn't have all these exterior factors in play. I just want to see who's the best team in the Big Ten. With regular condition, it may be cold, but they'll warm up when they start running.
Absolutely. It's always amazing to me, all these players in shorts and T-shirts, basically. It's like, why? Why would you do that when you can wear longer sleeves? But I guess running around gets you hot.
Yeah, sometimes
So
it is.
fair enough.
For the look as well. I was always mixed in soccer. I mean, usually I would put on Under Armour because it does play such a big difference when you're warming up for the game. And then when the game actually is going on, the adrenaline's pumping. You don't need it as much.
.80 seconds in this one. So after those 80 ticks tick off, half of the standings for today's action will have been determined. You're going to have Illinois 8th, Purdue 7th, Michigan State 6th, and Ohio State 5th. Top 4 still to be decided as the day goes along. Under a minute to play. 68-19 lead. And Ohio State on cruise control for about 75 minutes of this 80-minute match. That kick, though, barely goes into touch. It gets there.
Yeah, Ohio State just wants to see this game out, get the ball in play, run around for a minute or two, and then kick that puppy away, call it a day, pack your bags, go back to Columbus, 5-5 on the season. They'll take that right into their game against Mary Washington.
See if maybe end it with a score as a rolling maul. Looks like it's starting to break up a bit. And penalty will give the Spartans possession. We'll see if they choose to kick it out or play on. We'll get one more line out. Sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. It was a dominant first half for Ohio State, and that was all the difference. I mean, especially those first 15 minutes, they came out the gates just jumping, ready for today. I look to the speed, that one try down on the left wing in the first half where they were just moving at a million miles per hour. There was no stopping Ohio State. It was that pure dominance. Physically, we're just able to be one step above of Michigan State and their speed of play, the way they move the ball. I was really impressed with them. They're a well-coached team, and they found the overloads on the sides of the pitch, and it was a fun game to watch. We've seen lots of physical rugby, so it was nice to see just some pure running from Ohio State. Kind of changes up what we've seen earlier in the day. A really athletic team, and I'm sure that they're going to be back next year, especially with Jaden Williams. I mean, he's still a young guy. He's still got a couple of years left in the tank at Ohio State. So they'll be here, and they'll stick around in the Big Ten for quite some time. Maybe next year we see a rematch, Notre Dame, Ohio State, of that championship game last year.
Already making your predictions? Are we locking those in?
I'm not locking it in just yet. I want to see Michigan play before I lock it in. But as of now, that's my prediction.
I think it's just a wee bit early to make predictions,
It's
but
never too early to make predictions.
I admire your commitment to the game.
It's also never outlandish to rank college rugby stadiums, even if you've never been there.
You didn't have to share your secret. I wasn't going to tell you.
Well, I actually have been to Armies, but I haven't been out to California now. But I have seen it, and it's beautiful. Even Dartmouth is on my bucket list to go to.
Now, the clock has been at zeros for a while. Both teams are not showing a desire to kick the ball into touch and end it.
Yeah.
Which is, at this point, it's just a scoreboard formality. So Ohio State will get the line out. And stick with us after the conclusion of this game. We'll take about a 10-minute break before coming back for 2:30 action, Michigan and Wisconsin. Comes another rolling maul. Can't even tell who has the ball in there. Passes juggled, but corralled. One more pass out to the wing, and this will do it. One final try for Tommy Kilbane. And that gets Ohio State to the 73-point mark with no time on the clock. And they end up scoring the final 4 tries of the game. Yeah, wow is right.
I mean, that's all I can say. I said this in a different broadcast, I believe, but we're journalists. Our whole goal as broadcasters is to describe things in words, but sometimes things are just indescribable, and that's kind of the performance today from Ohio State. They fired on every single cylinder. It's been a joy to watch them, and listen, it wasn't a close game. Would I have preferred a real neck-and-neck nail-biter? Yeah, of course. I think we can all say that quite confidently, but there is something to be said about a team just blowing out another team, showing it they can just simply outclass them in every part of the game. It's exactly what we've seen with Ohio State. Tommy Kilbane with a great performance today, a couple of tries, as well as Seamus Kennedy, Jack Dulick. We didn't see all too much of Ian Fairfield, the 8-man, who I thought was one of the better players in the Big Ten, really impressed me against Notre Dame. And then McMahon himself. I mean, we talked a whole lot about him in the first half. He was spectacular. What a good showing from Ohio State, and a nice way to end off their conference campaign after an up-and-down year.
So the final score, 73-19, Ohio State victors, and they take 5th place in the Big Ten. We'll step aside when we come back at about 2:30. We'll get you to the bronze medal match. Michigan, Wisconsin, should be a good one. halfway home here at Stinson Rugby Field, and the action is only getting better as we are officially underway in the third place game. We've already seen the 7th place and the 5th place games. Big wins for Purdue and Ohio State. Two totally different games, two totally different outcomes as well. I'm Charlie Morris. My partner is Chris Daly. And Chris, after 160 minutes of rugby, what have you seen? And what do you think we're going to see in the next 160?
Well, we've seen a blowout in the last game, I can tell you that. First game was much more even. That was a fun one between Purdue and Illinois. I was happy that Purdue team won for a plethora of reasons, but I think the main was just they're a rootable team. The noise they were making out in the dugout was really cool to see. And now we got a great jersey matchup in front of us between Michigan and Wisconsin. I love this contrast between red and yellow. These are two teams that have certainly improved in 2025. It's been nice to watch their progression, especially for Michigan. They're well coached. I've talked about Christian Menser before, but they're really an aggressive team. Their style of rugby is just hard hitting, while Wisconsin's very balanced. They got a strong defense. They got some really fast guys out wide, some big dudes in the middle that can cause such havoc for oppositions. I'm looking forward to seeing how these two teams mesh together. I have a feeling we're in for a really close game today.
Yeah, certainly very possible. It was the number 4 seed in the regular season in Wisconsin versus the number, I believe, 3 seed Michigan. I'm not quite sure who was. I assume Indiana was 2.
Yeah.
Michigan was 3. Either way, Michigan were only slight favorites based on the seeding. And at this point in the tournament, that's not really that relevant. And just not to nitpick here, Chris, but I'm sure Michigan fans watching would much rather you call their jerseys maize than yellow.
No, you're right. And
the maize and blue.
Takes a man to admit when he's wrong. It's maize. But no, they're cool jerseys. I love the stripes on them. And then Wisconsin, you got to love that red. I'm looking forward next year, Notre Dame, Wisconsin football on the road in Lambeau. It's gonna be
Are you going to go?
Oh, I'm going.
No, you're going to go. I've never been to an NFL game.
Wow, that's
I
actually
have
crazy.
been to an NFL stadium, though.
Sure.
Notre Dame played at MetLife last year. They also played against Syracuse at MetLife many years ago. So I've been, but I've never been to an NFL game. Fun fact.
Huh. I've been to several Giants games right there at MetLife.
I believe they're winning at the half, or they're at least close, 10-7 on this Sunday. We're focusing on rugby, but during breaks, well, of course, you got to check your fantasy football team. Mine are hovering around 50% win probability, which is good. It could be a lot worse.
Could be.
Right? Sometimes I check at like 3 p.m. on a Sunday, and I've got like a 10% chance to win. It's like, well, that stinks. Both these teams also at about a 50% chance to win. And already seeing a much slower, more tactical start than our last game where Ohio State scored probably at 2 tries by this time in the game. Referee still trying to get the scrum going. The rain and snow have held off for now. Get you an updated weather report. Currently 38 degrees, feels like 26. Snow forecasted to start in 22 minutes. And if you get a look at the graph, doesn't look like it's missing us. So we anticipate that the second half of this game could get a little sloppy. And then the whole entire championship game, boy, is that going to be interesting.
So what's happening in the championship game? Is it snow, rain, all the above?
Looking, some 1 hour, like 3 p.m. had the little snow indicator. 4 p.m. had the little rain indicator. 5 p.m. had the snow indicator. So nobody knows. As their ball is loose, picked up by the Wolverines.
Yeah, a snowy Stinson would probably make the top 5 as number 1 spot rather than number 4. I think I would have to reconsider my rankings there. Oh, my goodness. Almost saw the pick 5.
Gimme
from
5.
Oliver, the gimme 5, whatever it's called, from Oliver Held. Gee whiz, that would have been something.
Nearly came up with it. Indiana plays Notre Dame next, 4:30 p.m. The championship game. One of those two teams will lift the championship trophy. believe they're calling it the Cup Final. This is the Plate Final. All that really matters is that there will be a champion decided tonight. There will be an automatic bid to the NCR quarterfinals determined tonight. Neither of these two teams, though, will be making that tournament despite both having decent resumes. You know, expanded tournament, Michigan especially, would have a pretty decent chance of making some sort of tournament as that one is kicked away into space by Victor Vasconcelos. Oh, excuse me, by Luke Zana. I stand corrected. Victor Vasconcelos is wearing number 12 for Wisconsin. And since that kick went into touch, we're going to bring the ball all the way back to the Wolverines side of the pitch. 6 minutes in, scoreless. Kind of both teams still feeling each other out. Not much showing.
As I was saying, it's going to be a close game. These top four teams are all really legitimate sides. They've had similar results this year. We're going to talk more at length about that a bit later on, but I am very curious to see who will open the play up and really just strike first. I mean, I think who scores first is going to play pivotal in this game more so than others.
I've liked Wisconsin's offense so far, although they commit the penalty there. They're very creative with their offloads just based on the early sample size. Of course, Michigan, a very tough defense.
Oh, that's a sign of a well-coached team. I mean, Curtis Shepard from Wisconsin has done great work with the program and somebody who's been there for quite a bit now. They are missing a star. Titus Hinkles last year was one of the best players in the Big Ten, but they've done well to develop new players that have come into the spotlight. I immediately look to a guy like 8-man Emilio DePalm as somebody who can really be an impact player today.
So if we're looking at how Michigan has progressed throughout this season, they started the year with an ELO, according to Rugby Hawk, of 1341. And thanks to big win over Ohio State, they crushed Illinois. Big win over Michigan State. Clutch win over Indiana Tech. They're now at 1497, quite a large jump for this program. The Wolverines getting to this game against Wisconsin, who comes in with an ELO of 1640. Very strong. Although they lost a lot in their semifinal. Both these teams kind of got, they're punched in the mouth a bit in the semifinals.
Yes, but at the same time, Wisconsin still put up 31 against Notre Dame. I don't think anybody's really been able to produce that type of offense except maybe Marion and Walsh this season, two of the top teams in the country. So what Wisconsin was able to do against a really strong Notre Dame and a structured Notre Dame defense, very impressive. Now we look at Wisconsin, 15-5 against Indiana. They lost that game. They also had a huge win over Iowa Central. We've talked quite a bit about Iowa Central here at the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. That was a big-time win earlier this season and something that really put the country on notice. 46-10 was the score of that game.
ICCC, not quite as good as they were last year, but certainly a good win nonetheless. And, you talk about Wisconsin's good offense. True, very true, but they did give up 52 points against Notre Dame in that 52-31 loss. Michigan losing 38-10 to Indiana, which is why these two teams are playing now. Hoosiers and Irish play later, but still a lot on the line. You want to get that plate third place indicator, relic. I don't know, what word would you use?
Yeah, I think that would be the correct word.
Token?
Third place token, sure.
Third place.
I can rock with token.
Because it's not really a medal. It's like it's a plate. So it's like the plate represents third place.
Yeah.
And you want that.
Yep, I agree. And now it is important to know, I mentioned Shane Loughnane as well earlier in the show as one of Michigan's star men especially last year. He is now the founder of a software engineering company. So he's not quite playing for Michigan. He's graduated. He was a star last year, captain of the team, first team All Big Ten. Also played for Free Jacks U23s in the MLR developmental system. So they sorely miss him. However, they still have tons of guys as part of the honorable mention squad. Immediately, Ty West, one of those guys who will stand out today, and I think he can play a big role in this game. As for Wisconsin, kind of the same. I mean, they had some really star players last year. They're no longer part of the squad. Titus Hinkles, Callum Jones as well. It creates for Carter Bell to now have to step up. He was a second-team member of the squad. I remember him last year. I mean, he was just an absolute beast last year.
Wisconsin will kick it away. Nice kick. Good field position coming for them, all things considered. And yeah, still definitely some good talent on both of these teams. Coming here to South Bend, Michigan fans certainly traveled a little bit better than Badgers fans. Pretty decent student section below us in support of the maize and blue. It's been a very chess match type of start. Couple decent offensive bursts for each team, but once the defense has been able to resettle down, re-coordinate themselves, still scoreless, almost 12 minutes in.
I think 12 minutes into the last game, it was already, what, 20 plus to nothing?
I don't remember, but obviously the one offense was a little bit.
They had scored 28 20 minutes in. I do remember that because that's when I made the point. It could be 112 to the zip.
Also, I'm not sure if this is the ref's decision to have it this way or whether the players are just anxious, but it seems like every scrum is just taking a little bit longer to get going. Kind of making sure it's done properly, make sure everyone's lined up correct. And yeah, another penalty here. This one's going to push the Badgers back. And the left-footed kick, not going to make it, but it goes off the hands of Joseph Koch, and it's going to go into touch. So it'll be a good opportunity for the Wolverines to strike first. One of the first mistakes we've seen. So a line out for the Wolverines. And they're going to go right for the rolling maul. Looks like the ball's in the hands of Mike Crismale, who's getting ushered along all the way down and in for the score. And a perfect maul gets Michigan on the board first.
Yeah, that was just beautiful rugby. I love this. Teamwork for Michigan today. I mean, it requires tons of coordination, just dragging their teammate into the try zone. Well done from the Wolverines. Just gritty rugby in the trenches, and also a really well-executed lineout. We've seen tons of botched lineouts today. It's nice just to see a really clean play off the lineout into the rolling maul and the try.
Absolutely. We've seen plenty go south. Zana's going to put up the conversion kick. That's perfect to make it 7-0 Michigan. And the first try of the game, which, Chris, you called important and think you're absolutely correct, goes to the maize and blue. So we'll have to see if that ends up being significant. For now, it's a 7-0 lead.
Last time these two teams played was September 28th, 2024. Wisconsin won 26-12 last season. I believe that was the game in the pouring rain. It might have been in 2023, but they did play a game in really bad conditions. I know it was Mike Kurzmali's first game in front of his parents. There was a clip I saw of him talking about that after he had transferred from Keene University in New Jersey, and it was a cool story he was sharing about his journey to playing rugby after a year of D3 lacrosse. But needless to say, these two teams know each other, are familiar with one another, and they always seem to have close games. And also, real quick, Charlie, Nico Guzman for Wisconsin, he's been everywhere offensively. I've seen him quite a bit. He's the smallest guy on the field by a country mile, but he sneaks his way in between defenders, kind of dictating the tempo of this offense. He's a real critical player for the Badgers offense.
Yeah, Guzman, only 5'6", junior out of Chicago, says, fun fact, quote, "Let's go Sox." And I imagine he is not talking about the Red Sox, considering his hometown, but I suppose he could be. Just says
talking
Sox.
about the White Sox. That's got to be.
That's tough.
I believe Pope Leo would be a fan of Nico Guzman.
Absolutely. Yeah, you mentioned this is a good game. This is two teams that are pretty even. I would say advantage Wisconsin last year, but with the step forward Michigan took this year, probably the biggest step forward of any team in the Big Ten, without question. Arguably, Notre Dame took a good step forward, going undefeated, but you have to think Michigan took the biggest step forward, and it's given them a real good chance to win this game.
And yeah, even in their losses, I think they've been impressive. The 24-20 loss against Notre Dame, that was Notre Dame's toughest test of the year, at least their worst game. I mean, they played a much better game against Wash and Marion than they did against Michigan. And you also look to the Aquinas game. I mean, only lost by 2 scores. It's really impressive. Aquinas is one of the best programs in the country, both 15s and 7s. And then for the rest of the season, it's all been pretty smooth sailing for the Wolverines. They sit 4-3-0 on the year.
Short line out, maybe Wisconsin going for the rolling maul strat. Not quite there. Couple passes. Here's Vasconcelos giving it off, and hard tackle made on Mason Butner.
Yeah, great form from Luke Zanna with the tackle for Michigan. He's another big-time player for the Wolverines. Been part of the program now for a couple years. Yeah, it's just picture perfect. Also, I appreciate Luke Zanna just totally covered up, by the way. I mean, he's got the leggings, long johns, whatever you want to call them on, and then the Under Armour as well. Just appreciate that. Because, man, it's cold.
Yeah, you still got yours on, and you're rocking your winter coat here in the press box, which has been heated to a nice 72 degrees Fahrenheit.
I will say the coat now is more for comfort than it is for heat.
Okay. I know you're closer to the open window than I am, but I mean, come on.
Oh, this will be
We got a
fun
long
to
kick
watch.
coming.
Yeah. Got some chirps from the crowd. I mean, it's a small but mighty crowd, and you can just hear a
Vocal, for sure.
lady just yell, "Miss it, miss it."
Certainly no secret what the Michigan fans want. See if Butner can deliver. Got the leg, and it's got the accuracy. Nice kick to get Wisconsin on the board. Mason Butner makes it 7-3 Wolverines.
It's a great kick from Mason Butner. On a kick like that, when you're so far away, you don't really want to sky it. The worst thing you can do is give it tons of air, get under the ball. You want to hit more of the center of the ball, just make it sort of the line drive to get the power behind it. It's exactly what Butner does, and that's why he converts with success.
Yeah, pretty much no drama about that kick. So Badgers get it back. They're going to be pinned deep. This kick up in the air, not quite as far, but it's high. Gives Vasconcelos time to get down there to lay a hit on Reagan Plank. Now moving to the left is Jack Reagan. Skip pass. Gets all the way through to Lorenzetti. Massimo Lorenzetti will be tackled down. Back the other way. High pass, and that's taken away. Oliver Held picks that off.
It's an athletic play from Oliver Held. He gets up there and, oh, Guzman, he's so creative. Trying to
Get there, but
work some better field position. That's well done from Michigan and Ty West to work around it. That's why we've highlighted Ty West as one of the guys who was part of the all Big Ten teams last year. You could see he's just got a high rugby IQ. As soon as he gets the ball, shifts to the right, he bounces. Picture perfect from Mr. West.
So try-line line out coming for the Badgers, trailing 7-3 with less than 50% of the first half to go. It's been very tight. It's been very structured. And Butner will get some good foot on that one. Wolverines with a chance to go back the other way. And now they're back inside the 22-meter line. Low pass, but it's gathered in. And nice cut back to the left. West spun down. Good tackle, but he gets it off. And it's taken away by the Badgers, and all of that kicked away. My goodness, chaos on the far side of the pitch.
Porter Blake came away with it for Wisconsin after the ball was poked away. Ty West, once again, just brilliant running, so agile. How do you stop him? That was fantastic. And we got fireworks here at Stinson Rugby Field because this is the game of the day.
So far, well, first game was obviously
Yeah,
amazing,
yeah.
19-19 in the final
But, I
few
mean,
minutes,
watching
but
these guys,
the stakes have just increased.
Yeah, the stakes and the talent level. I mean, listen, it was great to watch a close game no matter what, but this is just some high-level rugby as well. And you don't see as many sloppy mistakes, partly because we also can see green turf and barely any sight of snow.
Yeah, all the snow pretty much gone. That one's kicked away. It'll go into touch, and Michigan will be set up quite well. That one did not go very far. Wolverines knocking on the doorstep. Line out from the 5. They scored on a rolling maul earlier. Looks like they're going to go for it again. And they're in for the try. 2 for 2 on the rolling maul.
Yeah, well, we've talked about the importance of set pieces. And right there for Wisconsin, I mean, they had the scrum just unable to really get out of the situation cleanly, pinned in their own 5-meter zone. From there, Michigan lineup took full advantage of the opportunity. So thank you very much to Wisconsin as they'll march right in for a easiest 5 they're going to score today. You can't give Michigan those opportunities if you're the Badgers. I mean, that's just unforgivable to a degree. It's so easy for Michigan when they're such a big team, and what a conversion kick that was from Ty West.
Yeah, West gets it with his, I believe that was Luke Zanna who knocked it through the lefty.
Excuse me.
Well, usually number 15 will do the kicking,
Yeah.
but Michigan gets Zanna to do it, the left-footed senior who knocked that one off the right upright and in.
Yeah, they do just have strange numbers as well, like looking at this roster. I mean,
Kean Jacobs,
yeah,
and Ali
should be
Salih.
wearing number 4, and Salih should be wearing 5. It's just sort of confusing, to be quite
We got a
frank.
24, first 24 of the day, Eric Sarderlund, the junior. If he enters at 6'2",
And
out of Stockholm, Sweden. Wonder if he, I know Stockholm is a big city, but wonder if he is heard of
yeah,
Luke Becker, the
Now-
star player for Purdue earlier. I'm not sure how big rugby is over in Stockholm. I'd have to imagine that they likely played each other or with each other.
oh, they've had
certainly
to,
possible.
for sure.
Yeah, not sure how big it is over there. Obviously, don't want to just assume since they're from the same hometown they know each other. But it's possible. I wasn't expecting to see any Swedes on our roster, but instead we got 2.
Now, from what I know about Eric Soderlund, is that he didn't serve in the military.
Ah,
So that would have been something if they were in the same
that would have
regiment,
been
maybe.
something.
Um,
Oh, nice
Not
skip
quite.
pass. Oh, it's going to be called back for the forward pass. I was certainly close, but earlier in this half, we saw Michigan get away with something that looked kind of like that. And that time, the Badgers do not get away with it. Nearly breaking free was Carter Bell, but referee stops play and blows it back. And so it'll be a Michigan scrum that ensues. And they do not execute it well, so Ohio State will take that. Or excuse me, Wisconsin will take that. Ohio State doesn't need to take anything else after their big win. Another whistle. Another penalty against Michigan. So we'll see what they go for. It's right from the middle. See if they go tap and go or try to kick it into touch. There's the tap and go. Oh, that was nearly obstruction. And there's the call. Certainly hard to argue with that one. So a little bit of choppiness with 13.5 to play in the first half.
This Michigan defense has really impressed me. We've talked about their performance against Notre Dame in comparison to Wisconsin's performance against Notre Dame. That's played a big difference today. I mean, 14-3. Just think defensively they're like a swarm of bees. They sure do look like ones in those yellow jerseys, but they've been everywhere, not really breaking free and cracking open at all, to the dismay of this Badgers team, as I also see some flurries,
Yes,
Charlie.
I was just about
white
to ask
snow.
you if you saw those. Here
No,
it comes.
I'm not seeing things, which I'm glad about, and yeah, here it comes. I'm sure we'll wake
Light.
up tomorrow to something as well.
Light snow. Maybe classes canceled.
Oh, no.
Yeah, don't count on that. I've learned not to count on that. You know that the year before I was a freshman, so this would have been the winter of 2021-2022. I forgot if it was December 2021 or January, February 2022. Notre Dame did have a snow day. And all classes were canceled. And I knew, I was like, when I came here, I was hoping one snow day in 4 years.
I get a
Not
ski
happened
mask.
in the last 3 years.
I just got a ski mask for my mom who was in town, get me ready for
My
the
goodness. You got the coat on, you got the long johns, your mom's got the ski mask. I think you guys
Listen.
need to spend a retreat up in the Vermont mountains or something, or go to Canada or something.
I don't even mind the cold. I don't complain about the cold, but I do bundle up. I don't complain about the cold. You know why? Because I am prepared for the cold. That's why. And all the people who aren't prepared, they come in, they whine, they say, oh, I'm so mad. You're at Notre Dame, the most beautiful school in the world. Just get a winter coat. Do something. Prepare. Get a hat. Get a ski mask.
Ski mask is crazy. What, are you going to go rob a bank, Chris?
I can't wait to walk into class with a ski mask. People are going to be shocked. 'Cause
I'm going to be shocked.
Yeah, well, I can't wait till you see me next week with a ski mask on.
Are you going to wear it tomorrow?
Yeah, maybe we'll see each other.
We have class tomorrow.
Oh, we do have class tomorrow. I forgot we're in class together. That's fun. Professor Becker.
She's going to ask, what do you think about sports on TV? We can talk about our experience today.
Yeah, we can. So 3 3/4 inches of snow is projected to fall
Oh
from
my
2:58 p.m. today all the way to 11:59 as per howmuchwillitsnow.com. Now,
So, okay, so obviously it's not going to stop hard at 11:59. Is it supposed to continue throughout the night?
it
What do we
will
think?
continue throughout the night because 3.5 inches are projected for tomorrow, and that's all for this week.
Okay, well, all we need is a lot of snow on one day. And I'm not looking for 2 snow days here, Chris. I'm looking for 1.
Yeah, likewise.
You know what I mean? Just have to hope, as the snow comes and begins to pick up, that everyone who has traveled to be here today makes it home safely and in a timely fashion in that order of importance. Of course, thinking about, Michigan, obviously, not too far away. 2 hour, 2.5, 3 hour drive, maybe. Of course, it'll probably be on the longer side of that, given the conditions. Wisconsin, not quite as convenient a travel. But, no matter how long everyone's travel is, that's here today. We do hope that you managed to get home safely and get home tonight.
So what do they call it on Lake Michigan when there's a huge fog or something that comes in during snow and storms and rain?
Is there a special term?
Yeah, there is the lake effect.
Yeah, lake
That's what they
effect
call it.
snow.
So the lake effect, I was driving by Lake Michigan one time, and the lake effect, I literally couldn't see on the road 5 feet in front of me. That was probably the scariest moment of my life
Yeah,
for about an hour driving.
That's probably when I'd consider pulling over.
The issue is if you pull over, people can't see you, and they might run into you. So you got to keep going you got to drive at a slower pace.
Is there like a universal agreement to just go the speed limit? Or you got to go slower than the speed limit? Like, what's the deal?
Depends. I mean, some people panic and pull over and get hit. So
I'd have to imagine
you got to be smart about it because there's tractor trailers on it. It's a tough road. Speaking of tractor trailers, I mean, we've seen some absolute.
I knew the minute you said, speaking of tractor trailers, you're going to start talking about some of the physical rugby we're seeing inside. How about this?
Look at this. I mean,
That's a tractor trailer bulldozing through some snow on the road right there.
Exactly. Carter Bell, too, for Wisconsin. I love watching this guy play. I mean, we've seen him here for Notre Dame. He's always the top player. He's a grade 7s guy as well. Probably the tallest player on the pitch. Uses his size real effectively. I think he could maybe serve as an 8-man one day. But for now, he's like got that lean build, and he'll play the 10, and he plays it well. He's just a quarterback of this offense.
He's listed at 6'1", Chris. There's a few players on this team listed at 6'2", but, it's, of course, program heights. You never know who's accurate, who's embellishing, and whatnot. I know my younger brother is a hockey player at Princeton, and on the website, they list him at 5'10",
Wow.
which is my height. He is not 5'10".
Yeah.
He is not 5'9" either, and nor is he 5'8". I think on a good day, he wakes up and he goes, you know what, maybe today I'm 5'7". But they list him at 5'10", so you never know what is real. Those are not precise measurements, so.
Younger brother catching strays on the broadcast.
Well, it's just part of discourse.
Yeah, no, I
hope he's not
listening.
listening. He's probably not listening.
He's at Princeton. He might have some studying to do.
Yeah, he surely does. Couldn't be me.
No. Notre Dame's not too shabby, though, Charlie.
You know what? We make it happen.
Not too many times you go to Notre Dame, and it's
I'm the
You're the
less
runt
smart
of the
one of
family.
the family,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
That's taken away by Wisconsin. Emilio DePalm picked that one off. He comes in at 6 foot. He looks taller than 6 foot to me. Agree, disagree? Can't tell?
I would agree. I can't really tell from this angle.
Yeah,
What I
guess we
can
don't have a
tell
good
is, I
vantage
mean,
point.
Wisconsin is moving forward. They just need to truck by this Michigan defense. We'll see if they can. Listen, I'll stop for the tractor trailer. I promise. Charlie just looked at me and gave a smirk. I'll stop. But Michigan so far have been the more physical side. We'll see if they can open it up.
Yeah, this is an indication of their good defense as Wisconsin tried to lose ground to go out wide, and it didn't exactly work out as Bell could not shed a tackle. Now they try to go inside. There's a big collision.
They're looking for Guzman just to find the right pass here, pick it out.
This is very risky. We'll see if the ball carrier can get down. Nate Lee, he finally does.
There's Guzman.
Gonna give it off. Almost a great tackle, but running away to the right side is Butner. Doesn't get very far. Inside the crescent moon of the soccer lines. Infrequently used on this field. And finally, a penalty coming up against Michigan. We'll see, does Wisconsin go for the kick? I would assume not, considering they are still, it would not really make them much closer. They are currently trailing by 2 scores. If they kicked it, they would still be trailing by 2 scores.
Looks like the turf monster caught Oliver Held.
Tackle made on Joseph Koch, who tried to finesse his way through. A very short pass. Very patient Wisconsin team, but the more that they have to work for their offense, the more likely it is they commit a penalty or a knock-on. And they'll try a kick play here. That one's into open space. Takes a Wisconsin bounce. Wow. And a try for the Badgers. Right into the hands of Porter Blaha. And just like that, Wisconsin's got their first try of the game. What a pass.
Oh, my days. What a pass. I mean, that's just absolutely exquisite from Carter Bell. Talk about him as the quarterback of this team. He's got vision like none other, and right there, he does get the benefit of the bounce, of course, but to pick out that pass and the talent it takes to even execute it, I mean, he puts it in an absolute breadbasket for Porter Blaha. And again, I mean, just where he places that ball, he knows exactly where it's going to go. Raises up his hands after. What a try. Probably the best try we've seen all day. Listen, we saw that one crazy one with the kick and everything earlier today. But this was probably the most, this is the most challenging try I've seen. I mean, in terms of pure talent, it's got to be number one.
Now, I don't think I'm going to argue with you on that one. 6-point lead for Michigan, even after that try, as we approach the final few minutes of the first half. And this is our penultimate game of a quadruple header. Fourth and final game at 4:30 p.m. today. So stick around for that one. That one will decide the 2025 Big Ten champion. So you don't want to miss that one. 3 minutes to play in half number one. And Chris, it's been pretty even in this game, no doubt about it. What do you think could be the separation point for one of these two teams over the other as we wind down this half and then think forward to the second half?
Yeah, a lot of times, Charlie, I'll tell you, all right, speed of play, who's going to move the ball, who's going to get the ball in the right areas of the pitch, but I think this one's going to come down to individual brilliance. What players on what teams will step up? We just saw somebody do that in Carter Bell. I mean, his ball, using his feet out to the far side of the pitch, spectacular. Then you look at the Michigan side of things. I mean, Ty West has been great today. I think he's been putting together a nice afternoon for himself. Reagan Plink's a really great player. Kean Jacobs, we've talked about. Lorenzetti. I mean, what one of those guys is going to take this game into their own hands. We'll see who can step up. I do believe, though, it's going to just come down to star power when you go up. When you have two teams going up against one another that are practically just about even. I think they're well-coached sides. For the most part, talent is pretty similar from top to bottom. Now it's like, okay, what guy is going to be the star today?
And we're in for a good finish. It doesn't really feel like a 6-point game. 6 points obviously close, but it certainly feels like these two teams have been as even as it gets. And, of course, Michigan right now inside the 5 trying to extend their lead before the break. Boy, would that be a big try for them. This is going to be a big moment in this game regardless of what happens. That ball is going to be held up, it looks like. And it is, in fact, held up. What a brilliant defensive play. As it looked like Massimo Lorenzetti had a easy lane to the try zone, but was that Lamar Isaac or Declan Smith who held that up?
Yeah, I'm taking another peep at it myself because I couldn't fully decipher it here. But, yeah, Lorenzetti.
It was an individual
bowling ball type of play.
Effort to keep that ball from being grounded. Just unbelievable work by the Wisconsin player on defense. Doesn't get much better than that. So now we're in the final 30 seconds and change. Michigan still with it in pretty good territory, but they may have lost their best chance to add insurance to this first half lead. High kick. Referee will blow it. Stop play. Looks like Michigan was playing with advantage.
Looked like maybe Declan Smith was there as well as.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
Yeah, Mason Butner. I mean, it was the two of them, but Smith doing the bulk of the
I
work.
think it was Smith. He's still kind of grabbing his upper body. I don't know. Almost feels like that play took something out of him, maybe his shoulder. Obviously, we're not going to speculate, but he certainly is a little shaken up after making that play. Kind of just putting his hand underneath the ball, not even going for the man.
Yeah.
Great play by Smith, and we'll have to see if his efforts mean anything other than just delaying a score. Michigan gets a line out from the 5. With no time in the half. Next dead ball will send us to break. Michigan hopes that's via the try. They're going to go for the rolling maul again. They have 2 tries like this today. This one snuffed out a lot better by the Badgers defense. Still obviously dangerous territory. Seeing a lot of these Michigan players go very low with the ball. Almost for Plank. And Michigan is in. And all of that, mass humanity. And a big late half score for the Wolverines as persistence pays off. Hard to tell who even got that try, but Wolverines will take it no matter what.
Yeah, it was number 4 for Michigan. I believe that should be Kean Jacobs. Our numbers are a bit off today, but he is in that 4 spot, although he was listed as number 16 earlier in the day. And you said it. I mean, just endless persistence from Michigan. That's a big-time score right before the half. All of a sudden, makes this a 2-possession game.
Now a 3-possession game.
Yeah, now a 3-possession game.
Right?
Well.
No, not quite, but 2 tries, 2 conversions after the successful kick.
Yeah.
I do apologize.
No, I would have went with you just because you are better at math historically than I am.
Okay.
So
I don't know about that one.
I would trust whatever you say, Charlie. But no, it's just totally changes what both teams are going to say in the huddle now. I mean, for Michigan, yeah, let's keep playing tight defense. And if we get one more, even if we get something in the kicking game, we could really extend our lead to 3 possessions and make this near impossible for Wisconsin to come back. Now, if you're the Badgers, you got to be looking at what you can do offensively to ignite another attack. Yeah, did they have a good stretch in the middle portion of that first half? They did, and they were the better team for that. But for the most part, it's been Michigan offensively who have done the bulk of the work. Wisconsin needs to figure it out offensively. How can they break the lines? How can they stretch apart this Michigan defense? Not too sure how. We'll figure it out in the second half. I'm sure head coach Curtis Shepard's got something good cooking.
Yeah, both teams meeting for halftime. We'll step aside when we come back. We'll get you the last 40 minutes of this 3rd place game. Snow is flying in. And we are underway in half number 2. Wisconsin trailing Michigan 21-8 here in a battle for 3rd place. It's coming down, Chris. I had the chance to walk out of the press box for just a few seconds in the break, and wind is blowing right in Michigan's face this half. Will that be a factor?
Oh, 100%. I mean, all of a sudden this game has a new element to it, and we saw that in the first matchup of this Big Ten slate. Not so much in the second, but it looks like Mother Nature is having her word here in the second half.
Well, I suppose the wind was blowing in Wisconsin's face that whole first half, but snow wasn't, and now snow will be blowing in the face of the Michigan players as they try to both attack and defend. See if that allows Wisconsin to make a comeback. Here's Kean Jacobs bulldozing ahead. As Chris mentioned, he is number 16 in yellow. Short pass into the hands of Jack Cummings. Goes down. Decent run here from Maximo Nelson, still going. Good start for the Wolverines. Although there's almost a good tackle, but still progressing forward. For a penalty is called. But with Michigan playing from advantage, they'll just have to back up. They keep possession. Abbreviated halftime there.
Yeah.
These teams are ready to go. I think they see the weather. They're trying to. They know that they're just trying to get out of here, play the game, play hard. But no one knows how long it's going to take to get home after the day is done. Nobody wants to sit around in the cold, so we're happy to accommodate for the players.
I mean, once the point's made at halftime as well, these players are standing around during the half.
Cold.
Their muscles tense up. I mean, you can already see guys stretching right now on the pitch. Jack Cummings, who was man of the match just a few games ago for Michigan, one of the guys getting loose. And there's also some substitutes that we'll see making their way onto the field. Both sides making changes.
Yeah, it's if you're coming into this game as a sub, you got to make sure you are warm. More especially than usual considering the conditions. How about another rolling maul for the Wolverines? All the way down inside the 5. Trying to go 2 for 1, end of the first half, start of the second half, and really kind of balloon this lead. Snow for the next hour and beyond. And it just picked up a little bit more. It's coming in from all different directions.
Yeah. That's why I got the winter coat on, Chuck. Good stand from Wisconsin. Maybe not.
Maybe, well, it was not. We have confusion. Didn't know, the ref put his arm up, which is the indication of a try, but no one acted like it was a try. And after further consultation, no try. We're going to have to find a new PA announcer, perhaps.
Nah, it's a tricky play right there. I mean, even I was messed up myself. As you said, I mean, the ref put his hands up, but no player celebrated. Just a weird moment, but we'll resume playing rugby. And, yeah, gosh, this weather is just brutal. If you're in this game right now, you want to get it out to the wings. You want to get running a little bit, play some fast-paced rugby to shock the other team. I don't think either team would be expecting that right now.
I am, of course, joking. If they found a new play-by-play announcer every time I made a mistake, I would have been replaced multiple times today.
Well,
this is a decent-looking kick. It's going to back. Oh, what do you call that? Might be a try here. That ball's loose. No signal. Referee's going to have a discussion with the side judge. It looked like Ty West picked that up before the try zone, got tackled into the try zone. Then the ball was free for a moment. So a lot going on. Then it looked like it went into touch. Meantime, Michigan will make a substitution, as will Wisconsin. They're gonna go. It's gonna be a scrum favoring Wisconsin at the 5. So pretty good result for the Badgers, who got the big defensive stand thanks to the Michigan penalty, and now have a chance to get right back into this game with a score. The game of momentum swings, and it's been a couple swings already in this second half. See if Wisconsin can get it across. They're inside the 5, right on the doorstep. Oh, that's some good tackling. Another good tackle. Michigan's try-line defense showing up to play. This is dangerous. This ball may not get to the ground. Referee looking for it, and he does. And Wisconsin scores a try, a much-needed try for the Badgers. And they're right back in this one.
And that's great from Wisconsin in the snow, just a tenacity. They've lost a couple of chances right around that 5-meter area, especially today, and in and around the try zone. I mean, they just have not been able to punch it in all too often, even in those attempts in the first half. So to get going early here in the second, make this a one-possession game. That's vital, and all of a sudden, Charlie, I mean, you can feel the anticipation. Everybody's ready for it, which should be an exciting finish.
It should be. The conversion kick is good. 21-15, the lead is cut to. One-score game in the second half. And what a response by this Wisconsin team as the snow picks up. They get the goal try line stand. They get the try score. And all of a sudden, this game that could have been 28-8 is instead 21-15.
It's a great point. Really good point. Wisconsin is also able just to pass the ball really well. You said it before. I mean, they're a creative team moving the ball. I highlighted in the first half Emilio DePalm and Nico Guzman as some guys who I thought have been really great moving the ball. And oh, no.
That kick is blocked by Reagan Plank. Got his hands up. And how important a play could this become? You mentioned it. If you're a Wisconsin fan, oh no. Seemingly innocent play, and Plank got his hands up, setting up this possession for Michigan. Zana, no space. Just to make sure he gets it to the ground. There's one broken tackle. Oh, man. Right on the doorstep. Now a little bit pass out to Cummings. Nate Cummings, that is. Still not in. A couple Michigan players put their hands up. And a stop for Wisconsin, but looked like there was advantage being played, so Michigan avoids disaster. And we'll get a tap and go from the 5-meter line. Luke Zana surrounded by teammates. Trying to dive through. Both teams think they've made a big play. And it's Wisconsin who doesn't allow the ball to be downed.
It's unfortunate for Zana because he did a good job. Lowered his head, tried to hedgehog his way into the try zone. But, yeah, I mean, as you said, Charlie, just terrific defense. Wisconsin laid out on the ground, able to get the job done. And, boy, oh, boy, is this snow coming down now. It's just these random flurries every couple minutes here.
Yeah, keep that in mind if Wisconsin comes back in this game. The back-to-back try line stands for them. And they force another penalty. And so Michigan, who's been all over it to start the half, just having trouble downing the ball. Well, that kick does not go very high, and it's intercepted by the Wolverines, who are going to get another offensive possession right into the breadbasket of one of the players in yellow. And here's a burst through for Lorenzetti. Low pass, but it's gathered in. Here's Cummings. Gives it off. Glusker trying to keep those feet churning. Nelson leaves it behind him. In the middle, Jacobs. Couple cutback moves. And another penalty against the Michigan offense.
Yeah, well, Wisconsin's hyped up, but they got to turn this energy that they have and this performance into something of an attack. I mean, they haven't gotten the ball on the other side of the field now since they've scored that try, and that was only thanks to a really impressive kick from Carter Bell, who, to me, has been the MVP of this Wisconsin team. So get the ball in the hands of their number 10. Let him direct this offense, and he can pick out a pass, I'll tell you that, Charlie. But, yeah, I mean, you know, I get they're hyped up and they're energized, but they got to figure it out now. They're still down.
Yeah, it's certainly good to get defensive stands, but you got to take advantage eventually. Try to gain some field position back. The whole entire half basically has been played on the Michigan side, but how about that kick? My goodness, perfection. Wisconsin will draw up a play that they're going to use on their line out. The only score of the half belongs to the Badgers. All the other close calls belong to the Wolverines. And visibility is beginning to drop, at least for me. I don't know what you're seeing, but...
Yeah, I mean, this is like a snow globe right now. And I'm just curious how this will impact the championship game. What's it going to look like? And also maybe my commute after this game back to...
Are you going to bike through this?
I don't know if I'll bike through it. I might just carry the bike.
Carry the bike sounds worse.
Not carry, just walk the bike.
That sounds worse. You gotta try.
I might bike. The issue is it depends what way it's blowing. If it's blowing in my face, it's not worth, getting sick and all.
As if it's not gonna be blowing in your face if you walk?
It will be, but not as bad. There's just different degrees to it. I don't know if you've heard, but if you're running in the rain, you actually get more wet than walking. I still run in the rain at times.
I have not heard that. Where is that from?
Mythbusters.
Is that a reliable source?
Mythbusters was a TV show back in the day.
I'm aware.
And look at this on your broadcast. I mean, you can see it's a snow globe right now. So we thank you so much for sticking with us. I mean, we're really going to paint the picture for you guys here. I know you can't.
Although our view is not that much better.
Yeah, our view is not that much better. You can't see it as perfectly as you may hope, but still good enough. And listen, there's not many college rugby broadcasts. I don't think there is a single one that is equipped for this and ready for this like we are here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. All thanks to everybody in the back right now. So shout out to them working hard. Walter, Aaron, the whole team today. I mean, those guys are just the rock stars, and we're just the two goofballs up here on in the press box.
Yeah, kind of crazy they picked us to be the voices of their show, but we thank them, and we're happy to be bringing you the 4 Big Ten games on tap today. We've already played 2 full ones and 1/2 of the third. And boy, when you say snow globe, you mean it. This snow is not coming straight down, nor is it even blowing in a direction. It's a circle. You just don't see this that often, but this is exciting for some people, I imagine, probably miserable for more. I have to say, Chris,
I
as
would
I
say
was,
it's miserable. I mean,
yeah, well,
at
I
this
understand
point,
that.
At this
the
point
only
as well, if you're Wisconsin and you're trying to chip your way back into this game and this is what you're dealt with, I mean, you're being dealt a real tough hand right now. And look at the surface of the pitch, too. I mean, just a few minutes ago, it was green as grass. I understand it is turf, but that's all I can think of that's green. And
emeralds, leaves.
Yeah,
I guess leaves are pretty intertwined with grass.
green as a grape. But then again, it might be purple.
Yeah,
that
it could be a
means.
purple grape.
So,
Green is a frog?
yeah, we'll stick with that.
Wisconsin, by the way, can cut the deficit to 1 with a try. Maybe Michigan gets the big stop here, though.
I mean, if they were to score right here, they would take the lead because I would find a lot of trouble of them if they were to miss the conversion kick. I mean, I'd be shocked. I understand it's
The
snowing.
plant foot could slip. You never know. No
Wow.
kick is a gimme.
I know, as we've talked about.
Yes, I'm not trying to bring that up again,
I
Chris.
feel like you keep bringing it up.
Well, I'm just saying, you're saying, oh, this kick is a gimme. Absolutely not. There's a consultation, by the way, between the official and the side judge. And they're going to give Wisconsin a try out of that.
Wow.
Whoa. Yeah, roll back the tape. What do you see?
I mean, I see a lot of snow.
Okay, other than that, what do you see?
Trying to give it a look, Charlie. Trying to be this color commentator, but unfortunately.
Maybe Owen Klovas, number 17, just into the game in red? I mean, there's so many bodies there. Obviously, the side judge saw.
This could be game-changing now because Michigan's got a worse hand in terms of the weather. I mean, the snow is mainly blowing in their face. It's kind of at Wisconsin's back, although it is coming in from the side as well.
And the kick is good. Very important conversion kick is through. And so 22-21 lead. Wisconsin has scored 14 unanswered points in the second half. And with just over 20 minutes to go, the script has been flipped. First lead change since the very first game of the day, which I guess is not saying that much.
No.
I've just realized that's really not saying that much. But stick with me. Kicked away by the Badgers. And it's going to land in the hands of Reagan, Jack Reagan, towards the middle. With a little somersault on the tackle. Oh, strong play as Ali Saleh trying to get it through.
Yeah, lowers the shoulder and lays down the boom.
Somewhere in there, though, he lost the ball. So Wisconsin will be able to gain some field position. I think the wind took that kick, kind of confused Ty West, who gets it back. Gives it off. Dangerous. Very dangerous.
Michigan's having a tough time handling the ball right now.
And they're going to be penalized. They're going to have to back up. And Wisconsin went too quick on the tap and go. So you said at the onset of the half, will the wind play a factor? Absolutely, it is playing a factor. And if you're Michigan, just can't help but think back to the missed opportunities at the beginning of this half. If they don't find a way to come back and win this game, those are going to stick out very strong. Referee as low as he can get, and Michigan gets the stand. They do not let the ball get down, and a big stop for the Wolverines defense. A little taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, Michigan still has 20 minutes left to play. And there's tons of time left in this game.
Absolutely.
Really, a quarter of this game left. There's no reason why they can't come back. What Wisconsin has done a better job at is pinning Michigan inside their own zone. So Michigan will just kick, and there we go. We finally get a kick right on cue. But Michigan will utilize those punts and just launch the ball downfield. They know Michigan's having a tough time controlling it. That's what Wisconsin likes to attack, and then they'll press Michigan, get them uncomfortable. Michigan should give Wisconsin a taste of their own medicine.
You stole that from me. I just said that.
Oh, I'm really sorry. I was very locked in. I had my binoculars out. I was trying to see the try there. I got a good inside zoom because listen, I mean, these cameras
Binoculars.
are fantastic, but
You don't need binoculars. You need like a roof over the field. That would probably help more.
it would help more.
This is what's crazy is, and if viewers are just joining us, which most of you probably are, this is not as bad as it was when we got here this morning. The field had more snow on it when we got here this morning.
It did.
But it was not actively snowing. So it got better quickly. This field is just going to keep getting worse, most likely. Don't think the snow is stopping. And if it turns to rain, which it supposedly may, certainly less likely to become rain than it was. So the weather is kind of changing on the fly, as per. But if it becomes rain, then this field just becomes a slush fest, and that's not pretty. It's going to be slipping around all over the place.
Yeah, I am eagerly anticipating the final game of today and seeing how this changes things. I will say, though, I mean, Notre Dame will be better suited in the championship game. And this is what I would want, a kick. Look at this. I mean,
yeah, it's going to be a
it'll
knock-on,
be a
though.
knock-on, but you can see even the intent there from Michigan. Really positive, catches Wisconsin off guard. There's tons of space to run into. And with the snow, you never know how the ball is going to bounce. You might as well give it a shot.
Yeah, I kind of like that idea, the low kick. The high kick's not going to work because of the wind. The low kick, though.
Well, it could work if you hit more of a line drive just over the
Well, that would
heads
be
of
a low
everybody.
kick, Chris.
Well, I thought you
I guess
referring to a
medium
kick on the ground.
I get, yeah,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
right, you're right. I was thinking like the moon balls where you try to get your
Sure.
player down the field.
Some may call them a grubber kick.
Ooh,
That's the rugby term, Chuck.
I like that.
It's one of the first things I learned before my first broadcast. You got the grubber or the Gary Owens. Or maybe I mixed them up, but well, I'll consult and get back to you on that.
All right, well, I'll give you a second to consult here as Wisconsin takes off the scrum, but they're going to be tackled into touch. Pretty good defense on Emilio DePalm, and Michigan gets the turnover.
Yeah, so a Gary Owen is a really high rugby kick, pretty much like the hang time in the NFL when you see a punt
So then the grubber is the
on the
low
ground.
kick. Yeah.
Makes more sense.
So I'd like to see the Wolverines go for the grubber.
No, the Gary. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to see somewhere in between.
Okay. You should invent that. We'll call that the daily kick.
I'm sure there's a name for it.
I mean, probably just a kick.
Yeah.
No, there's got it. There's probably a name. Connor Gill fill-in into the game for Michigan. He'll do this line out as
Yeah.
Thomas Olavison has been subbed out.
I believe his mom is actually one of our best supporters right now on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. So thank you so much to Kate Gillifin. Really appreciate the kind comments a bit earlier in the show.
Yes, we always love positive support, even if we don't deserve it. We do appreciate it always. And so thanks to all of our 129 viewers, especially those who are in the comment section. The power of the comment section, if you believe we are mispronouncing somebody's name, please let us know the correct pronunciation and we can fix it. Some teams have been kind enough to provide us pronunciation guides. Others, and again, though that is above and beyond, we do not expect that. Others have been gracious enough to give us first name, last name, and number, and position. Some height, some weight. Anyway, we're thankful for all the information we get from these teams, completely voluntary, but helps out a lot with our broadcast. And we do have the added benefit of the comment section. So if you do believe that we are mispronouncing your son's name or your nephew's name or your friend's name, please do give us a shout. We do read them throughout the day. As there's kicked ahead, Carter Bell trying to find a teammate. Will it stay in touch? It will, but only because of another kick. So a little bit of a missed opportunity, and now the play is blown dead. So we approach the 15-minute mark of the second half. Before the game, Chris, you were playing Let It Snow, Let It Snow,
was.
Let It Snow. Perhaps you'd think about playing that one again?
I would, but I don't want to get copyrighted
Oh,
on Notre Dame
good
Rugby
point.
YouTube
Good
channel.
point. We're
So
not no
that's
copyright
the
infringement.
last thing
so,
I could do. To
so
this.
why don't you just sing it instead?
Oh no, you do not want to hear me sing.
No, I do actually.
Trust me, Charlie.
Okay, trust me. You don't. Okay,
No.
I understand because I'm in the same boat. Nobody wants to hear me sing either.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really actually eager to see how this game turns out. You think Wisconsin will put some more points on the board? Usually you're the one asking me these types of questions. I'd like to ask you right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, do you think Wisconsin's got some more points in them?
I think if Wisconsin scores again and converts, then that's it. I don't think I think Michigan could get another score, but I think if Wisconsin makes this a 2-score game right here, it's going to be very difficult for a Michigan team that has already missed out on so many opportunities. They're playing into the wind, which is evidently a pretty big factor if you think about points scored by the team facing the wind versus points scored by the team with the wind at their back. The team with the wind at their back has 35 points in total in the game. There are 43. Just 8 points for Wisconsin when they had their faces at the wind, and none for Michigan in this half. How about that for math?
Yeah, not bad at all. I like it, Chuck. And this is a great chance on the line out. I like the design line out too, just the overhead toss rather than going for the long ball because it's snowing out.
Some of the Michigan fans cheer below us, obviously satisfied with either satisfied with the result of that line out or happy for the substitution that the Wolverines have just made. Trying to urge their players on. They're up against it now, both literally and figuratively, if you think about what it is. Here's a Michigan scrum. Is that line out, Chris? You may have liked the idea of it, but it was not straight. So here's a Dave Owens. Or what's his name?
It's a Gary Owen.
Gary Owens. I'm thinking of
It's actually just Gary Owen, like one word.
Gary Owen.
Yep.
Okay, I do apologize. I'm thinking of David, our friend who
Yes, yes.
has actually called a Notre Dame rugby game before on this channel. So just
Yeah,
got it
he's-
mixed up.
he's-
Please do forgive me.
He's the man.
Line out coming for the Badgers. Michigan in desperate need of a stop. And this is going to help as they take it away. It's dropped briefly, but backwards, so no knock on. As we approach the 12-minute mark of the second half. That kick is up in the air. I lost it in the snow, but it landed somewhere in touch.
You can see the body language of a couple of these Michigan players who are off the ball right now, especially out here on the near side of the pitch. Ty West, who's been really impressive today, hasn't really seen the ball a whole lot in the second half. He's got his shoulders all clenched up. He's rubbing his hands, trying to get warm here. And the same can be said about a couple of other Wolverine players and Badger players. So for the guys who are not involved in these constant lineouts, they're freezing their butts off right now.
Yeah, and I would say more than their butts off, Chris. They're freezing their fingertips off.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of cold hands out here. So that one's
That's
kicked
great
ahead
from
by
Carter
Bell. Will be gathered in. And that kick is partially blocked. It sputters around. And then it's dropped by Bell. And finally the whistle stops play. But for an offside against Michigan, that was a knock-on against Wisconsin that was not called.
Yeah, just the way the cookie crumbles there goes in favor of the Badgers, and you got to give it to Bell here.
Well, they choose to give it to Isaac Olson, number 22, into the game. Fresh legs for the Badgers. See if maybe you get some of these players on the near side of a bicycle kick. Bouncing towards the back touchline, which is basically impossible to see now. Putties everywhere. I assume that was downed in the try zone, but no official signal yet. I think there's going to be a consultation, and there will be, between head referee and one of the line judges. I'd be surprised if this wasn't a try-line line-out coming up for Michigan. All the other alternative is a try for Wisconsin, but based on body language of the Badgers players, don't think that's coming.
Well, that's why I love the idea of getting the ball in the hands of Carter Bell because of the kick. We saw the bicycle, as you said, just the overhead behind the back kick. Carter Bell knows how to place it, and even in conditions like this, we've seen him do that twice already today. Why not give it to him again in that situation and allow him be the one to kick it into the, maybe the side of the try zone where the rest of the red jerseys were.
There's a conversation now between the two captains and the official. Clock continues to run. Snow is not coming down as hard anymore, but the flakes seem a bit thicker, fuller. I don't know if that makes sense. It's not quite as light, so it's heavier snow, is I guess the way you'd say it in normal English. I don't know exactly what I was going for. So we got a scrum coming up out of all of this. So not sure what the decision was, but evidently Wisconsin's got to be decently happy with it as they get the ball in pretty plus territory. Michigan in desperate need of a stop. Bodies kind of flying over each other. Flipped out wide, couple passes. Another stoppage of play by the referee. Now he's going to have a conversation with another Michigan player. Oh, he's giving out a yellow card. Oh, my goodness. So Michigan will have to make this comeback effort with 14 on the pitch. And already pinned back deep.
It's Ty West, I believe, who will be going to the sin bin. And yeah, you said it. I mean, that's just a tough blow.
See if Wisconsin can take instant advantage. Klovas, who has a try in the game, part of this conglomeration of bodies, which is pushing its way in between the goalposts. Michigan almost trying to strip the ball there. Not even go for the tackle, kind of just take the ball away. It's kicked up in the air. Gary Owen, if you will. And line judge has his flag up. And Michigan gets the stop as Wisconsin was tackled into touch. We'll see if they can turn that into offense.
It's been all Wisconsin in the past 20 minutes. Weather's played a huge factor in that, but we have not seen the ball on the other side of the field in, quite a while, Charlie. It's
Can you pan to that right now quickly?
insane.
Yeah, if you look over there, Chris, there's actually not even a footprint on that half of the field, which, of course, it's snowing. You could argue, oh, the footprints are filled in. Well, there weren't many to fill in if there were any. Kind of since Michigan's last inability to down it in the try zone, they've had nothing over on that side.
Since the ball crossed at the 21-minute mark, it
hasn't. The
since
ball's
the
not been
21-minute
over.
mark. So the ball's not been over on the Michigan or on the Wisconsin's defensive half.
We got
now
a few footprints now.
Right on cue.
It's
been 16 minutes though since we've seen this.
See if Michigan can get the ball back now, as Wisconsin still has it. Oh, it's dropped. Knock on against Wisconsin, and Michigan is set up as it was through the hands of Bell. Whether that was a slippery ball, cold hands, or both. Just simply taking his eye off the ball, whatever it is. Michigan's got a chance. They only need 3. Only one kick gets them the lead. Michigan really taking their time here, Chris.
Yeah.
I promise we didn't cut out. We're just waiting for the action to re-begin.
No, we are. It's methodical, and they need to get it right because this is probably their last chance. Oh.
And it goes to waste instantly. All that time waiting for the scrum, and it fails instantly. So will Michigan get another chance is the question. The snow has more or less ceded comparatively.
Couple of these mistakes, though. You look at Ty West going to the sin bin for 2 minutes. And then right there, I mean, just you don't even get the scrum off. Those are just things that really can't happen in the final 5 minutes of a game when you're down by 1 point.
Yeah, Michigan's still playing with just 14. Trying to get a try. And off the line out, the wind definitely took that line out. Goes to Michigan. Last chance potentially for the Wolverines. It's a pretty good run to get them across midfield. Well, teamwork play right now. It's like a modified maul. Jack Cummings. Jack and Nate, 13 and 7 for Michigan. Both have had relatively strong games today. There's a strong tackle on a run ahead by Matthew Gerwin just into the game. 2.5 minutes to play in regulation time. Coming up after this one, Indiana, Notre Dame for the Big Ten Championship. That one scheduled for 4:30. Of course, the day has been moving pretty quickly. This game's going to end well before 4:15.
Yeah, I will say it has moved. Time flies when you're having fun. We've been treated to some great rugby games today. I mean, last game, of course, was a blowout, but it was still nice to see just pure domination from a team, and that came in Ohio State. They got some studs on that team. There's some really fast, physical players, especially out wide. Was very impressed with their play. They're a team we've talked about. Could and maybe should be in this game right now. Things just didn't pan out as well as they would have hoped this regular season. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, that's got to be the wind, right?
It's the wind and just the slippery condition of the ball.
That kick goes off an unsuspecting Badger. Declan Smith wasn't even looking and knocked that one down. It's been a very tactical half, especially since Wisconsin took the lead. So we get close to the 1 minute mark in this one. Michigan needs a stop. They need to get down the field, and any points will put them in front. Wisconsin either kill the clock or score one more time, and they will claim 3rd place in the Big Ten, which would be an improvement after last year's 4th place finish. If I remember correctly. They were in this game last year. I guess they could have won it last year. I'll have to look back. But either way, this Michigan team is better than who they would have played last year, which would have been Indiana. This Michigan team is very, very good, but they are up against it now with time ticking down.
Yeah, last year at this event, Michigan played Purdue 41-26. They were victorious.
Good call.
Now, I remember looking at some of these scores. Michigan beating Ohio State, real impressive win. They battled, and it was a close 4-point loss to Notre Dame. I knew this one was going to be close when you also look at the results of Wisconsin, a team that also beat Purdue by a large amount. That game was a lot more open-ended against Notre Dame, 52-31. Granted, they played at very different times in the season. Wisconsin's last game was against Notre Dame. Meanwhile, Notre Dame, Michigan was the beginning of the season, right? So the teams weren't fully set yet, still trying to find their chemistry after the offseason. And we got exactly what we said we would, a really close game. I mean, how much closer can it get?
It actually cannot, because there needs to be a winner.
And that's exactly.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Michigan may be going. Ryan Beskey gives it off. Gets it back. Michigan all of a sudden is alive here after a long run up the side.
You have space out wide to the left.
See if they go to it. Just out of nowhere, the Wolverines nearly broke, but now they commit a penalty. And Wisconsin gets the ball back. Not happy. Augustine Ajayi unsatisfied with the call, but Wisconsin kicks it out, and that's it. The Badgers win 22-21. They avenged their loss in this game last year to Indiana, and they come up with the third place finish in a remarkable game, Chris.
Yeah, the emotions are showing right now from Wisconsin. Players hugging, and they are so happy. What a turnaround this has been for Wisconsin. They had a great year last year, but they've taken a new step forward. This team has reached new heights in the Big Ten. Third place. What a season for the Badgers and Curtis Shepard's men.
And they get it done by a skinny point in the snow at Stinson. Step aside here as Notre Dame and Indiana get ready to go. A game currently scheduled for 4:30, so we will take a break. We'll hopefully get some brooms on the field and get ready for what should be an excellent finale to our quadruple header. Stay with us on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. It is time for the championship game. We've been waiting all day for this one here at Stinson Rugby Field in South Bend, Indiana. It is the host Fighting Irish versus the in-state rival Indiana Hoosiers, where only one team will come away with the Big Ten championship trophy after 80 minutes plus. So happy to have you joining us this evening. Charlie Morris, my partner is Chris Daly. And Chris, second straight year we're seeing Notre Dame in this game, looking to avoid the same fate for the second straight year.
Yeah, last year they fell to the Ohio State Buckeyes 21-17, heartbreaking fashion. Notre Dame had the lead, and unfortunately some self-inflicted errors towards the end of that game meant the Buckeyes reigned victorious here at Stinson Rugby Field. But now the Irish, dressed in green, are battle-tested. Plenty of those players from last year on the pitch today, as well as some new faces. Jack Waterhouse was a part of the program, but dealt with tons of injuries throughout his first 2 years in South Bend. Now a junior, he's seen as the best player in the country by just about everybody you'll see online. They recently ranked him on the College Rugby Show as #1 over Taka Musingwini at Wheeling, and I mean just so many other players as well. It's so impressive what he's been able to do. You look at Jack Dunn, Phil Guinan, just so many different international players that have elevated this Irish team to the next level.
Certainly going to be interesting to see how this one goes inside the snow globe that is South Bend, Indiana. The field is white. The lines were brushed, but snow is already packing over them. It's not supposed to stop. This is going to be the story of this game. And we'll have to see how that affects gameplay. For the first half, Notre Dame will have the wind at their back. Indiana will have the wind at their face. So far we've seen today that's been a factor. And right away, Notre Dame will get an offensive possession. Ho, 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 indeed. It is Christmas time. Not quite. I'm a big get to Thanksgiving first, but you can't argue with the weather conditions today. Certainly bringing that winter time feel. And just a minute in, Notre Dame already looking to be knocking on the doorstep. Kick is skipped and bounds. Linky is tackled into touch. So Indiana gets the turnover. Nearly a disaster for them, but instead a success, and they will get the ball, and we'll get to see them on offense for the first time.
I'm excited to see Indiana on offense. Keep an eye out for number 10, Tommy Hannon. For the past 4 years, he has been a star in the Big Ten Conference, as well as Parker Wall, one of the toughest players I've seen at Stinson Rugby Field. That's number 12 in white and red.
We got Indiana wearing the barber pole jerseys, red and white, alternating stripes. Notre Dame in the solid greens. And the lights are on. The snow is falling. The snow has fallen. It is going to be a test of grit, determination, ability to keep your hands warm, all of the above. With a chance to take home the championship trophy. Indiana came in third place last year, defeating Wisconsin in the third place game at this event. Now they are in the championship game, trying to take home the Big Ten title. There will be a new champion this year, as Chris mentioned during the open. Ohio State, the defending champs for the next hour and a half or so before that changes, and one of these two teams gets to parade around in the snow, lifting up the championship trophy and claiming bragging rights over the Big Ten for the entire year. Both of these teams went undefeated during pool play during the regular season in the Big Ten, as that swung out wide. And back in play for Cullen Artis for the Irish. And both these teams currently undefeated. They both defeated 4 Big Ten teams this season. Illinois beating Wisconsin, Purdue, and Michigan in the conference play after also beating Illinois in a Big Ten but not divisional game earlier. And Jack Waterhouse is not going to score the first try of the game, as there was a penalty call, maybe obstruction against Notre Dame or some sort of other penalty. So it stays 0-0. Waterhouse looked like he would have been in alone, but it is called back.
Yeah, it was a good feed, though, to Waterhouse on the kick. Just punts it over the top of Indiana's defense. Jack Waterhouse, I mean, he's 6'6". Guy can go up and grab it. Also, experienced water polo player. He's used to those situations, just aerial wins for the ball. And I like that attempt there from Notre Dame. Also love this jersey matchup. Two crisp looks.
I mean, this is just like Christmas on field.
It is.
You got the snow, you got green, you got red and white. Like, it's hard to argue with the holiday theme of this game, despite the fact that it still has not been American Thanksgiving yet. Just about 5 minutes in. All the play has been on this side of the field. That one's going to bounce into touch over on the near side. So Notre Dame will have a line out coming. They're going to discuss the plan before. They're a little too far away from the try zone to try a rolling maul for a score, but they may try it anyway. It's been so successful for them this year.
Yeah, and it has been. And quickly, one thing I appreciate about both of these teams is the fact that they're both battle-tested, Charlie. I look at Notre Dame. They played Walsh. They played Marion, some of the best teams in the country. They lost both of those games, although I will tell you, against Marion, Notre Dame had that game won until the final 2 minutes. And so has Indiana. I mean, they also played Indiana, and they played UCLA, coached by Harry Bennett, former professional rugby player right here in the MLR, an MLR legend, and one of the biggest voices in collegiate rugby. So they've been able to play some great opponents and really hone their craft out of conference and in conference. Both sides have just gotten the job done.
Absolutely. Both teams beating all the Big Ten teams they played. And how about that hit? But they're going to call it back. A lot of stoppages in play early in this game. Not much flow so far for either team. There's going to be an offside against Notre Dame. Sets them back.
Yeah, I wonder how this game will change, especially with Tommy Hannon, who's got the ball in his hands for Indiana. I mean, he's a guy who's a specialist in terms of kicking. He's got one of the best foots in the country. And on a day like this, it's going to be real tough for Hannon to show off his main talent.
Has a good kick there. Sets up Indiana well. They're marching down the field right now. I'll be interested to see how this game goes, Chris. All season long, Notre Dame has been a second-half team. Tonight, though, the advantage for them is in this first half where they've got the wind at their back. So something to keep in mind. We see Sam Sullivan march along, number 1 in white. He's opposed by Andrew Cansfield, number 1 in green for the Irish. Here's a chance for Carson Hopner. Trying to wiggle his way. Looks like the Hoosiers all the way down near the 5. Really physical rugby right now for them. Sullivan again. Gets pushed back. There's a tandem tackle. And trying to spin away and getting free for a moment. Indiana player down there. Trying to dive for the try line. And the try is scored. Oh, maybe not. Oh, it's a penalty. And Indiana will have to back up. The referee put his hand up in the air, but that was to signal a penalty against the Hoosiers. And so Notre Dame's defense with a big stop. An important early play in this game.
Yeah, some confusion with the Hoosiers players after that call. They weren't too pleased with the referee.
Yeah, they looked like they started to celebrate for a second.
They
Chris.
did for a brief second, almost a pump fake celebration.
Fooled me.
Yeah, it fooled most as well. Notre Dame also kind of confused, but they'll gladly take that 10 minutes into this game. You've said it, Charlie. Been a bit cagey to open up compared to what we've seen today. I mean, weather plays a factor. We can't even see the Notre Dame logo. Can't even see midfield. I mean, you can barely see it out here from the press box. I doubt you can on the broadcast.
Yeah, just getting a look. I mean, the visibility is just about as good as ours. Certainly no better.
I think the benches will also play a big role tonight. You know, what we'll see in the second half when both teams have to utilize their depth with guys getting banged up. Who's going to make that impact off the bench? Notre Dame's got Zach Banton waiting for his turn, and we know from our time announcing him that when he comes into the game, well, everything changes.
That kick takes a bounce away from Hannon, who's going to slide down. It's still free, but it is picked up by the Hoosiers. But it looks like a penalty against Indiana. So Notre Dame will get set up here from very good field position. They completely flipped the field in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and you got to give a shout out to the Irishman, the true Irishman, Jack Dunn, who's here on a foreign exchange year. Well, he was the one who initially ignited that attack with just a kick, again, past the Indiana defense. Notre Dame's done that twice now. This time it was done perfectly, places it. They also get the balance and a bit of a slip and slide thanks to the wet condition. All in all, sets Notre Dame up about maybe 5 meters away here. Again, I can't
I
make it out.
believe that's at the 5 meter line,
Yeah.
but we have no idea. We're just guessing. You can't see it. Maybe.
We'll call it the 5.
Yeah, why not? It's tough to tell where the penalty took place. Of course, that would help us. But again, we can't see. And now a penalty against Notre Dame. Indiana with a tap and go, and they'll kick it ahead. Picked up by Collie Erden for the Irish, who is playing in the number 5 spot this evening.
Indiana's got a plethora of players from the state of Indiana. Yeah, I'm just looking at their team. I mean, they got in the front row, they have 6 players from the state of Indiana. So that's the front row. And then in the back row, they got 3. I mean, this is a very much an Indiana-centric team. You look at Notre Dame, they're from all around the country, some beautiful parts of sunny United States. You know, they got some guys from even on the East Coast where it doesn't snow all too much anymore. And then some guys from overseas that haven't really even seen snow in their lives. They've seen a whole lot of rain, especially those Irish guys. But, I mean, I doubt that, you know, the Australians, the Irishmen, and the South African Jack Waterhouse have seen all too much snow and played in too much snow. So I wonder if that plays an impact. And we'll see. I mean, these guys from Indiana, they're used to this. They've been acclimated to this. Even if they didn't play rugby growing up, they played other sports. They have this environment that they're acclimated to, whereas for Notre Dame, got a whole bunch of first-timers.
Yeah, again, so many factors to keep in mind, but there's a reason you only play one game, and then there's a reason you play it on the day it's always been scheduled, because you never know what could happen. We didn't get perfect conditions this year, and both these teams saying, so what? Let's play. And so we're playing. And still 0-0, more than 12 minutes into this first half. Again, last year's championship game, very low scoring, 21-17 final. And it's still early, but the start of this game has indicated both these defenses here to play.
Yeah, Notre Dame's a big team. You said it, though. They're a second-half team. They typically wear teams out in the first half before eventually exploding in the second.
There's another turnover forced by the Hoosiers' defense. And Hannon will just try to kick it away. Philip Guinan waiting for it, and he goes into touch with it. I believe he's going to argue that the ball went into touch first. I believe he's going to win that argument.
Well, Charlie, the ball's been on the far side of the field for practically this entire game. We haven't really seen it come by the stands and by the press box. It would be nice for one of these teams to switch the point of attack and kind of break this game up, you know, open it up as well, because that's the way you can spread apart a defense here and create those line breaks that they're desperately searching for. However, Notre Dame have had chances thanks to punting it again over the defense. We've seen it twice. It's worked out both times. If you're the Irish, you also got to utilize that to the best of your ability.
See if they can execute the line out better this time. They cannot. Hoosiers take it away. It's been a strength for Notre Dame this year, the line outs, but this one ends up in the hands of Indiana. Of course, every pass carries a risk due to the conditions. Will Linke making a big impact on that tackle before he's driven backward. Strong counter ruck made by Michael Cabreros, who's wearing number 13 for the red and white.
Love that from Will Linke. I mean, he's the smallest guy on this Notre Dame team, and he's getting physical early on. If you're a teammate of Will Linke, that's got to inspire you to keep pushing forward and show the fight that Linke has here in the early goings.
Knock on against the Irish. We'll give a scrum to Indiana.
Linke, though, banged up after that one. He's tinkering with his hamstring, it looks like.
And he's over here, closest player to us. Directing traffic now is number 11 in green. 5'9" out of London.
But he is the guy that you were talking about, the Australian off-air. I mean, he has experience, I believe, playing in Australia as well. He's been a world traveler throughout his young life.
This one's picked up by Colin Artis, and Artis is going to split the D across midfield. Artis gives it off to Waterhouse, who is dragged down from behind on a great tackle quickly to Linke, and then it's dropped by Portelli. And that will stop play, and Indiana can take a breath.
Well, what a job from Artis. It looked like a bit of a dummy, and he made about 5 white and red jerseys miss, just splits the D, parts the C, whatever you want to say. And it was a great offload as well to Jack Waterhouse, 2-on-1 situation. To stop Jack Waterhouse, it takes a lot. I mean, even when the initial contact was made, Waterhouse went another 5, maybe even like 8 meters there. He just kept dragging an Indiana defender. Unlucky break for Notre Dame. We're going to see that, though, today. I mean, the weather plays a factor. It's not going to be as clean as rugby as you've seen all throughout the year for both of these sides. And, yeah, I mean, again, just unlucky for Notre Dame.
Indiana definitely catching a break there. Although they will absolutely take it when you're defending Notre Dame, especially with the wind at your face. You got to get a little bit of luck in there, and so obviously a scary moment, but they will get the scrum.
Notre Dame seeking to remedy the loss of the Notre Dame women's soccer team in the ACC championship today. It's the second championship game the Irish are competing for throughout sports, and Notre Dame women's soccer, I mean, that was a heartbreaker. It was a 2-2 game.
First 4, or I guess not.
I'm sorry?
3 for their first 3 on PKs,
yeah.
But then missing.
Yeah, no, it was unlucky. I mean, it eventually went to golden PKs, pretty much. Sudden death at the end there after the 5th penalty takers went, and the Irish lost. But there'll be a team in the NCAA tournament that can make a run, as is Notre Dame Rugby. I mean, this is a team this year I feel is in the best position to make a run for the national title. There's tons of good teams towards the top, but after that fight against Marion, the 32-30 loss, I really felt like, okay, this Notre Dame team is legit. There's something different about this team this year.
They deserve to win that game.
And they did deserve to win that game, but hey, rugby is an 80-minute game, and for Notre Dame, they did lose focus for those last 2 minutes and came back to hurt them.
Yeah, 32-30 loss to Marion. Notre Dame actually led that one 30 to, I believe, 16. And then they gave up back-to-back tries and conversions or something like, maybe it was 30 to 18, whatever it was. Notre Dame has shown they can compete with the top. This is currently number 9 versus number 12, by the way, based on NCR rankings. Indiana, the 12th ranked team, coming into the game at 5-3. 3-0 in the Big Ten. Their losses are to very strong teams, Marion, Lindenwood, and UCLA. Very, very strong teams. A couple big wins as well for the Hoosiers, and For Notre Dame, they've kind of been at the top most of the year. That loss against Marion didn't really knock them down as much as I thought it might, but I guess the rankers kind of were like, hey, they showed they can hang, so they hung around in the top 10, moved up to number 9 in the most recent poll before this week, and trying to defend home turf as that one's kind of botched ahead, and we're going to get another stoppage.
Well, to your point, it certainly helps when you have the best player in the country in Jack Waterhouse. We talked about the College Rugby Show ranking him at number 1, and a lot of people seem to agree in the comment section. I certainly do, having watched him now for the entirety of the season. I've seen Taka Musingwini play. I've seen Alex Nyamunda. Some of these stars on Wheeling and other teams. Haven't watched a whole lot of guys on St. Bonnie's. I would be curious to see about their individual talent there because they are the top team in the land. But, I mean, from what I've seen and just looking at the eye test, Jack Waterhouse is certainly number 1, because he also plays such a critical position. I mean, he's the 8-man. He is the center of everything Notre Dame tries to do.
He almost broke free for a try. He almost had one earlier before that was negated by a penalty against the Irish, which has been an issue for them early in this game. And so off the most recent offsides, Hoosiers will get a line out. We're about halfway through the first half. Still no score to tell you about. There's a tackle made on Hopner. And there's Adam Milwaukee. I believe obstruction, yes. I was wondering if that was going to be called. It looked close for sure, and referee does in fact call obstruction against Indiana, as when the Hoosier player Adam Milwaukee caught that pass, he seemed to have an accidental blocker in front of him, and the referee did agree, so we're going to see a kick for the Irish here, trying to get on the board first, knowing the strength of this Indiana team lies in their defense.
Well, 2 things. Number 1, it's good to see Luke Engel back out there. He was banged up in Notre Dame's last home game, and it didn't look all too good, but he seems to be moving just fine right now. Moving so fine that he'll be on kicking duty after a couple of Irish players set up the area. Look at that. Love to see it.
Engel standing at 6 feet 7 inches tall out of Dublin. Kick is up. And it is no good. I believe it misses wide to the right. Tough to tell, but either way, it stays 0-0. We got a drop kick from the 22. Get us back moving after the missed kick for Luke Engel. So Notre Dame will retain possession. Philip Guinan picks it up. Tries to get through. That's not going to work. Here's Waterhouse. They try to hold him up, but he does get it to the ground. In the middle, Miataszewski. A couple stiff arms.
Miataszewski just brushed off 2 guys. We talked to Coach Hickey much earlier in the season before the home game was even kicked off, and he said, look out for Miataszewski. He's a guy who's impressed me this offseason, and that was correct. Miataszewski has taken a big leap this year as the Irish once again try to kick it, move down the field, and like to just press Indiana deep in their own territory.
And we're playing the field position game right now in a scoreless affair. That one's flipped towards the touchline. Get a whistle to stop play. Notre Dame's going to have to back up. Our PA announcers call that an intentional knock-on as opposed to... What is an intentional knock-on?
Couldn't tell you, but what I can tell you is...
What is there a difference between... Oh, that one is dropped.
That's exactly why Notre Dame's kicking the ball.
That is what we call an unintentional knock-on.
Yeah, and that's exactly why Notre Dame's kicking the ball. I keep talking about it because you can gain just free field position. You don't have to do trench warfare in order to move 30 meters up the pitch when you can just boot it. And on a day like this where it's slippery, there's snow, you know, you put the pressure in the hands of Indiana. Worked out perfectly for Notre Dame right then and there. Thanks to, I believe that was Phil Guinan kicking.
I think it was. Either way, Notre Dame will take it and get the scrum.
And we got a good section out here, too. I mean,
way better than I was anticipating.
Stands are packed. Even standing, watching on for this game.
I think I would rather stand than sit on top of a mound of snow.
I think I would rather do what everybody is doing right now, which is watching on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel.
I like the comfort of the press box. Quick tap and go, nearly a disaster for Jack Dunn, but he manages to not drop it. Waterhouse is going to go to the side, gives it off. Mulligan, Connor Mulligan, trying to keep those feet moving. Indiana trying to hold him up. Turns into a maul-type formation. Finally, ball is on the ground. Can Notre Dame strike first? No signal yet. Again, it's tough to see the try line down there.
I believe it was Luke Engel who took the ball and tried to dive for it.
We have a conversation between the referee and two players.
I mean, just looking at the video, the issue is you can't clearly distinguish where is the line for the try zone, right? Because, I mean, if you're watching on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, it looks like Engel does down it. That's why there is this mass confusion.
Yeah, I'm very unsure what is occurring. It's either a try or a penalty. All indications point to a penalty against Notre Dame. Another good defensive stand for the Hoosiers.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. Now, if you're Indiana, you got to get Tommy Hannon involved. You need to get Parker Wall involved. He's somebody who was part of the USU setup. I mean, he was named to so many accolades last year within the Big Ten. He's one of the better players the conference has seen. Generated a lot of press. He pretty much had a broken nose. He's just gushing blood. There's a picture of him playing a game with this bloody nose that went viral on Instagram. And that goes to exemplify who he is. I mean, he's a tough, gritty player. It's a snow game. You need those tough, gritty players to come out and to really have a strong performance today.
Garrett Peterson on the line out, but it was not straight. And again, you got to think that the wind plays a factor there. So Notre Dame will go for the scrum.
Yeah, Charlie, that's another thing. Notre Dame's playing with their backs to the wind right now. I mean, this snow does come in a little bit sideways at times, but for the most part, it is brushing if you're watching from left to right here. So
if Notre Dame does not score with the wind at their back, they're going to be
a major disadvantage.
Major disadvantage, absolutely. They have 13 minutes and change to try to break the ice. Of course, in one regard, Chris, better team finds a way to win, but in another regard, it's really tough to tell who the better team is.
Yeah, this is the snow game. I mean, this game will be talked about for years coming.
Maybe.
Come on, it's a Big Ten Conference Championship game in the snow. Doesn't get much more.
It is pretty cool, I will admit.
It doesn't get much more legendary than this. This will go down. It depends who wins. I mean, if Notre Dame loses, of course they won't talk about it.
We're going to see a kick here, potentially, for Brendan Lucy. No, it looks like he'll just kick it into touch. Notre Dame's going to go for the try. And they'll get it to the 5. This is where Notre Dame has spent most of the year executing the lineout. They got Williams to throw it in. They got Waterhouse to go up and catch it. And then they got rolling maul formation. And there it is. Rolling maul for Notre Dame. They're getting to a dangerous area. No signal yet. And there's the try. And Notre Dame strikes first, thanks to their favorite tactic, executed to perfection.
Yeah, Notre Dame struggled with the lineouts so far today, but that time picture perfect, and from there we've seen it time and time again, Charlie. The rolling maul right into the try zone. Jack Waterhouse doing the honors. Luke Angle getting involved. What a play from the Irish.
Yeah, couldn't even tell who scored it in all those bodies, but obviously Notre Dame does not care as they strike first. In this first half, they do punch a try across with the wind at their back and take the 5-0 lead. And so it'll be Guinan with his left foot to try to make it 7.
Yeah, I believe it was Brendan Lucy, actually, who ended up scoring the try. Him or Angle. I mean, those two were both involved in the mix. Can't fully make it out. But, wow. I love the shots we're getting, too, on this broadcast tonight. I mean, just a solo shot of
Connor
Connor
Mulligan.
Mulligan. That's class right there. It just really goes to show the conditions these players are in, and even with the camera, you can see the snow is sticking to it a little bit. That's big time for Notre Dame. Win at their backs. They needed to score. Did just that.
And that kick is not going to make it even close to 10 meters. So Notre Dame will get a set play from midfield off the scrum. Certainly we'll talk about it. Again, you can see the snow on your screen. Current temperature, 34 degrees, feels like 26. Heavy snow forecasted for the next hour. You don't say, weather app. Thank you for your insight. It's going to keep snowing tomorrow and Tuesday as well. Before warming up to 54 degrees on Friday. Didn't know we could get back up that high on the Fahrenheit scale in the month of November. A little bit of a scuffed scrum, but it ends up in the hands of Will Linke out wide, and Linke's going to kick it back towards the middle.
Waterhouse.
Waterhouse might get there. Hannon looks like he's got the inside edge. And in fact, it's neither of them. I believe it's Cabrero's nearly bursting through.
Yeah, it takes
That's
a
good
lot to
recovery.
not go over Andrew Cansfield, Charlie. That's what Cabreros did.
That's pretty impressive stuff. As Cansfield, one of the better defenders on this Notre Dame team, but Indiana survives that threat. Have to see if they can get their offense going. I know you've mentioned it a few times. Can they get it to their star players? Well, can they get it on the offensive side at all? It's been a long time since they've been over there.
Listen, we saw this in the last game, though. I think this is just going to be a reoccurring theme. So now I'm really curious about the second half. What can what can Indiana do to just hold this 5-0? I mean, they'll gladly take that going into the half. They were at a severe disadvantage in terms of the weather. They had their faces going, with the wind. Now in the second half, if they can turn it around, get the ball in their offensive half, and just start to ignite something. You got to play strong defense here. 7:45 on the clock.
Look at this run. That was a pretty good play to get it off the touchline by Indiana. Oh, that's not a fun time to have your shirt come off and then be driven right into the snow.
Yeah, not quite.
Finally, it's kicked away to relieve some pressure.
That's Tommy Hannon. We've talked about his foot before.
And Guinan will let it go out of bounds. They try to go quick, but the referee will. The line judge, I should say, will raise that flag. We're going to stoppage of the clock. One of the Indiana players on the far side shaken up. get a Hoosiers line out. Clock stopped with 6:42. In half number one. Both these teams looking to place better than they did last year. Notre Dame would only improve from number 2 in the Big Ten to number 1, but obviously pretty substantial jump to win that final conference game. Indiana did win their last game in 15-on-15s in the Big Ten last year, but that was in the 3rd place game when they beat up on Wisconsin.
This is a Notre Dame program that just in 2023 had 2 wins. I mean, we're looking at Rugby Hawk, and based off all their results, it was a lot of close games, but they weren't able to turn them into wins. Last year, 7-3. Now they're already 7-2. They can outdo their win total with a win today. And I mean, I would like their odds in the National Collegiate Rugby playoffs to maybe win one game, squeak one out in playoffs. It'll be hard, but I mean, they got the talent.
Yeah, certainly was a long shot last year, but boy, are they a better team than they were in 2024 when they made the championship game. Here's a little misdirection. Amir Yuskel.
That's crazy to say. You look at the guys they lost: Jackson Graham, Pat McKenzie, the 8-man, even Tom Bowman to injury, who's still a critical piece to this program. I've seen him around here at Stinson quite a bit. Andrew Prame, Andrew Packard, so many top players, and they've replaced them with the younger guys who have come in and just excelled, as well as Waterhouse, who's an upperclassman, and then, of course, Jack Dunn, who is the foreign exchange student.
Yeah, so much talent out, but so much talent in for the Irish. So we'll see if they can close this one out here. Still tons of time, and Indiana suddenly threatening as they will kick it into touch inside the 22, or right at about the 22. We got the pylons up to try to help out. I mean, wouldn't want to be a pylon right now.
No, not at all. I don't think that's ever been said before.
Well, now it has. And Cansfield takes away the line out and then kicks it forward. It's going to take a bounce and then end up in the hands of Matthew Chevalier.
Oh.
How about this run is still with the ball and moving forward. Another Indiana player down behind the play. He will get medical attention. We get a penalty against the Hoosiers. So it'll be Notre Dame taking over from about midfield. And maybe some conversation between the head referee and number 3 in white and red, Dalen Blanding. The senior obviously either wondering what that call was or complaining about it, or both.
And backtrack to the injury, it was Matt Williams with a tackle. I think the Indiana player couldn't decipher who it was between the snow and just the angle, but looks like they probably just got the wind knocked out of them for a minute there.
3 minutes to play in the first half. 5-0 Notre Dame leads on the final game of a quadruple header here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. If you were with us all day, you would have seen Purdue with an upset win over Illinois, 24-19 to start the day. Huge win for Ohio State over Michigan State in the battle for 5th place. I believe that final was officially 73-19 in favor of the Buckeyes.
Wow.
Wisconsin holds on for a 1-point victory in the 3rd place game, 22-21. They take down Michigan. And then the action still ongoing here in the championship match. Still a rather choppy pace to this one, but that's what happens when 2 good teams, 2 good defenses match up with each other.
Yeah, and I'm just going to add something to your sentence. When they match up with each other in the snow, because these offenses are more than capable of putting points on the board. I mean, we've seen that before. This is an Indiana team that put 27 on UCLA. I've talked about it before. I think California is the best rugby state. Indiana's right there. It's close behind. But yeah, 27 on UCLA is a fantastic result. Even 38 on Michigan. I mean, time and time again, we've seen Indiana be able to produce offensively. As for Notre Dame, I mean, the same can be said. They put up 52 points in their last game against Wisconsin, who are a really strong side from what we saw today.
Yeah, the Hoosiers are obviously a great team. Former colleague Claire DeMeo, who used to do these games with me, Chris, she loved the way Indiana plays. She was always a big fan of their structure, their physicality. And we're seeing it on display here, holding Notre Dame to just 5 points so far, despite playing with snow in their eyes.
I mean, just their tackling. They got great form, as you said, with their structure, but it's really the technique as well. And that often in college rugby is what separates some of these good programs from the great programs.
There's Andrew LaFranchi trying to get it ahead. Maybe a penalty against Notre Dame. In fact, it was. And so Indiana gets another stop deep in their own territory. With less than a minute to go in this first half, they're going to get a chance to dictate the pace. Tommy Hannon, who's done a lot of kicking so far, certainly slowing that pace down as much as he can, letting one of his teammates tie his shoe, for example.
Notre Dame players aren't too happy right now. I mean, they're just pretty much building up frostbite with this stoppage.
Yeah, we're wondering what we're waiting for now. Hannon's going to just run it back and kick it out of the back of the try zone. Hopefully it doesn't hit my car. That'll take us to halftime. 5-0 Notre Dame leads at the break. Got to think both teams will be satisfied with some parts of that half. Both teams will have things to work on when we come back for the final 40 minutes of the regular season in 2025 in the Big Ten. Stay with us. And the second half is underway. The snow is coming down, Notre Dame and Indiana. And right away, Notre Dame will take advantage of an Indiana knock-on. 5-0 Irish lead after 40 minutes of play. Chris, what did you see out there?
Oh, what a game and what a first half that was. An absolute treat. The snow game in the Big Ten Rugby Championship game. It was cagey because of the weather. However, at the end of the day, the Irish converted on what we've seen them do so often this year. Just a line out right into the rowing maul and a nice try for Notre Dame. But the weather certainly played a factor. I mean, I do think this game would have been a lot higher scoring. These are two potent offenses. And yeah, I get they're great defenses, but at the end of the day, the offense usually comes out to shine in games like this. It's just this snow is unforgiving, Charlie.
Yeah, it certainly is. And that's why it's just at 5-0. The defenses have been winning so far. Especially the Indiana defense, giving up only 5 points with the snow in their face. Which, again, you may not think is a big deal, but it's a big deal. And here comes another rolling maul for the Irish, trying to get it to the try line that way. This time it's defended much better. So Notre Dame will have to do it the good old-fashioned way. There's Waterhouse trying to get it done. And gives it off. This would be a big chance for Notre Dame to get an early try and double their lead. Referee right on top of the play. They're certainly close. Still no signal either way. Oh, Indiana's got the ball. Somehow in all that they took the ball away. Kick it into touch. Didn't go very far. So Notre Dame's going to get a line out. And they don't think there's much secret about what they're going to do here, Chris.
No, not at all.
Take a guess.
I think the rolling maul will be utilized. And if you're Indiana, you just got to
try to defend it.
Yeah, you got to get the manpower to defend it as well. When you have two guys who are above 6'6" on this team, I mean, it's nearly impossible. And then you add in Michael Miataszewski, who's just a big dude. Andrew Cansfield as well. Notre Dame will just try to bowling ball their way through.
Yeah, the line out is messed up. Referee blows it dead, and then conversation between a couple of the players, but I believe it's going to be Indiana on the ball. Coming out of all of this, despite some argument from some of the players. We have one of our viewers, I wonder how this would play out without the snow. So do we, but we unfortunately don't get to know. This is all we've got. We got one game, no series, no rematch. This is it. One team in 36 minutes and 46 seconds is going to walk out of here a Big Ten champion, and the other team will walk out of here and look forward to their game next week in the NCR tournament, where they will likely be big underdogs.
Well, the thing is, both of these teams want to bye. I mean, this is just a physically grueling game. A week off would serve both of these teams very nicely, and it's going to be tough for whoever loses, especially if they're going on the road to play somebody. I mean, after this game, it just wears you down. Not to even mention all the colds I'm sure that all these players are going to get after the game.
Yeah, no kidding. Penalty against Indiana. Notre Dame will get it in good field position. Referee seemed to signal knock on. How do you determine that? And all that mass humanity. But Notre Dame gets the scrum evidently off of that. Big shout out too to some of the grounds crew here who are using shovels and brooms to try to display as much of the line as possible. Try to make the sidelines, most importantly, midfield has gotten a little bit of stripe. Big shout out to everyone who's putting this together. They will do the scrum again. You know, if Notre Dame had Sean O'Donnell right now, they'd probably be up more than 5-0.
I was just about to say something like that. I mean, I know I was talking about him a lot. I don't know if this is the new thing, but I mean, Sean O'Donnell, one of the best players I've seen at Stinson Rugby Field. I mean, he's right behind Takamusingwini last year for Wheeling. Unfortunately, you didn't get the chance to see him. He was at Iowa Central rather, and Alex Nyamunda for Wheeling, and then of course Jack Waterhouse, Zach Panton. That'll change things up.
What are this, your power rankings
Imagine,
favorite names to
yeah,
say?
pretty much. But no, here's the thing, Jack Dunn. Charlie, Zach Banton comes into this game. Just imagine what he can add to the Notre Dame offense. I'll be curious to see when he comes in and if he comes in.
There will be two, as maybe numbers out wide for Notre Dame, as the pass is given along, but it's blown down. I believe that was a forward pass. But Notre Dame was playing with advantage. So we don't know if this is, we have no source for this other than a YouTube comment, but Sean O'Donnell, X-ranked #1 player in the nation. Now that seems aggressive, but there's no doubt that he was electric on the ball with Purdue when he had it. And this would be a type of environment that he would still be able to thrive in.
Forward pass is an unlucky break, but Waterhouse has got the ball, Charlie. This is dangerous if you're a Hoosiers fan.
Yeah, this is a big push by Notre Dame. Indiana's defense has been superb all season and all night.
They're
This
about a
is
meter
arguably
away.
their biggest test. And turnover potential. And turnover forced. Good job by the defense for Indiana. And they get another stop. I mean, you can barely see the scoreboard now because of the snow, but it says 5-0. Your scoreboard on screen is obviously perfectly fine.
Well, I've been very impressed with Notre Dame throughout the first 8 minutes of the half because they dominated the first half. I mean, the ball was inside Indiana's 22 for the majority of the first 40 minutes of action. And then we were talking, okay, well, maybe it's because Notre Dame's playing with their backs to the snow, their backs to the wind. What's going to happen in the second half? Will Indiana have that advantage? How will they utilize that advantage? We've figured out that Notre Dame is just that good. I mean, they're maintaining the ball here in the second. Indiana has barely gotten the ball in their attacking half of the pitch. They haven't really done much. And what a pass that was from Jack Dunn. Speaking of the man.
Kicked up. Dangerous territory. Yeah, I kind of agree. I was expecting at least you got to, if you're Indiana, you got to think you'd either get field position or possession advantage playing with the wind at your back. But that has not been the case, and we have an injured Hoosier down. There was a pretty rough collision over there. So the clock's going to stop with 31:40 on it. Wind swirling.
Oh, that's a rough tackle right there. I'm just watching the replay back. I mean, we might see
Certainly a card.
a card shown.
Talking to the side
it is
judge.
a rough landing. I mean, I wouldn't suggest for anybody to even watch that, but yeah, it's a tough play right there. Will Linke's been playing real aggressive today. I mentioned that in the first half that Notre Dame should try to embody that aggressiveness as a collective unit, but you know, there's a difference between those aggressiveness and then just being ultra aggressive, and that's a tough break for both sides, no matter what, because obviously it's unintentional, but yeah, it looked ugly.
Yeah, it's going to be a yellow card, so Linke will head off. And I think both sides are okay with the result of that. Some murmuring in the press box here, that could have been a red. So Indiana will play a man up. the most active I've seen the comment section on this.
Yeah, it's
channel.
cool. I'm liking
It's
it.
fun to follow. A lot of fans of both teams. A lot of neutral observers, a lot of Purdue players. Great combination of spectators. Pretty good crowd in attendance too, especially considering the conditions. We had a snowball fight at halftime, a modified miniature snowball fight.
I mean, this is a great crowd. Tons of students too. I was going online at halftime, just taking a look at some Instagram stories, and tons were pictures of Stinson Rugby Field, which is nice to see. A couple of Irish guys I know on campus supporting their fellow Irishmen in Jack Dunn and Phil Guinan. Yeah, I mean, they're bringing the noise, which I was not expecting at all, Charlie. Especially after last night's Navy football game, thinking people maybe wanted to get outside, or stay inside, rather, and stay away from the snow.
The clock back ticking, under 31 minutes to play. Indiana finally gets the ball on the offensive side. Another stoppage of play. Notre Dame has been flagged for offside with some regular consistency. Some of the fans starting to get anxious. It's a tackle made by Collie Erden. Indiana back the other way. They've made some substitutions. Killian Layden enters the game wearing number 23 in white and red. He just got the ball recently. Part of that group of people. Guinan picks it up, and he tries to kick it. And it will stay in bounds. And finally, the whistle blows. And maybe a captain's discussion. Angela Frankie for Notre Dame. This has been quite an intense game, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, I mean, that's maybe even an understatement. Just tons of passion from both sides. What a huge game this is. And now, here's the thing. Notre Dame's had the ball in their attacking half for quite literally the entirety of this second half. This is the first time we've seen Indiana progress and transition into the attacking phase of play. And they got to figure something out. I mean, something creative. Notre Dame physically is outclassing them through the middle. Maybe try to take a play out of Notre Dame's book and utilize the kicks, you know. Kick it deep into Notre Dame territory, pin them back, win the ball back, see what you can do. Get the ball in the hands of Tommy Hannon, who's right there eyeing the ball down.
And you got to wonder who's going to be the one who gets on the board first for Indiana. They're certainly got the talent to get a couple quick strikes. You know that. So the clock had stopped. It will resume. Notre Dame line out coming up. Matt Williams will line it up. He's right behind me, so I'll have a great view whether this one is straight. But it's executed well.
It's a nice
Notre Dame
offload.
with possession. Yeah, it was. Brendan Lucy.
Oh, the ref
Struggled.
getting in the way.
My goodness. What a dodge from our referee out there braving the cold with all the players. And it's taken away by the Hoosiers. Somewhere in all of that, the ball was stripped. We got another stoppage of action, I should say, not a stoppage of clock.
Indiana getting ready, preparing for a substitution. I can see some movement out in their dugout. Monitor who it is. I mean, from afar, it's literally just a figure in a white and red jersey. And injured
Carson
right now.
Hoppner,
Yeah, Carson.
grad student, one of the many Indiana talents.
Notre Dame's a big physically imposing team. They got to work the ball through the middle and really just wear down Indiana through the physical brand of rugby. And then from there, they can open up space out wide. Will attract the Hoosiers inside, spread out the play a little bit. But when we're looking at this game so far, it's just been rugged. And now snow's coming in from all sides, too. That's also hurting Indiana in this half. I mean, sideways, east to west, west to east, everywhere. So it's insane.
Yeah, it's not a pleasant day,
No.
guys, if you couldn't pick up on that.
There's also a bird on the field.
Yeah, I don't know.
What
The
a
bird has been all over the field.
What a bizarre day.
You could just see it flying through your camera right there.
This is a much different game than the second one we saw.
Oh, my goodness. 73-19 seems impossible right now. All right, let's play. Indiana moving towards the near side. Oh, maybe some room. Pretty good tackle by Mulligan as Cabreros almost broke through. Now Hannon will kick it over to the far side to a bunch of empty space. Notre Dame will get on it. Let's see what they choose to do. They're going to keep possession. Dangerous pass, and that's going to be dropped in a knock-on.
All right, this snow is coming down with some force right now. I mean, this is insane. What a memorable game we've been treated to. 5-0 yet. This is the most entertaining 5-0 game I've ever seen in rugby.
That is an unbelievable take, Chris. I have never seen. I mean, it's been slow, it's been choppy, but between the action on the stream, between the action on the field, between the whistles, between the action in the sky, I mean, what a day. What an end to the day. That started with a 7th place game. That was also a very good game, but I think when you think about the action today, you're going to come back to this one. As the Hoosiers trying to break free. Inside the 5, they're held up. The Notre Dame defense just gets back in time. Saw the bird fly away. I thought it was the ball. And now the Notre Dame defense with a big stop.
Indiana got holding on and a big stop for Notre Dame on the goal line.
Again, we do apologize if the viewing experience starts to become a little compromised. The cameras are up on 30-foot poles. Nobody is climbing one of those today. So we will do our best to describe the action.
What a great defensive stand, Charlie, from Notre Dame. That's the most frantic I've seen this place. The crowd held their breath. And Indiana with a great chance. You got to feel like that's a punch in the gut if you're Indiana. You did so well to finally get within 5 meters, so close to the try zone. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out. This Irish defense, in their first true test of the game, I mean, they really haven't been tested in that area, in trench warfare, comes out on top. But listen, we still got 25 minutes left to play. Indiana's had the ball now for the past 5 minutes, possessing it quite nicely. We'll see if they can pin Notre Dame back. It'll be a lineup for the Irish if you can even decipher it on this broadcast. I know it's hard, but trying our best here.
So Notre Dame still with that 5-0 lead. They scored on a rolling maul in the first half, and since then it's been a bunch of penalties, bunch of defensive stands, bunch of snow.
Yeah, Notre Dame was also using the advantage of just kicking it downfield. I mean, you can see it again with Jack Dunn. This is kind of what the Irish love to do, chase the ball down, try to win it. If not, you pin Indiana back and you force them to work from well inside their own half. And look at this. This is a prime example of it. I mean, what a phenomenal
Connor Mulligan
job
took the ball away
by the Irish. And this is all Coach Justin Hickey, too, with the game plan. You got to give a lot of credit to Coach Hickey tonight.
That one's kicked ahead. Or it'll be gathered in by Layden, who will kick it back. We get a stoppage. Zach Banton into the game for Notre Dame, wearing number 22. Notre Dame will get a line out of all of that as we continue to tick. Chris, 23 minutes and change left. Give me the game plan for both of these teams.
Oh, Indiana, you somehow got to figure a way to move the ball downfield. And right now, with the way the snow is on the ground, I mean, players are even slipping. You can't get the best traction to the ground. So you kind of have to take a page out of Notre Dame's book. I've said that earlier, but if you're able to kick it downfield and then from there just try to win the ball back, just inch your way closer to the try zone, it's challenging. I mean, there really is no true answer for this. Part of it's also luck at the end of the day. And Notre Dame defensively need to stay disciplined and structured. We've seen, I believe it was, who was it, Will Linke earlier with the yellow card.
Yes.
Things like that, you just can't happen right now. They really can't. I mean, it's quite unacceptable. But Zach Banton's in the game, so that'll change a lot of things. Zach Banton looks ready to go, and with some fresh legs, he'll cause a lot of issues for this Indiana defense. He's number 23 in green. He'll be at the near side of your screen when you see him playing left wing. Or 22, rather, excuse me.
We got a scrum for Indiana here. And it looks like we might have to do it again. We just had a gentleman with a shovel go clear the entire try line that Notre Dame is defending. Big shout out. And now we'll get the scrum going. Notre Dame will have to back up. The snow is such a huge factor right now.
Yeah, it's safe to say it's changing the game. Even the way you view it, you see it, you broadcast it, you play it, you coach it, everything's changed. It's about the 5th time I've seen also the field crew having to...
5th time?
No.
More than that.
Okay, well, maybe I just have been a little distracted at times, but yeah, I've seen it plenty of times, the field crew having to clear the lines so the refs know where out of bounds is.
21 minutes to play in half number 2. No scoring in this half. Only try of the game courtesy of the Fighting Irish on a rolling maul in the first half when there was some snow on the field. Now there is only snow on the field. And 30 players and 1 official. It's a sliding catch. Wow, what a
that's impressive.
Creative, yeah, very impressive.
That ball was pretty much lost in the air, especially with the floodlights. Can barely even track it down, and yeah, it's a well done from the Indiana player.
This one is kicked ahead. Could be trouble, but it just dies in the snow. And it'll be kicked right back by Artis. And, nearly slipping down. Can't even blame him. That completely eluded Drew Artis, who did not see it. Guinan will kick it back the other way as the teams play a little hot potato. Layden got good foot on that one. That's going to set Notre Dame
back. Look at the Indiana press, too. You got 4 guys running down the ball right now.
Artis will have to kick it away. Goes towards the touchline. And that's a big play for Indiana.
Huge play. And now just to briefly talk about the stakes of this game. We mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, but the Big Ten gets 2 auto bids to the NCR National Playoffs. Obviously the winner and the runner-up here. So both of these teams will be making the playoffs. That is confirmed. The question is who gets a bye is the winner of this game. The 4 major conferences in college rugby all get those 2 seeds, and then there will also be an at-large bid as well. Just tons going into it. The Atlantic Rugby Conference, by far the best. Wheeling's in that conference, as well as Queens and Walsh, Belmont Abbey, who Wheeling beat last night. And I also looked at the Big Rivers Conference with Thomas More and Iowa Central. There's some great teams around the country all vying for a limited amount of spots right now.
1840, 1839, 1838. We keep ticking down in this championship game. We're getting to the home stretch. Still a very, very tenuous 5-0 lead for Notre Dame. No scoring in the second half so far. And the clock is stopped now as there was an injured player. Or maybe just... Oh, yes, there was an injured player. And it looks like it's Guinan for Notre Dame who's going to be coming off. So one thing to note that kind of got lost in the shuffle, Chris. Notre Dame successfully survived the yellow card.
Yeah.
And so they're back to 15 all on manpower. So a missed opportunity for sure for Indiana. Of course, there will be more. And the referee will stop it off the line out. We have a note. Marion beat Thomas More 34-25 yesterday. That is a huge win for Marion. Picking that up against a fellow top 10 team in the NCR rankings.
It's a Marion team that Notre Dame should have beat. They had that game won in the final 2 minutes, and Marion scored 2 tries at the very end.
So much parity. Sorry to cut you off there, but so much parity at the top of the rankings. In this season in particular, kind of the first year, I don't know, is this the first year that we've had NCR rankings? Certainly feels like it. Maybe it's because it's the first time that the Irish are consistently ranked so high. But either way, they've meant something this year. We give a big shout out to the NCR team for putting those together, for all they do for college rugby. Notre Dame with possession. Oh, my blizzard. Somehow the snow has picked up in intensity. It is blowing right in the faces of the Fighting Irish over on the near side. Drew Artis can't even see. Kick goes straight up. It bounces backward. Theoretically could be a knock-on against Indiana. I don't know who it hit, though. This is where, would it be legal and strategic to wear swim goggles right now? Or I guess they would probably fog up instantly.
They would.
So forget that idea. Oh, tap and go. Jack Dunn moving quickly, trying to do it himself.
Zach Bant has still not touched the ball since checking in, just to note.
He's over on the near side. Jack Waterhouse tries to spin, and then he is stood up. Garrett Peterson says, no thank you. See if Notre Dame can go one step at a time. Yeah, awfully tough to do.
Looking for Jack Waterhouse, former Springbok U20. We talked about him. He's one of the best players, if not the best player in the country. Also a nationally renowned water polo player in South Africa. I mean, he's just an athlete. That guy just changes the way Notre Dame plays. You can see it. They work through him, as well as Luke Engel, the big man, and Matt Williams laying down the boom. Now Banton's calling for the ball. He sees that lane.
Yeah, if they can get it to him, he might have space. Luke Engel trying to push ahead. Where are they on the pitch? Great question. Notre Dame is inside the 22-meter line. They are knocking on the doorstep. And it will be kicked towards the try zone where it will be downed by Indiana. So Notre Dame doing a decent job taking some clock off the board and trying to pin Indiana a little bit deeper. So another offside actually against Notre Dame behind the play. They've been guilty of that far too many times to count this afternoon.
I've said it before, Chuck, but you really want to buy. I mean, you look at next week. After this game, I mean, players are going to be sick. They're going to be banged up. It's just true. I mean, this is freezing cold weather. All these guys are wearing shorts. Most of them not even wearing Under Armour.
That's crazy.
It's just a brutal physical sport. A whole lot of respect to all these guys out on the pitch and everybody who's made this possible tonight. But
so Indiana's got a line out now in plus territory. Potentially the wind completely throws that line out off course, like unbelievably. That was, I mean, that line out out of the hand was straight, and then just like a complete left turn in the wind. That kick is barely going to go anywhere because of the wind. There's a good pursuit. That could be a high tackle. See if it's maybe not. And maybe space. Good tackle by Williams.
Lovely.
And
got a couple inches of snow.
Yeah, really.
What would you say? I mean, you're the weatherman here. I personally.
I'm not the weatherman. Let's be clear.
I'm thinking. They said 3 3/4 inches will be hitting South Bend today, and then another 3 inches tomorrow. I feel like we're already at 1 to 2 inches of snow already.
1 to 2 inches? It's got to be more.
2 inches of snow. Two
it's
to 2.5.
Gotta be more.
Listen, I don't know what an inch is. You know, I gotta figure this out. But
yeah, I'm gonna let you figure that one out on your own.
It's hard to tell. Regardless, we're lined up for a fantastic final 12 minutes of rugby. Indiana gonna boot the ball down and a touch. That is picture perfect.
Right near the 22-meter line. Line out coming for the Hoosiers.
Yeah, we'll call it 2.5 inches of snow after the final review. This chat has been electric.
Who are
Can we just say
giving their own opinions, and I think their opinions, despite being from home, may hold more weight than yours.
I don't want to sell it too high. I'm known for like saying hyperboles. Oh my goodness!
Oh, what a missed tackle! This could be trouble for Notre Dame. And a push for the Hoosiers offense right now that has been shut out for almost 70 minutes. Another stoppage. So Indiana will get a controlled possession, I believe. Referee's jogging over towards us. Maybe to talk to the side judge over here? I don't know what he could have possibly seen. And we do apologize for the camera lens being snowy. We are unable to clean those off during the game. We were worried this may happen.
Listen, I apologize too, but there's no broadcast in all of college rugby that would push through the snow like the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. I just want to make that known.
All right, self-promo. We'll let our fans.
You don't see this happening in the Big Rivers Conference. You don't see this happen in the ARC. I mean,
wait
only right here in the Big Ten. This is gritty. This is blue collar, and this is what we live for, Charlie.
Can't wait to see if people agree with you. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, they will. I'm sure Beck Sebastian will agree. Purdue legend.
Good game today, Beck. Good game to the entire Purdue team, coming away with that 24-19 victory that got our game started. They led in the second half by 5 with plenty of time left. Notre Dame has led this game by 5 for most of the time.
Oh, what a
That
hit.
was nearly, or not nearly, that was a big collision.
About 7 meters from the try zone.
Yeah, they are pushing. This Indiana team is putting their best offensive series yet, putting it forth. Challenge will be A, downing it, and B, convincing the referee that they've downed it. And Notre Dame gets the stop. Chris, I got a question for you from the crowd. Are the pigeons or the snow a bigger factor? Thoughts?
Well, obviously the snow. It might be the stupidest question I've heard. And listen, I mean, come on. What a stop for Notre Dame.
Can I argue for the pigeons?
This broadcast is a fever dream, Charlie. It's actually a fever dream and one of the best broadcasts we've done here. And look at the raw emotion from those Notre Dame fellas after the stop right there. Indiana just unable to down it. It's heartbreak. Indiana's been within 5 meters now 3, maybe 4 times in the second half. Each and every time, Notre Dame's defense has come up big. They haven't had too many moments where they needed to stand tall, especially in the first half. It was all Notre Dame. But here in the second, they've been the MVPs, a well-structured, disciplined defense all together. I had my binoculars and I could see them communicating with one another. It's just sublime from Notre Dame.
Yeah, can I argue for the pigeons? I have yet to confuse the snow for the ball. That's all I'm going to say. I have looked at a pigeon and thought that it was the ball. I have not looked at snow and thought that it was the ball.
I suppose so.
Snow always leads to pigeons. Under 9 minutes to play. 5-0 Notre Dame. This is impossible pandemonium. The weather is worse than a snow globe.
Jim Rogers did make a good point. They could put a tee down and kick if that is a situation that it calls for. Obviously, Indiana, no. But if Notre Dame gets the ball on the other side of the pitch in the next couple minutes here, it's something they could do to try to
we'll have to see.
ice
That's
this game.
Easier said than done. Here's Layden. Chilean Layden, who's made an impact since coming onto the game. There's a good tackle by Matt Williams. Under 8 minutes to play in regulation time. Oh, Jack Waterhouse. And now some animosity. Waterhouse not letting his man get up. That being Amir Yuxel. Kicked straight up. This is going to be challenging. Nice job. Oh, and then a late hit. Wow, things are getting rough now. And Waterhouse is getting ganged up on. Behind the play. Whoa.
And there's a fight right here. Jack Waterhouse has been sharing some words all day with an Indiana player. And I didn't know we would have some boxing commentary tonight, but it looks like we got just that, Charlie.
Oh, my
It's
goodness.
a snowball fight in South Bend.
Oh, my goodness. The ball is nowhere near. Whoa. Hello.
Jack Dunn getting involved, the Irishman. He's been fantastic in the second half. His kicks have put Notre Dame in a great situation. The refs are certainly going to have to talk about this. Say, gentlemen, calm down. But it's fight night at Stinson.
That is crazy. I've never seen. Have you ever seen that?
Here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel in the past year and a half, the answer is no. I have not seen that, a fight to that degree. I mean, we've seen words be exchanged, especially with Jack Waterhouse. He's always seemingly sharing some words with the opposing team all season long. He's just a feisty guy.
That was a legitimate bout. And, you know, some combination of hard tackle, late hit, retaliation, kind of kick-starting that fire in the midst of this snowstorm.
And you know what this does? It stops the clock with 7:14 left, snowing, freezing cold. These players are standing still, just tensing up. This is the last thing you want if you're Indiana, especially being down 5-0.
I think you're satisfied that the clock is stopped. I'm interested. I don't think there are any cards
to an
or
extent,
anything.
but I mean, physically speaking, it's not ideal, although the adrenaline is pumping.
This is harder than it snowed all day. And the kick is not going to make it into touch. It is saved effectively by Colin Artis. Zach Banton.
Here we go.
Can he get
Showtime.
the edge?
Showtime.
Are they no obstruction call? Banton tackled down by Hannon, but a good run for Zach Banton. I am surprised there was no obstruction call there, Chris.
I'm surprised that in about 10 to 15 minutes of being on the pitch, that's the first time we've seen Zach Banton. Immediately gets the ball, progresses 15 meters for the Irish. He's a game changer. He's a spark plug. You got to give the ball to the Energizer Bunny as Matt Williams hypes up the crowd. And all of a sudden, we got ourselves a real feisty 6 minutes
Andrew
left.
Hargove is going to get called for a penalty that got Notre Dame players and fans very excited. And Notre Dame, you know, is going to slow this game down. And so Ingle will kick it. That may not make it into touch, and it won't. Tommy Hannon's got it, and his kick. Oh, wow. A rare mistake by Tommy Hannon. Goes off the right side of his foot, and Notre Dame will take it. And Tommy Hannon, I think that's the first mistake I've seen him make tonight, and he's had the ball more than anyone else in this game.
Yeah, that's the first mistake I've seen him make in years. The guy is a perfectionist, one of the best players we've seen, especially in this Indiana uniform, him and Parker Wall. That's a tough blow for Indiana. Gives Notre Dame a prime opportunity to set up with Jack Waterhouse on the line out.
Well, you got to throw the line out straight. Matt Williams, one of the best at it, but these conditions are crazy. And it's executed well. Cansfield.
Can't take down the big man.
Receiving end. Here's Williams, who will go down, just laying snow. Here's Banton. Banton is going to be contained for a moment before getting to the edge. Zach Banton through the snow is going to try to kick it. It's loose. Kicked again. It's still loose. Notre Dame has it.
Banton's done that before, but this time he forgot there's 3 inches of snow on the ground. Still a clever run from Zach Banton. MC Hammer, you can't touch this.
Here goes Jack Waterhouse with one man to beat. Waterhouse the stiff arm, and he's got the edge. Notre Dame has doubled the lead with 4:19 to play in the half. And who else but the #1 male player in college rugby, Chris, Jack Waterhouse.
There are sometimes definitive moments in a player's season where you go, yes, that guy's the #1 player in the country. And I have a feeling that right now, right here, we just saw that with Jack Waterhouse. Gets the ball, 4 minutes on the clock, conference championship on the line, all but wins it for Notre Dame. Phenomenal bit of rugby from Jack Waterhouse. I've said it, individual brilliance in a snow game like this, that's sometimes all it'll take. And Banton first, setting up Notre Dame within the 22 before Jack Waterhouse gets the ball and makes no mistake about it.
So Jack Waterhouse has now continued his streak of scoring at least one try in every home game this year.
Even against Walsh in that loss for Notre Dame, Waterhouse didn't play. I do wonder, what would that game look like if Waterhouse is on the field? What a story, too. The injuries he's battled throughout the first 2 years. I mean, he came to South Bend, highly touted, and he barely played, only briefly in sevens for a moment. Now he comes in after a long time on the shelf, tons of PT, hours in the lab. He's become a legend here in South Bend with this rugby program. He can take Notre Dame to heights that they have not reached before. They were a 2-7 team just 2 seasons ago, 7-3 last year. And they're closing in on their 8th win of the season.
My goodness, what a conversion kick.
Oh.
How in the world did Phil Guinan make that? I believe that was Guinan. Do we have any other lefty kickers? What a conversion.
That was
by
insane.
Notre Dame.
Insane.
And now
Notre
they
Dame
take
players
the ball
jumping in
away.
the air. Matt Williams is pumped up. Energy is high.
Matt Williams is always pumped up, Chris.
That is true. He's more pumped up than usual, though, and that's saying something.
Hey. "90 seconds to go in regulation time. 12-0 Notre Dame leads. Notre Dame's last clean sheet coming on September 19th of this year. And that kick goes into touch. Very well done from Luke Engel.
Yeah, with a win, Notre Dame will set themselves up nicely in the NCR playoffs, an automatic bye, thanks to the new format NCR is instituting this season.
So we had second half team versus second half conditions, and second half team found a way.
They did. It really surprised me. Their backs were with the snow in the first half, and we were talking off air even with other people here in the press box. What's the second half going to look like? Probably Indiana now. It's their turn to attack, but I mean, besides a couple of real close calls from the Hoosiers, within 5 meters, some great defensive stands from Notre Dame that'll certainly be talked about after. I mean, it's been all Notre Dame. They've been the better team today, and they fought hard in this snow. It's the first snow game for plenty of these players on the team, too.
3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and Indiana can go, but unfortunately they cannot score a 12-point try, so next dead ball will end this one and will end play in the conference this year as it's kicked ahead by Colin Artis trying to get to it. Oh. Recovered by Layden. Penalty against Notre Dame. Their last shutout win, the Irish, this year, 48-0 over Purdue on September 19th. And I will quickly try to go through Indiana's Rugby Hawk to see the last time they failed to score points. They even scored against Lindenwood this year. I bet you I could scroll all the way back to 2021 as far back as the records go, and Indiana has a point in every single game. In fact, that is true. They have not been shut out in the Rugby Hawk era. They have one more chance to get on the board tonight. It obviously won't matter other than on the scoreboard itself, but and we got some more physicality. Notre Dame's going to be backed up again. So it was a battle of the top seed in the West Division versus the top seed in the East Division in the Big Ten coming to play today, and it was Notre Dame who found a way to come up with the victory. Be interested to see here whether that was a penalty or whether it was a try. Conversation between the ref and the side judge. So conversation continues. Of course, all those clean sheet stats I just mentioned will not matter if this is ruled a try. And Indiana frustration seemingly indicating that it was not a try. And so it was, in fact, a penalty. And did the final horn sound? I did not hear the final horn yet. No time on the clock. Notre Dame will be able to tap and go and kick it out of bounds in a few seconds, assuming that we get back to regularly scheduled programming after the conversations with the officials. Brendan Lucy in there now talking to the lead ref. So again, our clock is technically unofficial, but you have to imagine this one is ending. And there it is. Final whistle sounds. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish do it at home. The 2025 Big Ten champions in college rugby.
It was a heartbreaker last year for Notre Dame. They lost 21-17 against Ohio State, a game they probably should have won, Charlie. And today, with the snow and with the pigeons, with all the factors at play, they found a way to get the job done. It wasn't ideal, but they made do. Jack Waterhouse with the decisive try here in the second half. I believe it was Luke Engel getting involved with the first one. Just a mix of players on the rolling maul. Notre Dame are a physical team, a real strong team. They dominated through the middle today. They're able to knock Indiana around a little. And when they had the ball, for the most part, they kept the ball. It was really impressive to watch this team perform. Got to give a lot of credit, though, to head coach Justin Kickey. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a lot about coaching. And both teams have brilliant head coaches, but Hickey knows about the snow. He was a guy who was born and raised right here around Michigan, Indiana, and he's a guy who knows about this environment. So well done from Notre Dame, well deserved. And for Indiana, I'm excited to see what they do in a week's time in the National Collegiate Rugby Playoffs. They're a team that deserves to be in. They've had some great wins this season and even some real strong losses. You look at that UCLA loss, and even that loss against Marion and now against Notre Dame. We got a dog on the field. Look at that. That's awesome. But
I feel like
what
we
a
have
day and what a performance for Notre Dame.
46 dogs on the field, 23 for each team, but
amen.
I guess 47 if you count our furried friend.
So much respect for this Indiana team. Yeah, you got to feel bad for Tommy Hannon. He's the guy who's a senior. He's the captain of this team. He did have that kick at the end. He would like to have back. Indiana had a chance, maybe, but they were also within the 5-meter zone about 3 times in the second half. Just couldn't convert. And for the Irish, their kicking game was strong. They were able to pin Indiana back countless times today. What a showing from the Irish. Now they'll have a restful bye week, Charlie, before they head to the Elite Eight in National Rugby.
Yeah, they certainly earned it with this win as they take the trophy over to the student section and lift it up in front of all the passionate fans who chose to stay through the snow. And it's Matt Williams holding it, and he's about to lift it in a big circle. What emotions. What a season that's still not over. But this is certainly most likely to be the defining moment of it when it's all said and done.
Yeah, this is a great moment for Notre Dame. As a program, historically, they've dealt with a lot. I mean, back in the 80s, the program was shut down after a great run in the 1960s and 70s, a really top team. They went overseas, one of the first college rugby programs here in the United States to do so. They're known as a hard-hitting physical team. And then they came back in the late 90s, early 2000s. But since then, in the modern day, I mean, Notre Dame hasn't had much success in the trophy department with the Big Ten. It's still a relatively new conference, but they've fallen short over the past couple years. It's been tough for them at times to compete against the likes of Wisconsin, who has won it 3 times since the year 2016, against the likes of Ohio State, who beat them last year, and even Indiana, a program that's been around forever. Mark Cuban, a big donor of the program, former player for the Hoosiers. We didn't even talk about that today, but that's a great story. So Notre Dame has slowly but surely built up thanks to some great recruiting as well. You look around. I mean, they were able to get Jack Dunn, a foreign exchange student, but even just with the 4-year Notre Dame students here, Jack Waterhouse, recruiting him from South Africa, a Springbok U20. That is brilliant. How that even happened, I don't know, but just credit to Hickey and the staff, and the same can be said about Andrew LaFranchi, one of the best high school players in the country. Matt Williams, they've developed into a really strong rugby player, and the whole team, Charlie. It's a pleasure to watch them, and this is just the beginning, I feel, for Hickey and his team.
Final standings from the day: Illinois 8th, Purdue 7th, Michigan State 6th, Ohio State 5, Michigan 4, Wisconsin 3, Indiana 2, and your 2025 Big Ten champions, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, 1. They win the championship game 12-0 in the Snow Globe Classic. For the entire production crew that put today's full-day marathon on, headed by Aaron Yarbrough, big shout-out to Walter Hoffman, Alex Racuna, and Jane Kim, who have been doing tireless work all day. And, of course, my partner, Chris Daly. I'm Charlie Morris saying so long from South Bend as the Fighting Irish win the Big Ten championship.